Hey friends, tonight let's explore something both tranquil and totally terrifying life in a medieval silent monastery. You think school assemblies were quiet? Try surviving a place where speaking is considered spiritual noise and sneezing might get you assigned to floor-scrubbing penance. You're about to enter a world ruled by bells, not words. And spoiler alert, you probably won't last till breakfast. So before you relax, take a second to like and subscribe if you find value in what we share. Drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is there. Are you under the covers sneaking this in after midnight or listening during your definitely working afternoon nap? Dim those lights, fire up a fan for that cozy background sound, and let's settle in for the journey ahead. The first sound you hear is not your own breath, nor the rustling of your itchy wool blanket. It's the dull clang of the matins bell ringing somewhere above your room like it's trying to shake the sin out of your bones. You blink against the darkness. There's no lamp by your bedside because you don't have a bedside. Just a wooden cot, some straw, and the strong scent of damp stone. You slept barely for 3 hours. Maybe 4 if you count the part where you dreamed you were awake. You fumble for your robe in the near dark. Its coarse smells faintly of mildew, and the collar scratches your neck just enough to remind you that you are not at a spa. You hear feet shuffling in the hallway. No one talks, no one even hums. You quickly learn that silence isn't just encouraged here, it's mandatory except during specific prayer recitations. And even then you're not talking, you're chanting in Latin, out loud but not aloud, if that makes sense. You join the other monks moving like ghosts through the corridor. The torchlight flickers on stone walls that have seen centuries pass, and you swear one of them blinks at you. Probably the sleep deprivation. The air is cold, midnight, cave cold, and the floor beneath your feet is hard, uneven, and absolutely unforgiving. You shuffle into the chapel for matins, the first of 8 daily canonical hours. You will be back here often, too often. Everyone takes their place without a sound. You try to follow, but you misjudge the bench distance and sit down a little too hard. The sound echoes. Several heads turn. One monk raises an eyebrow so disapprovingly that you briefly consider requesting to sleep outside with the sheep. At least they don't judge. The chanting begins low, rhythmic, and impossibly well synchronized. You open your psalter and immediately realize that the page numbers are in Roman numerals. You try to match the monk's rhythm, but you're half a beat behind and an octave too flat. You mouth the words, not wanting to ruin the harmony, and hope no one notices you're stuck on Gloria Patri, while the rest have already moved on to Sicut erat in Principio. After what feels like 40 minutes, but is actually closer to 90, the matins service ends. There is no applause, no stretch break, no whispered nice job. Everyone files out just as silently as they came in. You follow shoulders tense, feeling like you just failed an exam you didn't know you were taking. You return to your cell for a moment, but there's no time to sleep. Lauds is coming in an hour, and you're expected to prepare. You try to sit, but the straw in your mattress pokes through your robe. You consider lying down just for a moment, but then the bell rings again. It doesn't care that you're new. It doesn't care that your eyelids feel like bricks. It just rings like a divine alarm clock with no snooze button. You rise again. Lauds is held at dawn. The sky is still a deep, reluctant blue, and birds haven't even begun their first tentative chirps. But the monks are already there, prayer books open, posture-perfect minds, presumably clearer than yours. You try to focus, to keep up, to remember the difference between a collect and a responsory. But your stomach grumbles loudly. You clutch your robe, hoping it mutes the sound. It doesn't. The monk next to you shoots a glance your way. It's brief, but devastating. You might as well have broken into a yodel. After Lauds, breakfast is permitted. You shuffle toward the refectory with a mixture of hunger and dread. The hall is stone cold and lined with benches. A loaf of bread and a bowl of something that might be barley porridge awaits you. You sit, you don't talk. Not even to say grace that's sung collectively once before eating begins. No chewing sounds allowed, no sipping. You must eat silently, reverently, like your mouth is a chapel and your tongue a monk in silent meditation. You take a bite of the bread. It's hard, impressively hard, possibly weaponized. The porridge, on the other hand, is soft, but suspiciously so, like it's been reheated from last week. You chew carefully, trying not to let your teeth clack. A few monks glance up at you as you eat. You realize your chewing rhythm is off. You're chewing too rhythmically, like you're doing Morse code. You slow it down. Now it just sounds erratic. You settle for tiny, bird-like bites and drink your water as quietly as possible. It's room temperature and smells faintly of copper. You pretend it's herbal tea. You pretend you have choices. The meal ends with the ringing of a small handbell. You rise. A short blessing is sung, and then silence resumes. You file out with the others, unsure if you're nourished or just trained. By mid-morning, you're assigned your first labor task of the day, scrubbing the chapel floor. You're handed a worn cloth, a bucket of not quite clear water, and a stern nod. You begin humming internally to pass the time. Unfortunately, your foot slips slightly, and the bucket rattles. One monk looks over, frowns, and makes a small hand gesture, 3 fingers tapped to the heart. You later learn it means be mindful, but in the moment it feels a lot like stop pretending this is fun. You continue scrubbing, watching dust swirl in shafts of sunlight like tiny spirits trying to escape the silence. You imagine one whispering, "Get out while you still can." But you nod politely and keep scrubbing. There's no talking here, not even to imaginary dust ghosts. By the time the terse bell rings for the next prayer hour, you've begun to understand something important. The silence here isn't just a rule. It's the air itself, the language, the structure of thought. It's meant to strip you down not just of noise, but of identity. And whether that feels enlightening or mildly terrifying depends entirely on how much you liked hearing your own voice. But no time to dwell. Your knees are soaked, your hands pruny, and your heart oddly calm. You rise, bow slightly to no one in particular, and walk slowly toward the chapel once more. A little quieter this time. Terce is brief, at least, compared to matins. Just a few carefully measured chants and a silent return to your cell. You're not sure if the brevity is a kindness or a tease. It gives you time, technically, but not enough to nap, not enough to read, and certainly not enough to question your life choices out loud. Not that you could. You're still not allowed to talk. You sit at the tiny wooden desk in your cell, staring at the only decoration you're allowed: a simple cross on the wall and a shelf holding a psalter, a candle, and a cracked clay bowl. A spider crawls lazily up the window slit, pauses, then lowers itself onto your desk like it's got something wise to say. You nod back. It's the only company you've had all day. Your task before sext is simple. Copy a passage from the Rule of St. Benedict. Should be easy, you think, until you realize the text is in Latin, the quill is crooked, and the ink smells like fermented mushrooms. You dip the tip carefully, trying not to let the excess drip onto the parchment. Your first stroke is shaky, the second, slightly better. By the third, your fingers have begun cramping like they're writing under duress, which, to be fair, they are. You write slowly, each word feeling like a test. Obedientia sine mora. Obedience without delay. You wonder if that includes breakfast delays, or sleep, or bladder breaks. You dip the quill again and keep going. You accidentally smudge a word with your sleeve and have to sand it down with crushed eggshells. A monk walks by your open door, glances in, and nods. Approval. Warning. You'll never know. The bell rings for sext, the midday prayer. You clean your hands with a damp cloth, splash your face with cold water from the basin, and head to the chapel. Again. The sunlight now spills through high windows, turning dust into golden fog. It should be beautiful. It is beautiful. But all you can think about is your stomach and your spine, both in varying stages of protest. During sext, you manage to stay awake. Barely. The monk next to you sways slightly with the rhythm of the chant, and you mimic his motion to stay focused. One verse in particular stands out: In silentio et in spe erit fortitudo vestra. In silence and hope shall be your strength. You repeat it mentally. You want to believe it. You want to believe strength is quietly building somewhere inside you instead of just a deep, aching emptiness forming in your abdomen. Lunch follows sext, but don't let the word fool you. It's not much different from breakfast. Another piece of hard bread, a small scoop of lentil mush, and a slice of turnip. No meat. Never meat. Not unless it's a feast day and you already checked it's not. You eat slowly, silently, watching the candlelight flicker across stone walls. A beetle crawls across the table. No one reacts. Maybe it's considered a guest. After the short blessing, the prior rises and everyone follows suit. You bow slightly, even though your lower back protests, and return your bowl to the cleaning area. Then it's time for Lectio Divina spiritual reading and reflection. You're handed a leather-bound volume and led to the scriptorium. You sit at a desk with uneven legs, open the book, and realize it's in Latin again. Of course it is. Of course it. You read slowly, tracing each line with your finger like a child relearning language, which in a way you are. The Rule of Saint Benedict again. This time the chapter is about humility. It lists 12 steps. The first is fear of God. The last is always manifesting humility in speech, posture, and silence. You pause. Of course, even silence can be done wrong. Outside, you can hear the wind picking up. A few autumn leaves scatter across the stone path outside the window. You close the book and rest your head on the desk for just a second. A hand taps your shoulder. It's the librarian monk. He doesn't speak. He just hands you a cloth and points to the window ledge. You clean it. Dust and cobwebs and one very offended-looking beetle. Later, you're done. Your reward. A small nod. You return to your cell, exhausted in a way that sleep doesn't fix. The bell rings for none, mid-afternoon prayer. You're getting good at timing your bladder. You line up with the others, file into the chapel. The chants this time are slightly more melodic, a little more hopeful. Or maybe that's just the afternoon light playing tricks on your senses. You stand through most of it. Kneel a few times. Sit briefly. Stand again. You've stopped thinking of these motions as individual actions. They're part of a rhythm now, like breathing, or blinking, or wondering why your kneecaps feel like ancient stone tablets. Back to the garden next. You're handed a rake and sent to clear leaves from the herb beds. You work slowly, carefully, as silence still holds the air in its firm grip. Occasionally a crow caws in the distance. That's the loudest sound you hear all hour. The thyme smells wonderful, though. Earthy sharp with a hint of lemon. The lavender, too. It softens the moment. You breathe deeply and try to enjoy it. And try. Then you accidentally step on a worm. You apologize internally and rake faster. By now, the sky is beginning to change color. You feel like you've lived an entire life since the matins bell. You haven't spoken a word. You haven't laughed. You haven't even yawned properly for fear of being heard. And yet, you haven't completely lost your mind. There's something strange and quiet settling inside you like still water. Maybe this is what they mean by spiritual discipline. Or maybe your brain has just gone numb from chanting and lentils. The bell rings again. Vespers. Evening prayer. The final long one before Compline. You gather your things well, your rake and your fraying robe, and head inside. The candles are already lit. Their flames flicker like small ancient dancers, casting long shadows on the walls. The monks begin to sing. You know some of the verses now. Your voice joins, still unsure but steady, not loud, never loud, but there. You glance to your left. The elder monk who glared at you earlier. He's smiling, just slightly. It could be gas. It could be divine approval. Either way, you take it. And for a few precious minutes, you forget how tired you are. You forget the cold, the silence, the hunger. You sing a little louder, just a little. Then the candle beside you sputters out and the darkness reminds you where you are. By the time Compline arrives, the final prayer of the day, you've developed a strange appreciation for the chapel's acoustics. The way soft voices echo in stone halls feels almost magical now, like the walls are quietly memorizing every note you sing. And perhaps they are. After all, these stones have heard centuries of whispered prayers of monks like you, shuffling and half asleep and half frozen, trying to hold on to grace with cracked lips and tired knees. You kneel as expected. You bow when they bow. You trace the sign of the cross as slowly and reverently as possible, and you hope no one notices that your fingers still shake a little when they hover near your forehead. The chant tonight includes Psalm 91. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. It's supposed to bring comfort, and oddly enough it does. You close your eyes for a moment during the response, and for once, you don't imagine food or a warm bath. You imagine quiet, the kind that doesn't suffocate, the kind that wraps around your thoughts like a blanket instead of a cage. After the final benediction, no one says a word. Of course, the candles are snuffed. You return to your cell beneath a canopy of stars barely visible through the narrow corridor slits. A faint breeze follows you inside, cool, clean, and filled with the scent of crushed thyme and stone dust. You lie down on your cot. It creaks once, then settles. You fold your hands across your chest the way you've seen the others do. You don't know if it helps you sleep or just reminds you of a tomb statue. It takes longer than you expect for sleep to arrive. Not because you aren't tired, your bones feel like melted iron, but because your mind won't let go. You replay the day, the chanting, the rhythm of silence, the beetle at lunch, the smile from the elder monk, the smudged Latin, and the window ledge you dusted. All of it loops soft and slow like a lullaby you can't hum. You're not sure when your eyes finally close, but when they open again, it's not to sunlight. It's to another bell. Welcome to day 2. You groan internally, of course, and reach for your robe. It's still damp from the laundry water, and it clings to your arms like cold seaweed. You stumble slightly on your way out, tripping on the hem, and right yourself just in time to catch the tail end of the procession heading to Matins. Again. Already. Time is a flat circle in the monastery, and that circle has a bell attached to it. This morning's service is longer, perhaps due to the feast day of Saint Somebody. Honestly, you didn't catch the name. The monks chanted it once in Latin before disappearing into a new psalm that seems to go on forever. You sit straighter today. You even match the chant a little better. But it's still painfully clear you're the outsider here. You don't glide, you plod. You don't chant, you mumble. You're not silent, you're constantly trying to be silent. It's different. They feel it. You feel it. After Matins, you're directed toward the kitchen. Today is your turn to help prepare the midday meal. And by help they mean scrub cauldrons, enormous soot-blackened onion-scented cauldrons. You dip your hands into the wash bucket and immediately regret every decision that led to this moment. The water is icy, the cloth is rough, and whatever's stuck to the bottom of the pot predates your birth. Or a monk passes you a scrap of dried rosemary without a word. You blink, confused. Then he mimes dropping it into the cauldron. Ah, a silent suggestion for flavor. You nod, almost smiling. He nods back. Communication achieved. After the pots are scrubbed and the turnips sliced, you're free for a short time. You head to the library, which isn't a library in the modern sense, more like a stone room with 20 books each chained to its stand. You're allowed to read one today. The prior points at a dusty tome, and you begin. The Latin is dense. You reread one line 5 times before you realize it's not even a complete sentence. Still, the act of reading in silence, surrounded by other readers in silence, feels oddly satisfying. Your thoughts don't have to compete. The pages whisper ideas at a gentler volume. For the first time in days, you don't miss your phone. You don't even miss your voice. But then the wind picks up outside. A wooden shutter bangs open somewhere. A loud clatter echoes. Every monk in the room lifts their head in perfect synchronization. You freeze the open book on your lap, forgotten. Then just as quickly they all return to reading. Nothing is said, but the silence feels different now. Tighter. You learn later that the clatter was a sign high winds mean evening candle processions will be shortened and the water barrel near the chapel needs to be covered. How did you learn this? Hand signals. One monk pointed at the window, then mimed fire, then mimed wind, then a triangle. You think that means chapel, or possibly don't burn down. You nod either way. It seems safest. By late afternoon, you are back in the garden. Raking, always raking. You've begun naming the herbs. That one's Gregory, the bushy one by the wall. Definitely a Beatrice. You think the time is plotting something. Vespers rolls around and you hum under your breath on the way in. Not loud, not even audible, but a habit. The monk in front of you stops and turns. You freeze. He doesn't scold you. He doesn't gesture. He simply pauses, tilts his head, and then continues walking. You're not sure what that means, but you vow to never hum again. The night ends again with Compline. Same psalm, same chant, same creaky cot. But this time as you lie down, you don't feel quite so lost. Still cold, yes. Still tired. Still hungry in ways that barley mush can't fix. But there's a rhythm forming now, soft and steady. And in that rhythm, a small silence begins to grow, not forced, not empty, but chosen. You fall asleep before the candle goes out. The candle sputters once, then dies. But you don't notice. You're already asleep, curled on your side, with your fingers still folded as if in prayer. Morning comes without asking for permission, and the bell rings again, reminding you that sleep in the monastery is more a courtesy than a rite. You rise before your thoughts fully gather your robe, now permanently shaped to your frame by repetition. Every movement is quieter, not because you're told to be, but because now you understand why. Matins is colder this morning. The wind sneaks through cracks in the stone, curling around your ankles and lifting your hem just enough to make you regret not tightening your belt sash. Still, your steps are sure. You don't trip. You don't even drop your psalter. You've begun to chant not well, but willingly. The words no longer feel foreign in your mouth, just ancient. After the service, you're sent to help Brother Abel in the scriptorium. He is older, bent nearly double, and smells faintly of vinegar and beeswax. He doesn't speak. He hasn't in years, but his eyes are sharp and his quill is legendary. Your job is simple. Grind pigments. He points to a small pile of ochre. and a smooth stone. You kneel and begin to work. The grinding is rhythmic, satisfying, like breathing through your fingers. You press gently, scrape in circles, and whisper a silent apology to the rock every time your wrist cramps. Abel watches you with mild amusement, then hands you a mortar to try lapis. The blue is deeper than sky and softer than dusk. You crush it into dust, then mix it with egg yolk and water until it becomes a glistening paint. It smells odd, but looks holy. Beside you, Abel begins illuminating a capital letter in a psalter. A vine twists from the B in Beatus, curling into a small gold leaf angel with a crooked halo. He catches you staring and slides the parchment toward you, inviting you to add a leaf. You hesitate, then dip the brush, then breathe. The stroke is shaky, but it holds. A part of you now lives on that page. At lunch, you're allowed half a fig. Someone must have donated them. It's sweet, sticky, and tastes so vivid it nearly makes you weep. You chew slowly, trying not to show emotion. Monks don't emote during meals. But inside your soul is tap dancing in gratitude. You savor every grain of its flesh, the way the seeds crack, the way the flavor lingers on the back of your tongue. Afterward, you rinse your bowl in silence and feel strangely full. Sext brings another prayer, and afterward, you're assigned latrine duty. The less said, the better. Suffice it to say that the latrines are built over a creek. Gravity is the sanitation system. You use a brush made of bundled twigs and enough vinegar to clear a battlefield. You don't gag anymore. You're evolving, or numbing, possibly both. Back at your cell, you find a scrap of parchment tucked under your psalter. It's a list of feast days with 2 dates circled. One is tomorrow, the feast of St. Hildegard. You're not sure what that means, but you remember someone whispered, gestured, that sometimes on feast days, the rule of silence is gently relaxed. You can hardly believe it. A day with words, you barely sleep. Your dreams are strange, filled with singing figs and monks with glowing eyes who chant in perfect harmony while floating above the chapel floor. When the morning bell rings, you're already sitting up. Matins arrives, and you notice a change. The candles are arranged in a new pattern. The air smells faintly of honey. Someone has polished the chapel floor to an almost dangerous shine. The chants include verses you haven't heard before, ones with melody that lifts and dips like a lullaby. During the final verse, a single voice speaks aloud. Not chants, speaks. You nearly fall off your bench. It's the prior. He reads a short passage about St. Hildegard's visions, her love of music, and her belief that silence like sound is a gift best shared sparingly. He smiles gently, then gestures with one open palm. The room remains quiet, but alive. There's energy beneath the silence now. An invitation. You look to your left. A monk whispers a greeting to another. Just one word. It's like lightning in the still water. You clear your throat cautiously. No one reacts. After the service, you're brought to the refectory and handed a small bowl of honeyed oats and... Is that a slice of apple? It glows like a gem in your bowl. You eat it last, letting the sweetness soak into your tongue like a psalm. A monk nearby raises a cup in your direction. You raise yours. A toast wordless but clear. Later that day, you're back in the scriptorium working beside Brother Abel again. This time, he nudges your elbow and mimes a question pointing at you, then drawing a tiny monk silhouette with his fingers, followed by a question mark. You think he's asking if you'll stay. You don't answer with words, but you do reach for a quill and begin to write something not from scripture, not from a rule book, not from instruction. You write the word quiet. Then next to it in smaller script, not empty. Abel reads it, nods. Then for the first time you see his lips move. He whispers exactly, By the time company arrives, you've spoken 2 words all day, but you've communicated 100 things. And when you kneel, bow, and raise your voice in chant, it doesn't feel like mimicry anymore. It feels like belonging. You return to your cell and light your candle. It burns steadily, no longer fighting the darkness, just softening it. You lie back, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And when you finally drift off, it's not to silence, it's to peace. The next morning greets you not with a bell, but with bird song. A rare and precious intrusion into the sacred quiet, one that makes even the monks pause in their procession to matins and glance just slightly toward the window slits. A blackbird, singing like it doesn't know the rules, or maybe it does and it just doesn't care. You smile to yourself, and that's enough. A silent rebellion shared between you and a creature with feathers. Matins proceeds as expected. Though you're starting to realize expected in the monastery still leaves room for tiny, curious deviations. This time, Brother Remigius forgets a line of the psalm. The pause lasts half a breath too long before the others fill it in. No one scolds him, no one gestures. But after the prayer ends, he places a small pebble on the altar as if to say, "My fault." It's a quiet apology, and it's enough. You like that. After the service, you're sent to tend to the fish pond. You didn't even know there was a fish pond. It's tucked behind a low stone wall near the herb garden, shielded from the wind by a thicket of blackthorn. The pond is shallow, lined with river stones, and home to a dozen sluggish, unimpressed carp. One of them glares at you as if offended you've disturbed its theological musings. Your task is simple: clear the fallen leaves. You kneel at the edge, skimming with a woven basket, scooping soggy brown clusters from the surface. Your knees ache, but your mind doesn't. The water is cold, clear. You can see your reflection. Your tonsure is starting to grow out at the edges, a fuzzy halo of indecision. You don't mind. Across the pond, you notice Brother Marius doing the same, on hands and knees, humming something under his breath. A hymn, a folk song. It doesn't matter. You nod to him and he nods back. You work in tandem, opposite sides of the mirror. Afterward, he offers you a pear. Where did he get a pear? You don't ask, you accept. It's underripe but fresh, and it crunches loud in the otherwise still air. He smiles when you flinch at the sound, then gestures chew slower. You both laugh, silently but sincerely. Back in the cloister, you're given a new assignment. Join the novice master in preparing wax for candles. The workroom smells like bees and smoke and something vaguely herbal. Barrels of tallow sit beside clay pots of lavender and rosemary. The wax is melted in an iron pot over a low flame, and you're told to stir. Not with a spoon, with a stick carved from rowan wood. You stir and stir and stir. Your mind wanders. The wax glistens opaque and fragrant. You feel like an alchemist, like you're summoning light from darkness. The novice master, Brother Evo, watches you with calm eyes, then hands you a wick and gestures toward a row of drying frames. Your first candle is too thick at the base and crooked at the tip. Your second is worse, but your third passable. You dip and turn and dip again. It becomes hypnotic. Dip, lift, cool, dip again. You wonder how many monks before you have made this exact motion in this exact room with this same smell in their robes. You feel faintly like part of something vast and slow. Later during lunch, you sit near Brother Theodoric, who, according to rumor conveyed entirely through hand signals, used to be a nobleman. No one speaks of it, no one asks, but you see it in the way he slices his bread, perfectly even, like precision was once expected of him. He shares a single dried plum with you. It's wrinkled and sour, and you love it. You love that it was offered, that it meant something. Here, where words are scarce, small gestures echo louder than speeches. After sext, you return to your cell and find a new robe folded on your cot. Not new, really, just new to you. The fabric is slightly softer, the hem less frayed. You don't know who left it. No note, no sign, just the quiet kindness of a community that speaks through action. You wear it with a strange sense of pride. Afternoon brings study. You're asked to recite a portion of Psalm 119 in Latin. You stumble over the middle verses. Your accent betrays you. The elder monk leading the session raises a single finger, not in warning, but in invitation. You try again, slower, clearer. You get it right. He nods, then moves on. No praise, no reward, but you feel lighter. In the library that evening, you come across a manuscript on herbs and their medicinal uses. The illustrations are crude but earnest. A rosemary plant with eyes, a lemon balm leaf, labeled for sadness of the heart. You copy a passage into your notebook, carefully drawing the awkward little mint leaves with their uneven teeth. It's peaceful, even comforting, until the bell rings again, vespers. You kneel, you chant, you breathe. You no longer flinch when the cold seeps through the floor. You no longer dread the rhythm. You follow it willingly. The silence doesn't push against you now. It holds you like water, like a lullaby without words. After the service, the prior invites you wordlessly with a gesture to join the candle procession. You hold your own creation. It flickers nervously in the wind, but it burns. You walk through the cloister in the dusk, the candles casting small, wobbly circles of light on the stone. Shadows of robes sway against the walls like ghosts performing a quiet ballet. At Compline, you chant with your whole breath, not loudly, but with certainty. Then you sleep, and you dream of rosemary and pears and wax that never cools. The next day begins in darkness once more, but something is different. You rise before the bell, not out of duty or fear, but because your body has begun to understand the rhythm of monastery life. You move silently, dressing by candlelight, folding your blanket with care, even though no one is watching. Or maybe especially because no one is watching. When you step into the corridor, the air is cooler than usual, crisp, clean. It smells faintly of moss and early mist, with the lightest trace of something sweet, maybe the last of the apples drying in the cellar. As you walk toward the chapel for matins, your footfalls match the faint echo of others. It's no longer a march. It's a procession. It feels like prayer, even before the chanting begins. This morning, the psalm is one you know by heart now. Your voice merges with the others in the dim, candlelit hall, and you don't stumble. You don't mumble. You breathe. And the sound that leaves your mouth feels more like belonging than language. After the service, you're assigned to the cellar, a place you've never visited before. Brother Audric leads the way, carrying a ring of keys that jingle softly, like a wind chime made of secrets. The stairs curve downward into cool earth, and the walls grow slick with moisture. You pass shelves stacked with pottery bundles of dried roots hanging from hooks and barrels sealed with beeswax. In the far corner, Brother Audric gestures to a mound of apples in burlap sacks. Your task is to sort them firm from soft spotted from sound. The work is tactile and surprisingly soothing. The apples are small, misshapen, humble. Some smell sharp, others faintly of honey. You arrange them into neat rows, discovering that even in fruit there's a kind of order. Even in decay, there's sweetness. You find one apple that's nearly perfect. You hold it up to the lantern light, admiring its pale gold skin. Brother Audric sees you, nods once, and mimes taking a bite. You hesitate, then do it. The crunch is thunderous in the cellar. You freeze, then laugh silently. So does he. When you return to the upper cloister, the world has warmed. Sunlight pours through the stone arches, painting gold across the courtyard. Birds sing again. Leaves skitter across the path, chased by a lazy breeze. It feels like the monastery is exhaling. Before terce, you visit the chapel early. You sit near the back. No one notices. Or rather, they notice, but they understand. You look up at the vaulted ceiling. The ribs of stone look like the underside of a great sleeping whale. You imagine being swallowed whole by silence. Not consumed, just held. The bell rings and you rise. Chanting flows easily now. You even close your eyes during the Gloria. It feels safe. After prayers, you're told to assist in the scriptorium again. Brother Abel is already there, bent over a page of thick vellum, his hand steady as he traces the edge of an illuminated initial. He motions for you to sit beside him, then pushes forward a blank page. You take a deep breath and begin. Today he lets you try gold leaf. It comes in squares so thin they tremble with the slightest breath. You hold your own, carefully lowering it onto the sticky, honey-scented adhesive you applied with a squirrel hair brush. It clings, curls, and then settles. You press it with a pad of soft cotton, and when you pull away, the gold glows like a secret. Brother Abel grins. You feel 10 feet tall. Lunch is quieter than usual. Not because of stricter silence, but because something in the air feels thoughtful. A kind of peaceful stillness has wrapped itself around the community. You eat barley bread and onion soup in shared gratitude. One monk offers you a dried apricot. Another passes the salt without needing to be asked. After sext, you walk the cloister path alone for a moment. You count the steps 78 from one arch to the next. You trace the etched names in the stone wall monks long gone still remembered. One of them shares your name. You touch the letters gently. It feels like joining hands with a ghost who welcomes you. Then a sound breaks the moment. Laughter, soft, surprised, and quickly muffled. You turn. 2 novices are scrubbing a wooden bench and one slipped spraying a little water on the other's robe. Their eyes are wide. But then Brother Evo passes by, glances at them, and offers the smallest of smiles. It passes like a ripple. No one speaks, but no one is punished. That afternoon, you are given a new task, helping prepare ink. The process is ancient. Oak galls are crushed, soaked in rainwater, mixed with iron sulfate and a dash of wine vinegar. It smells earthy, metallic, alive. You stir it slowly, watching it darken from pale amber to rich brown black. This is the ink of kings, of scholars, of saints. You feel honored to ruin a few pages with it. Vespers comes and you kneel with the others. A soft drizzle begins outside. You hear it tapping against the chapel roof. It plays counterpoint to your chants, nature adding her verse to your litany. The candlelight is brighter tonight, or maybe your eyes are clearer. After Compline, you're not quite ready to sleep. Instead, you sit in your cell by the window, slit, watching the rain streak down the stone. You open your psalter to a page you haven't visited before. The margin is filled with small doodles, tiny faces, birds, stars. A monk centuries ago sat where you sit now, drew what you see now, felt what you feel now. The thought humbles you. You close the book, blow out the candle, and sleep. And this time your dream is not of noise or voices or the life you left behind. It is simply this: a hallway of stone, a pool of silence, a single flame in the dark, and the knowledge that it will never go out. You wake before the bell again, not because you're trying to impress anyone, but because the monastery has done something strange to your body, trained it to rise like a tide in rhythm with a silence deeper than sleep. You sit up slowly, letting the cold wrap around your shoulders, and you realize you don't resent it anymore. The chill has become part of the ritual. It tells you the world is still quiet, still sacred, still waiting. In the chapel during matins, the candles seem to burn lower today, or perhaps the air is heavier. The chants come slower, weighted by something unsaid. You notice it in the way the voices strain to stay in unison. Someone is missing. You count heads silently. Brother Sylvan, the monk with the slightly crooked fingers who always struck the tuning pitch. His place is empty. No one says it, of course. No one gestures. But everyone feels the gap. That's the strange thing about silence. It can make an absence feel louder than a shout. After prayer, the prior steps forward and holds up a piece of parchment. A name, a departure. Brother Sylvan has been reassigned to another monastery to help with rebuilding their scriptorium after a fire. There's no ceremony, no speeches, just a nod, a small bow, a candle placed in his spot, flickering just a little more than the others. You stare at it, and for the first time you feel the ache of impermanence in a place that feels timeless. You're reassigned to garden duty this morning. The soil is damp from the night rain, and your boots sink with each step. You're told to tend the cabbage beds, pull weeds, check for snails, fluff the straw that keeps the roots from freezing. It's quiet work and surprisingly intimate. You never thought you'd have conversations with cabbage, but here you are, apologizing aloud very softly when you tug too hard at a weed and startle the neighboring leaf. You find a slug the size of your thumb curled in the shade. You carry it gently to the compost heap, feeling both like a judge and a savior. In the distance, someone's ringing the bell for terse. You brush the soil from your hands and hurry, arriving just as the others begin the first verse. This psalm is about enduring hardship with humility. You've heard it before, but this time it settles differently in your bones. Maybe it's the garden soil still under your nails. Maybe it's Brother Sylvan's candle still burning in your memory. After the service, you're sent to the script room again, but not to write. Today you clean. The floor is stone, the dust ancient. You sweep in slow circles, watching motes dance in beams of light. Every corner holds a forgotten feather, a dried ink stain, a trace of someone else's effort. You find a fragment of parchment beneath a desk, just a single line, in silencio et spe, in silence and hope. You tuck it into your sleeve without thinking. Lunch is served in absolute stillness. Turnip soup again with barley bread and a handful of dried currants. One monk passes you a piece of crust from his portion. You nod in thanks, not because you need more food, but because the gesture reminds you that community can be spoken through hands and eyes and half a crust of bread. After the meal, as bowls are collected and washed in cold water, someone hums, a single note, barely audible. No one reacts. Maybe it was accidental, maybe not. Sext arrives and you move with the others like ripples across a pond. The chanting is softer than usual, maybe because everyone is tired, maybe because everyone is thinking of someone who isn't here. The prior's voice cracks near the end of the reading, just once. A breath catches, a blink too long. No one comments, but no one forgets. You spend the afternoon stacking firewood beside the laundry room. It's a slow task, and the wood is damp heavy. Your gloves are too thin. Your fingers ache by the third stack, but the rhythm helps. Stack, step, stack again. You begin to see patterns in the bark faces animals, even a perfect spiral. You wonder if monks ever recorded visions they saw in firewood. You vow to draw one in your notebook later. Vespers brings a change. Instead of the usual hymns, the prior reads a passage aloud in the vernacular, not Latin. A rare thing. It's about light in the darkness, about finding warmth in service. You catch every word, and they land like stones in a deep well, echoing far longer than you expect. You're given a candle afterward, one you dipped yourself 2 days ago. It's slightly lopsided. The wick curls like a question mark. Still, you light it proudly and carry it during the evening walk around the cloister. Your breath rises in small clouds. The wind is gentle. The stones feel familiar beneath your feet. Compline is quiet, even more than usual. The candle you carry is placed in a small niche in the chapel wall. It flickers next to a dozen others, a trembling choir of fire. You kneel, you chant, you breathe. The Psalms speak of rest, of surrender, of peace. You don't need translation for that. Back in your cell, you unfold the scrap of parchment. In silencio et spe, you copy it into your notebook, then draw a cabbage beside it, smiling at the absurdity. A sacred leaf, a silent hope. You lie down, hands folded, eyes half closed, and just before the candle dies, you think of Brother Sylvan's smile, and how quiet goodbyes echo the longest. The next morning arrives cloaked in fog thick enough to quiet even the gravel under your feet. As you make your way to Matins, it feels less like walking through a monastery and more like passing between worlds. The mist clings to the stone columns, turning the cloister into a corridor of ghosts. You move slower, more reverently, unsure whether you're early or late. Time here seems to dissolve in weather like this. Inside the chapel, the candles burn shorter than yesterday, and the air carries the faintest scent of beeswax and damp wool. You kneel. The chant begins. Your voice joins without hesitation, not because you've become perfect at it, far from it, but because you're no longer afraid of being imperfect. The silence between verses is what speaks now, and today it speaks of stillness, of transitions, of things gently letting go. After Matins, you're not assigned a chore. That itself is a strange sensation. No bucket, no brush, no rake. Brother Evo simply nods at you and gestures toward the orchard path. You take it as an invitation and walk. The orchard isn't large, just a dozen or so trees gnarled and stubborn, their last few apples clinging to the branches like quiet acts of defiance. You walk beneath them slowly, your breath fogging the air. A raven lands on the lowest limb, watching you with the kind of stare that makes you think it knows Latin better than you do. You sit on a low stone wall near the edge of the orchard and close your eyes. You listen, not just to the bird song, but to the wind threading through bare branches. The monastery behind you murmurs in distant bells and footsteps, and for once, there's no sense of urgency, just time. Plain, soft, open time. Eventually, your legs remind you it's cold, and you return to the cloister just in time for terce. The others file into the chapel hood, slightly damp from the mist. You chant with them, your voice hoarse from the morning air. The psalm today is about patience. Not the passive kind, but the kind that waits actively, alert, ready, faithful. You don't just hear the words, you feel them settle in your chest like a promise. Afterward, you're sent to assist in the laundry room. The place is less a room and more a covered corner of the courtyard with stone basins and wooden washboards. The water is drawn fresh from the well, which means your hands go numb within minutes. Still, you scrub. First a tunic, then another. The scent of old soap and wet linen fills your nose. There's a rhythm to it. Scrub, twist, rinse. You start humming without meaning to a tune you don't even recognize until you realize it's the opening chant from Matins. Brother Marius next to you raises an eyebrow, then hums along. The two of you continue silent mouths, united by water and a melody only the two of you seem to hear. Lunch is barley again, this time with a spoonful of lentils and a faint trace of rosemary. You sit next to Brother Theodoric, who has begun folding his napkin into increasingly elaborate shapes each day. Today's looks like a small cathedral. You try to mimic it. Yours resembles a squashed loaf of bread. He gives you a single raised eyebrow of approval, which in monastery terms is basically a parade. Sext arrives, and the chant includes a verse from Ecclesiastes. To everything there is a season. You think about the orchard, about the last apples, about the way things fall quietly when no one's looking. The words settle somewhere behind your ribs and stay there warm and heavy. That afternoon, the prior announces through gesture and brief reading that a delivery is coming. Supplies, new vellum, fresh oil for lamps, a wheel of hard cheese, maybe even soap. You're chosen to help receive it. You stand by the outer gate with two other monks as a cart arrives drawn by a shaggy brown mule with more personality than most humans. The driver, a layman, nods and keeps his voice low. No shouting here. He knows. You unload crates of provisions, stacking them neatly inside the storage room. When no one is watching, the driver sneaks you a small cloth bundle. Inside are 3 dried figs and a sliver of candied orange peel. A rare treat. You nod in thanks. He taps his nose, grins, and drives off. You don't eat the figs immediately. You wrap them again and place them under your sleeping mat. Some joys are meant to wait. Vespers that evening feels brighter, though the sky outside is gray. The chant echoes cleanly through the chapel, and when the final verse ends, you almost expect an encore. But no, just silence. Always the silence. Not emptiness, but closure. After the meal simple, again soup and crust, you visit the chapel once more. This time alone. The door creaks slightly as you enter. The candles are still lit from earlier flickering shadows against the stone walls. You sit in the back pew and simply breathe. You don't pray with words. You don't chant. You just sit, and something inside you listens. When Compline begins, you're already there. The others join quietly, forming a constellation of robes and bowed heads. You notice someone has fixed the draft by the window. A blanket is draped over the sill. Someone else has left a dried herb bundle at the altar. Lavender and sage, perhaps. Small kindnesses. Quiet repairs. You chant, you bow, you rise. Back in your cell, you finally unwrap the figs. One you eat slowly, savoring the sweetness. The other 2 you place on the ledge beside your psalter as if offering something back. Before sleep, you write a single sentence in your notebook. This life does not shout. It whispers until you remember how to hear. You blow out the candle, and this time even the silence feels like company. The fog lifts by morning, and what remains is an air so still it feels pressed flat against the stones. No breeze, no birdsong. Only the soft rhythm of robes brushing against cloister walls as the monks move to matins. You walk among them now with quiet confidence, not because you've mastered the silence, but because you're no longer resisting it. It's no longer a rule. It's a rhythm, a breath, a shape your days naturally settle into. Inside the chapel, the light has changed. It filters through narrow stained glass slits in muted blues and greens, painting gentle shadows on the floor. Today's psalm speaks of refuge, of shelter, beneath wings of trust in something unseen. You chant the verses slowly with deliberate care. You notice the small syncopations in Brother Evo's pace and find yourself adapting without thinking. You don't just follow now, you harmonize. After the service, you're assigned to the infirmary, not because you're sick, but because Brother Lentinus, the elderly caretaker, needs an assistant. The infirmary isn't a grand place, just 2 small rooms with wooden cots, shelves of dried herbs, and a few battered wooden bowls that have seen decades of service. You help prepare poultices, crush dried nettle into powder, and refill jars with balm made from beeswax and fennel. It smells like pepper and sunlight, and something faintly bitter like old tea. Brother Lentinus speaks occasionally, which is rare in this place. Softly, wisely. He tells you that healing begins with quiet, and that the body listens more carefully when the world does not shout. You nod, and the silence that follows feels like agreement, not absence. One of the patients is an older monk with a twisted ankle. He winces as you help him adjust the bandages. He makes no sound, but his hand briefly touches yours in silent thanks. You respond with a nod, not needing words to return the sentiment. At terse, the chant includes a passage from Isaiah, something about strength rising on wings like eagles. It resonates more than you expect, perhaps because earlier while grinding herbs you watched a feather fall through the light in the infirmary window and thought it looked like a blessing. Afterward, you return to the scriptorium. Today, instead of copying or illuminating, you're tasked with inventory. You count inkpots, check parchment rolls, and catalog quills that are still sharp enough to use. One has a carved spiral on its shaft, someone's private joke, perhaps. You run your thumb along the groove and imagine the monk who made it laughing quietly to himself between verses of psalms. Lunch is quiet as always. Turnip again, a corner of soft cheese, a pear slice that tastes of autumn and memory. You chew slowly, letting each flavor linger. Across the table, Brother Marius folds a napkin into the shape of a lamb. You try to copy him and end up with something that looks like a lumpy duck. He smiles, and this time lets out the faintest chuckle. You feel it more than hear it, but it counts. Sext brings a shorter chant than usual, and after the final Amen, the prior makes a gesture that stirs quiet excitement, permission for an afternoon of garden silence. A sacred pause in the rule, a moment where you may walk alone and think without fear of judgment or correction. You take the opportunity immediately, drifting toward the old stone bench beneath the beech tree near the south wall. The ground is soft with moss. The bench is cracked, lichen-covered, and perfect. You sit and breathe and listen. A bee visits the last bloom of clover near your foot. A leaf falls beside your shoulder and lands without a sound. Somewhere nearby, a novice coughs and then immediately freezes, horrified. You smile. You've been there. After a time, Brother Theodoric joins you, not beside you, but near enough to acknowledge your presence. He sits on a patch of grass, crosses his legs, and removes a small scroll from his sleeve. He reads for a while. You watch him, the way the wind lifts his hood just slightly, the way his fingers turn the page with reverence. He catches your gaze and nods. You nod back. This is conversation now. When the bell calls for vespers, the whole cloister moves as one again. You chant beside Brother Ivo, who carries the incense this evening. The air is soon filled with sandalwood and smoke curling toward the ceiling like whispered prayers. You inhale slowly, deeply. The scent stays with you, woven into your robe and your breath. After supper, as you clean your wooden spoon and bowl, Brother Audric hands you a folded piece of parchment. On it is a list of feast days and fasting dates. He gestures your turn to help update the calendar mural in the refectory. You've seen it before but never touched it. The painted wall holds a ring of seasons, saint stars. Your job will be to add a new saint's feast. Saint Godelieve, patron of forgiveness. You feel honored and slightly intimidated. Before Compline, you stand before the mural in the fading light. The face of the calendar is cracked in places, the colors dulled by candle smoke and years. But there's beauty in its endurance. You choose a quiet blue for the new saint's mark, a color that feels like healing, like gentleness, like a breath held and released. The chant at Compline is soft tonight. You feel it wrap around you like a robe made of voices. The psalm speaks of lying down in peace of safety under divine watch. You believe it now, not just with your head, but with your hands, your chest, your throat. Back in your cell, you find that someone has left a new piece of wool cloth folded on your cot. Soft, dyed a pale green. You don't know who it's from. You don't ask. You place it beside your psalter and touch it gently, grateful. Then you sit by your window and watch the sky darken. The stars appear slowly like cautious guests. You write a single line in your notebook. The quiet no longer waits for me. I follow it gladly now. You lie down and sleep like someone who's finally begun to understand. The candle on your windowsill has burned down by morning. Its wax cooled into soft ridges, like waves frozen mid-ripple. You brush the hardened pool with your thumb as you rise, leaving behind the warmth of your blanket with a kind of practiced reluctance. You've begun to notice the small ceremonies of your day, the way you fold your robe, the way you trace the stone with your fingertips on the way to matins, the way your breath fogs faintly in the early chill, but never enough to hide your expression. At matins, the chapel is unusually full. A visiting group of lay brothers has arrived from a nearby abbey, bringing new supplies and old news, though none of them will speak until after lauds. Their presence is a ripple, not a disturbance. They move like you do now, slow, reverent, and with the same silence that stretches beyond obedience into something gentler, deeper shared. You sit beside one who smells faintly of beeswax and saddle oil. His chant is rich, steady, older than yours. You don't try to match it, you simply follow, and the harmony is better for it. After prayer, the prior assigns you to assist in welcoming the guests with a round of hot water and dried rose hips for steeping. It's not a meal, not quite a greeting, just a gesture. You carry the clay mugs carefully, placing them on a wooden tray, while Brother Marius follows with the kettle. The scent of the tea drifts softly through the cloister like a rumor of spring. You offer it to each visitor with a slight bow. Most nod, a few smile, one bows lower than necessary, as if to say thank you for something more than tea. You share a cup with one of them beside the herb beds, sitting on an upturned bucket, while the mist finally lifts. He doesn't speak, but he gestures toward your hand stained slightly blue from pigment, and nods with what you think might be admiration. Then he opens his palm and shows you a smooth pebble painted with a perfect little fish in red ochre. He presses it into your hand gently, a gift. No words. You tuck it into your sleeve and hope it doesn't fall out. At terse, the chant seems brighter. Perhaps it's the sun now fully risen. Perhaps it's the new voices woven into the old song. Either way, your feet feel lighter as you return to your daily task, finishing the mural in the refectory. You gather your brushes, the bowl of pigment you ground yesterday, and a piece of cloth for cleaning your hands. The wall feels warmer now under your fingers, and the section you've been assigned, St. Godelieve's name and symbol, comes to life slowly beneath your careful strokes. You choose soft lines, a wheat sheaf, a droplet of water. The colors blend well, cool, forgiving, peaceful. You wonder if anyone will notice how different it is from the sharper, brighter saints painted above, or if they'll only notice the way it quietly balances the wheel. Either would be enough. Lunch comes later than usual, delayed by the guest monks unpacking. You eat in the cloister this time in a long, curved procession of seated figures along the inner path. The meal is cabbage stew with oat bread and a surprising addition, a single pickled plum. It wakes your senses with a jolt, sharp and sweet and utterly unexpected. You chew slowly, watching others experience the same small shock of flavor, followed by the same blank-faced attempts to remain solemn while clearly wondering who requested plums. After sext, the sun breaks fully through the clouds. You're asked to walk the perimeter wall with Brother Theodoric, checking for cracks, leaks, or signs of moss growth that could threaten the stone. He doesn't speak, of course, but he hums now and then, low, slow, more vibration than sound. The wall stretches around the monastery like a great exhale. As you walk, you catch glimpses of the outer world hills, sheep, distant trees still clinging to yellow leaves. You wonder if they miss you. You wonder if you miss them. Then Brother Theodoric taps your shoulder and points to a hairline fracture in one corner of the wall. He pulls a pouch from his robe and reveals a small tool wedge-shaped. You watch him press the edge gently into the crack and apply beeswax with a sliver of cloth, not to repair it, not yet, but to mark it, to say, "We see you. We'll return. It's enough for now." As you circle back, the bell calls for vespers. You hurry to the chapel, arriving just in time. This time the chant includes harmonics, something rarely done reserved for shared feasts or holy days. The sound climbs in waves, layered voices stretching and folding into one another like linen. It fills the space until the very walls seem to breathe. Your voice trembles at first, then steadies. You feel the music not just in your chest, but in your feet, your throat, your spine. It becomes you. For a moment you're no longer singing. You are the song. After supper, lentils and carrot mash with a crust of peppered bread, you help collect the dishes. One guest monk accidentally drops his spoon. It clatters. He freezes. The room goes still. Then the prior lets out the softest cough, half amused, and the silence eases. A few shoulders shake with stifled laughter. It's the loudest moment of the day, and still no one speaks, but everyone understands. As night falls, Brother Abel calls you to the scriptorium. He's working on a page filled with marginal illustrations, some devotional, some whimsical. You recognize your own clumsy leaf design from weeks ago, now woven into a border around Psalm 42. He points to it, then to a blank margin on the next page, then to you, an invitation. You pick up the brush hand steady. You paint a small star, then a sprig of thyme. Then, without quite knowing why, a tiny fish in red ochre, just like the one on the pebble you were given. Brother Abel leans back and lets out a single wordless hum of approval. It's the closest thing to praise you've ever heard in this place. It makes your chest warm. Compline is quiet again. After the layered harmonics of Vespers, the simplicity is welcome. One voice, one pace, one breath at a time. Back in your cell, you place the painted pebble on the shelf beside your psalter, right next to the napkin lamb and the folded wool cloth. None of it is extravagant, none of it loud, but it's more than decoration. It's proof that silence, when shared, becomes memory. You light your candle. You write just one line. The monastery doesn't speak, but it never forgets. You fall asleep as the wax softens into a pool. You wake to the sound of rain. Not thunder, not wind, just the soft, steady tap of droplets slipping through the roof tiles, hitting the stone outside your cell with the kind of rhythm that doesn't demand attention but earns it anyway. It's still dark. Matins is close. You light your candle with practiced hands, watching the tiny flame fight against the cold air. And you wonder, not for the first time, how something so small can hold back the dark so completely. As you step into the corridor, you hear the others before you see them. The muffled footsteps, the rustle of woolen robes, the occasional breath catching against a yawn, quickly silenced. Today feels slower, not tired exactly, just inward, as if everyone woke up carrying the same dream, but no one can say what it was. In the chapel, the air is cooler than usual. The stone beneath your knees seeps cold straight into your bones, but you barely register it. The psalm this morning is a lament, something about being exiled, about yearning for home. You chant the words unsure if you're singing for someone else or yourself. Either way, the echo comforts more than the meaning. After matins, you're assigned to the apothecary. Brother Lentinus meets you there with a nod, already sorting dried bundles of lemon balm and valerian. The room smells like dust and rosemary, and the windows are fogged with condensation. You're told to grind dried poppy heads into powder used sparingly, he says, only when pain becomes louder than prayer. You work in silence, the mortar and pestle offering a steady rhythm. As you crush each petal and pod, the scent rises, faint, earthy, almost sleepy. Later, Brother Lentinus hands you a tin of beeswax salve and gestures toward the guest wing. One of the visiting monks has a rash from traveling in the rain. You walk slowly, carrying the tin with both hands like it's precious. In a way, it is. When you arrive, the monk, old hunched, wrapped in 2 layers of cloaks, smiles as he accepts the gift. He doesn't speak, but he touches your sleeve briefly before bowing. You bow back. That's more than enough. At Terce, the chapel feels warmer, or perhaps it's just your robe still faintly scented with poppy dust. The chant is short-focused, a reminder that work is prayer too. Afterward, you're not sent to a specific chore. Instead, Brother Evo simply hands you a slate board and a piece of chalk. He points toward the cloister wall and shrugs. You know what he means. You spend the next hour copying verses onto the slate and hanging them in the scriptorium for others to see. Each line you choose feels deliberate. Today you write, "Be still and know." That's it. Nothing more. You leave it hanging where the light catches it just right. Lunch arrives early. Warm lentil soup with bits of leek, a slice of rye bread, and miraculously a boiled egg. You eat slowly, savoring the soft center, the salt sprinkled just right. Brother Marius nudges your bowl gently with his elbow after the meal and slides over a tiny folded paper. Inside is a drawing your fish from the previous day, but now with a crown. You snort. He grins. No one else reacts, though a few lips twitch. Sext is brief. You kneel, you chant, you rise. The afternoon is yours unexpectedly. The prior gestures toward the inner courtyard where the rain has slowed to a drizzle. You step into the cloister path barefoot, letting the wet stone cool your soles. There's a joy in it, quiet and small and almost childish. You lift your robe hem slightly and walk the length of the cloister twice just to feel the earth again. In one corner of the garden you find Brother Theodoric sketching in charcoal on a scrap of parchment. He sees you, waves you over, and hands you a spare piece. You hesitate, then kneel beside him. Your sketch is crude. A leaf, a snail, a badly proportioned chapel bell. He takes it without comment and adds it to a growing pile of other monks' sketches, an informal archive of silent afternoons. You feel honored to be included. When the bell rings for Vespers, you feel the shift in the air before the sound even reaches your ears. The chapel is golden this evening. The rain clouds have pulled back just enough to let the sun in at an angle that makes the windows glow. You chant beside Brother Evo again. He's older, slower, but never off-key. You try to match his pitch steady and sure. After the meal, root stew, crusty bread, and a small apple slice, you return to the mural in the refectory. You bring with you a brush, a tiny bowl of brown pigment, and the quietest part of your thoughts. You add only one thing, a line curling beneath St. Godelieve's name, a simple vine. It twines upward, holding nothing, needing nothing. You don't explain why. Compline closes the day gently. The chapel smells like lavender again. Someone must have swept the floor with an herb bundle. The psalm tonight includes the line, "In peace, I will lie down and sleep." You whisper it barely audible and realize it's the first spoken word you've uttered all day. Back in your cell, you find your fish drawing tucked under your psalter. Someone has added a second this time. A fish and a candle swimming side by side. You press the paper flat and place it inside your notebook beneath the line you wrote yesterday. Then before sleep you write something new. The silence does not demand. It invites. The candle flickers once, then holds. You drift off not like someone escaping the day, but like someone completing it. The wind rises overnight, and by morning it hums through the monastery like a long, low breath held between centuries. It tugs gently at shutters, whistles through the arches, and whispers down the corridors like it's searching for someone who hasn't arrived yet. You dress in layers, your robe, your cloak, and the wool cloth someone left for you days ago. It still smells faintly of cedar and quiet kindness. Matins feels different today. The chant is slower, lower, as though the whole chapel is bending slightly under the weight of the wind. The candles flicker erratically, and for a moment you wonder if the flame at the altar will go out. But it doesn't. It leans, but it holds. The psalm is one of endurance. The storm may rage, but I will not be moved. You feel every syllable land like a footstep. After prayer, the prior leads you and two others to the gatehouse. The wind has scattered leaves and debris across the path, and someone must sweep it clean before the supply cart arrives. You take the old broom without complaint. The bristles are crooked. The handle is sticky with sap, but it works. The stones beneath are slick with morning frost, and each sweep is a small act of defiance against the creeping cold. Brother Marius works beside you, whistling softly through his teeth, too faint to be called a tune, but rhythmic enough to keep you company. When you finish, he draws a smiley face in the last pile of leaves before brushing it away. You smirk. He shrugs. Silence here doesn't mean humorless. Back inside, you're directed to the archive, not the scriptorium, but the deep vault where older records are kept. Brother Theodoric waits there with a lantern and a thick key. The lock clicks open like a secret, finally ready to be shared. Inside, the air smells like ink and old wool parchment and bees. The walls are lined with shelves, each one overflowing with scrolls, folded letters, bound volumes tied with leather cords. Your task, rewrap and relabel the oldest ones, smoothing corners, replacing frayed string. You sit on the stone floor, surrounded by centuries. Some scrolls are cracked, others soft as skin. One is filled with illustrations of medicinal roots. Another is a weather log recording rainfall by the half-inch for 30 years. You find a letter dated 1397, written in careful Latin, addressed simply to the one who keeps the night watch. It contains no message, just a drawing of a bell, a loaf of bread, and a hand resting over a heart. You read it 3 times, then fold it gently and place it in a new sleeve. At terce, the air in the chapel feels clearer. Maybe it's the wind sweeping through unseen gaps. Maybe it's something else. The chant moves swiftly, and you lose yourself in the repetition. Not in a bad way. In the kind of way where the world blurs and your voice feels like breath wrapped in music. You don't want it to end. When it does, you linger for a second too long on your knees. No one rushes you. Your afternoon is spent helping in the kitchen. Not to cook, you're not trusted with knives yet, but to stir, to carry, to taste for salt. The stew is thick, full of beans and chopped carrots, and you're given a chunk of dried mushroom to soak and add. It expands slowly in the pot, like memory. Brother Ivo joins you near the hearth. He slices bread with the steady hands of someone who has done it every day for decades. He slides you a crust. You dip it in the stew taste and nod. He nods back. That's the entire exchange. It means everything. Lunch is served early because of the storm. The sky has darkened and the rain has begun, not hard but insistent. You eat quietly near the door, watching the droplets bead on the stone. One of the guest monks takes out a cloth and starts sketching the rain on his sleeve with charcoal. You're tempted to join, but instead you just watch. It's enough to know that someone is paying attention. Sext arrives, short and firm, followed by a reading from The Rule of St. Benedict. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. You smile, not because it's wrong, but because today of all days you truly understand it. Your muscles ache from carrying water. Your shoulders are sore from sweeping your knees. Still remember the cold floor of the archive. But your spirit, oddly light. In the afternoon, you help seal a leak in the chapel roof. Not alone. Brother Audric climbs the ladder while you hold it steady. He grunts once as he hoists himself up. You hand him a bucket of tar, then step back to watch the raincoat of oilcloth flap around his shoulders like wings. He doesn't speak, just works. When he finishes, He descends carefully, splattered, but triumphant. You offer him your sleeve to wipe his hands. He takes it. That too is a kind of prayer. Vespers is the fullest the chapel has felt in days. The guests are still here. The locals haven't left. There's something about the storm that has drawn everyone together into one warm, flickering core. You chant, surrounded by breath, by robes, by quiet hearts beating in rhythm. The incense is stronger tonight, myrrh and something floral. It catches in your throat, in your memory. You sing through it. You sing. The meal is heartier, perhaps out of mercy. 2 slices of bread, a full bowl of stew, even a spoonful of honey. Brother Marius saves his until last. You do the same. When you taste it, it's almost too sweet, but not quite. It coats your tongue, your thoughts, the end of the day. After the meal, you walk the cloister once before Compline. The storm has calmed the rain now, just a mist that clings like breath to your robe. You pause at the wall you helped clean earlier. It's still damp, but tidy. Someone left a twig of rosemary on the sill, its scent rising faint and steady. Compline is dark, candlelight only. No chants tonight, just readings and one quiet hymn hummed by the prior. You don't recognize the melody. You don't need to. You follow it anyway. Back in your cell, you take out your notebook. You press the edge of your cloak dry against the window frame. Then you write, "Even the storm respects this silence." You place your sketch of the snail next to the fish drawing. You light your candle and let the wind sing you to sleep. The morning after the storm arrives like the last line of a poem, quiet, crisp, and holding more meaning than you can explain. The wind is gone. The stones have dried. The chapel smells faintly of wood smoke and something floral. Someone must have tucked dried petals beneath the pew cushions. You stretch before standing, your joints crackling like old parchment. You slept well, heavier than usual. No dreams, no tossing, just the kind of deep, still rest that only silence allows. Matins comes quickly. Your robe slips on easily, your steps are sure, and your place in the chapel feels as familiar now as your own skin. Today's psalm is one of thanksgiving, and while your lips move through the Latin, your mind drifts briefly to the taste of honey from last night, the warmth of the hearth, the moment of stillness beside the cloister wall. Gratitude doesn't always arrive like thunder. Sometimes it walks in barefoot, leaving no footprints. After the service, Brother Ivo pulls you aside, not with urgency, but with that quiet gravity that means something has shifted. He hands you a folded parchment. Inside, a simple message, written in ink, that smells of clove and resin. You've been asked to serve as assistant cantor for the week. You blink at the words. Not because you don't understand them, but because you thought that kind of invitation only came after years, not months. He sees your hesitation and smiles, not broadly, just enough to crease the corners of his eyes. Then he gestures toward the side chapel where you'll begin your preparation. The cantor's duties are not grand. You won't be leading songs, not yet, but you'll be standing near the center, turning pages, signaling transitions, watching closely. It's a position of attentiveness, of silent guidance. You nod, you accept. Your practice begins in the small chamber beside the nave. The psalter laid before you is heavy, inked in a hand so precise it could be mistaken for print. You trace the lines with your finger, whispering the cadence under your breath. Brother Abel arrives halfway through the hour and joins you in review. He doesn't speak, just taps a finger when your pitch falters, offers a nod when your breath lands correctly. You stumble, you recover, you begin again. By terce, you've practiced the transitions 3 times. You're given a trial run in the main chapel during a short recitation. Your heart pounds louder than your voice, but you steady it. When the moment comes, you rise, walk to the bookstand, turn the page without hesitation, and step back. No one claps, of course. But you notice the prior look your way, and you see Brother Marius's shoulders rise ever so slightly, his version of applause. After prayer, you're given the gift of manual labor, a break from words. You help carry firewood from the northern storehouse to the kitchen, stacking the logs in perfect rows beside the hearth. The smell of pine and ash clings to your sleeves. You catch your reflection in the kettle and barely recognize the face less uncertain, more focused. You smile at yourself before quickly looking away. Humility, after all, is still part of the rule. Lunch is plain but satisfying. Cabbage and lentil stew again served with dense barley bread and an apple. The guest monks have moved on and the refectory feels smaller without them. But it's not emptier. There's more space for glances, for nods, for a second helping of soup offered by Brother Lentinus with an arched eyebrow that clearly asks hungry or just cold. You nod once. He ladles generously. Sext arrives, and your role resumes. You step up, you turn pages, you listen more than you chant. And in that listening, you begin to hear something new. Not just voices, not just rhythm. You begin to hear breath. And beneath that intention, the afternoon is given to silence of a different kind. You're allowed time in the gardens not to work, but simply to walk. A few others drift quietly among the hedges and stone paths. No one speaks. You notice a cluster of crocus beginning to open near the wall. A snail slowly navigates a crack in the path. You sit near the herb bed and sketch it, your lines looser now, less careful, more truthful. A novice sits near you and offers a plum. You take it. Sweet, tart, real. Vespers is longer than usual. There's a reading from the Book of Wisdom, a line about hearing the unspoken voice of the righteous. You wonder how much of your own life before the monastery was spent trying to shout over the quiet, how many truths you missed because they whispered instead of rang. After supper, pea soup and rye bread, you help tidy the script room. Brother Abel is sorting pigments. You assist, careful not to spill the burnt umber or confuse the indigo with woad. He lets you label the jars today, and you take your time forming each letter with care. You don't speak. He doesn't ask. But when you place the last jar on the shelf, he passes you a small folded note. Inside a single sentence. You belong here more than you know. You press it flat and tuck it into your psalter. Coupling closes with a chant you've heard a dozen times, but tonight it feels deeper, fuller. You sing the final line without checking the page. Eyes closed, voice steady. Back in your cell, the candlelight is steady. The wind has not returned. The quiet feels earned. You write in your notebook, even the silence is learning to trust me. Then you extinguish the flame and lie still, surrounded by a peace that no longer feels foreign. Dawn comes in pale gold, not as an announcement, but a suggestion. The light seeps through the slits in the chapel wall like warm breath against stone. You rise not because the bell demands it, but because something in you is already awake, already waiting. Your fingers find the wool cloth first habit now, and as you wrap it around your shoulders, you note how the corners have frayed gently like paper worn by reverent touch. You smooth them anyway. Matins is quieter than usual. Not in sound, but in feeling. The chant is low, almost meditative, the kind of melody that seems to hover in the air long after the final syllable is spoken. You stand closer to the cantor's post now. Turn pages with more confidence. Know which signals belong to which monk. When Brother Evo lifts his brow, it means tempo. When Brother Theodoric shifts forward in his seat, it means volume. You read gestures the way others might read notes. Afterward, you're sent to the laundry stones. A familiar task, but today it feels lighter. The water is cold, of course, but you hardly flinch. You scrub a robe, watching the soap bubbles collect in the creases of the stone basin, and feel something shift in your shoulders. You hum, not in rebellion, not even out of boredom, just because it fits. The courtyard is empty. The sky above is soft, washed in lavender and gray. You rinse the robe, wring it out, and hang it neatly. Another folded square of rhythm and service. At terce, your chant holds steadier than usual. The psalm this hour is about inheritance, not of land or gold, but of understanding. You feel the weight of that, not heavy, just grounding. You think about the note Brother Abel gave you yesterday. You think about how the silence here is no longer something you fear breaking, it's something you're slowly becoming part of. When the service ends, you're sent to the novices' table in the refectory to help prepare parchment. The process is both delicate and messy. First soaking, then scraping, then drying. You learn to hold the blade just so angled firm, but never forceful. The skin stretches taut across the frame, and you're told to watch it carefully, not because it might tear, but because it reveals itself in how it responds to your hands. Brother Lentinus joins you mid-morning, checking your progress. He runs his finger along the edge of one sheet, nods once, then slides a small piece of dried sage into your pocket. A silent benediction. You don't ask why, you just carry it. Lunch is simple roasted carrots, a ladle of grain porridge, and half a radish sliced thin and sprinkled with salt. You eat slowly, watching the way the monks pass bowls without speaking, the way needs are met before they're expressed. Someone refills your water before you even notice it's low. Someone takes your empty dish the moment you pause. No orders, no thanks, just the long muscle of community working without flex. Sext brings a change. You're asked to lead the first line of chant. It catches you off guard. You glance at Brother Wevo, who gives you a slow, patient nod. You inhale. Speak the first word. Your voice shakes only slightly, but it steadies by the third syllable. You carry the line clear, unbroken, then pass it to the others like a flame handed from wick to wick. The harmony holds. When the chant ends, there is no applause, but Brother Theodoric places his hand lightly on your shoulder as you return to your seat. That evening, you walk the garden paths again. No assigned chore, no time constraint. You kneel near the rosemary bush and notice someone has tied a piece of twine around one of its branches, a tiny knot like a child's bracelet, now weathered and gray. You touch it, leave it. Some memories are meant to stay. Back in the scriptorium, Brother Abel lets you try gold leaf again. Your hands are steadier now. The halo you apply to the small figure of a saint doesn't blur, doesn't ripple. It sits there soft and luminous, like a moon made of patience. Before Vespers, you sit with Brother Marius in the corner of the cloister. He passes you a folded paper, another drawing. This one is a fish again, but now it swims inside a circle surrounded by stars. You smile. Fold it carefully. No words are needed. None would do better. Vespers is long, but not burdensome. You feel the weight of the voices now, not just sound, but purpose. The candles burn brighter, or maybe it's your vision changing. The chapel is not just a place of prayer now. It is an extension of the body you're becoming part of. Breath, silence, stillness, movement. You walk, kneel, chant, listen, all as one motion. After supper, you sit beside the refectory mural. The vine you painted days ago has dried, perfectly curling, like it was always meant to grow in that direction. You add a small finial, a single dot of vermilion pigment, a punctuation mark. In the season's quiet sentence, Compline arrives. And for the first time, you know the whole hour, without needing to check the page. Your lips move, but your heart speaks louder. The final blessing lands gently. Back in your cell, you unwrap the sage from your pocket and place it beside the pebble, the cloth, the drawing, the dried plum pit you kept from last week. These are not treasures. These are fragments of the silence, of the stillness of the story that is being written through you. You sit by the window watching the wind lift the edge of the ivy outside. You write in your notebook, silence no longer fills the gaps. It is the form. Then you close your eyes and sleep unafraid beneath the weight of your own breath. The day begins not with a bell, but with birds. Not just one or two tentative chirps, an entire chorus. You wake with your head turned toward the window pillow still warm beneath your cheek, and realize the first light has already climbed halfway up the wall. It must be later than usual, not by much, but enough to stir a ripple of unease in your chest. Then you remember the bell has not rung yet because it was your turn to ring it. You sit bolt upright, heart hammering in the silence. You throw on your robe, snag the hem on the corner of the bed frame, nearly drop your sash, and sprint into the hall. By monastery standards, your sprint is more of a gliding shuffle, but your urgency is unmistakable. You reach the bell tower breathless, only to find Brother Marius already there, holding the rope with both hands and a grin that flickers between amused and forgiving. He raises one eyebrow. You bow so low you nearly headbutt your own feet. Without a word, he hands you the rope, steps back, and lets you take over. You pull. The bell sings out long and slow and echoing through the stone like forgiveness itself. When the sound fades, he taps your shoulder gently and disappears into the corridor. You stand alone in the tower for a moment, still catching your breath, the silence curling around you again like a familiar robe. Matins begins 10 minutes late. No one mentions it. The chanting is slow this morning, almost sluggish. The psalm is about mercy, timely if unintentionally so. Your voice blends with the others, steadier now, but softer than usual. A little embarrassed, perhaps. A little grateful. After prayer, Brother Ivo beckons you aside. He doesn't scold. He simply hands you a basin of cloth and a small jar of crushed rosemary. Your task, polish the brass candlesticks in the chapel. You bow in thanks, understanding the message clearly. Reflection is best done with your hands busy. You work in the side chapel alone with the scent of herbs and the sound of fabric against metal. Each candlestick is tall, sturdy, tarnished with fingerprints and wax. You scrub gently, watching your own face appear in warped gold with each layer removed. By the third one, you're no longer thinking about lateness or bells, only about light, about how much effort it takes to make something shine without burning it. By terse, the chapel gleams. Brother Ivo pauses at the altar on his way to his seat, runs a single finger across the base of a candlestick and says nothing, but the corner of his mouth lifts. You count that as a full sentence. The chant includes a verse about righting what was crooked, restoring what had faded. You smile into the final note. Afterward, you return to the refectory for an early task, folding towels for the infirmary. The linen is stiff from the cold and the wind, but your hands warm as they work. You fall into a rhythm. Fold in half, smooth the crease, fold again, stack, repeat. Someone passes behind you, probably Brother Theodoric, and leaves a single walnut on top of the pile without breaking stride. You take it without looking back. These are the gifts now. Lunch is thick split pea soup with caraway bread and a wedge of soft cheese. The bread crumbles slightly in your fingers. You catch the pieces in your sleeve and eat them slowly. Brother Marius raises a single finger in your direction across the table and mouths the word bell. You wince. He nods once, then continues eating. You forgive him immediately. Sext brings a psalm of peace. You lead the opening line again. Your voice doesn't shake this time. Your breath lands squarely in the pocket of the melody, and the silence that follows feels earned. The afternoon is long and filled with small tasks, dusting the windowsills in the script room, sharpening quills, adding a handful of mint to the drying bundles in the herb corridor. You run into Brother Lentinus near the fountain where he's filling a bucket. He nods at you, then tilts his head slightly, an invitation to help. You carry the second pail, the handle biting into your palm. The water sloshes rhythmically, marking each step like a minor chant of its own. Back in the infirmary, you light the stove for warming compresses and tuck the towels into a wooden drawer. There's a patient asleep near the back, an older monk you've never seen speak. You adjust his blanket gently. He stirs but doesn't wake. His hand closes around the edge of the quilt, then relaxes again. You take a moment to sit just for a breath, then rise. Vespers is solemn. The candlelight hits the brass just right, and you see your own movement reflected back at you as you chant. The voice you hear is yours, but steadier, lower, less performative, less afraid. The psalm tonight speaks of returning, of being welcomed after failure. You don't believe in accidents anymore. After the meal, boiled barley with herbs, a single baked root vegetable, and a slice of dried pear. You walk the cloister path slowly, arms behind your back, eyes lifted. The sky is clear, no clouds, no wind, just stars. One of them shoots briefly. You make no wish. There is nothing you want that isn't already in your hands. Compline is simple. No incense, no flourishes. Just the chant, just the final reading, just the bell to mark the end. Brother Evo lets you ring it. You step forward, pull once. The tone fills the chapel and the space behind your ribs. Everyone bows. Everyone leaves. You remain for a moment longer. In your cell, the walnut sits on your desk. You crack it carefully with the heel of your boot, then eat it slowly. You light your candle. The flame bends toward the page. You write Grace Doesn't Shout. Sometimes it arrives as a brass candlestick and a second chance. You blow out the flame and sleep without apology. You wake before the bell the next morning, but this time not from panic. This time it's the quiet itself that stirs you, a kind of charged stillness in the air, like the monastery is holding its breath. You sit up slowly. No rush. No robes flung about. Just the soft creak of wood beneath your feet, and the knowledge that the rhythm of the day is already waiting for you to step into it. You're not on bell duty today. That honor has returned to Brother Marius, who rings it at precisely the right moment, no early, no late. You smile at the sound, not with relief this time, but with something closer to affection. You've begun to think of that bell as more than a signal. It's a heartbeat. Yours now, too. At Matins, the chapel is filled with pale gold light. No incense this morning. No visitors. Just the usual voices wrapped in wool and memory singing psalms that now feel less like scripture and more like breath made visible. You stand beside Brother Evo and follow his rhythm effortlessly. You turn pages without needing his nod. You match his tone without strain. When the final note fades, he gives you a glance, not praise exactly, but permission to take up more space quietly. After prayer, you're given a broom and sent to the east corridor, not because it's especially dirty, but because the prior believes in sweeping as a form of contemplation. The flagstones are cool beneath your sandals. The light filters through stained glass in broken color. Each sweep feels like a small blessing, left to right, gather, breathe. There's a feather caught in the corner near the stair. You pick it up, tuck it into your sleeve. It's gray, downy. You'll keep it. Brother Theodoric passes while you're sweeping. He pauses, taps the edge of your broom with one finger, then points to a small niche in the wall. Inside, a tiny statue, Saint Cuthbert, patron of quiet perseverance. Someone's tucked a folded drawing behind the base. You glance at it. A fish again, crowned again, but this time swimming through a circle of stars. The same design Brother Marius gave you days ago. You leave it there. Let the silence keep it. At Terce, you're called on to lead again. You're ready. The chant rolls from your chest without effort. The others follow. You don't think about your posture. You don't count your breaths. You simply sing. And when you sit down, Brother Abel does not look at you, which is the greatest compliment he can give. You're assigned to the garden for midday, not to plant or harvest, just to observe. You carry a stool, a notebook, a flask of warm water, and take your place beneath the hawthorn tree. The bees are out today. The rosemary hums with them. You watch them land, collect, lift, drift. It's a different kind of rhythm, but no less holy. You write down words that come uninvited. The bee does not ask permission to sing. Brother Lentinus joins you halfway through the hour. He doesn't speak. He simply sits beside you and begins trimming the edges of the herb beds with a small curved blade. You offer to help. He shakes his head once. You return to your page. When he finishes, he leaves a small bunch of thyme at your feet. You press it flat between two pages. Lunch is fresh turnip greens, barley cakes, and a single boiled egg sliced in half. The yolk is soft, the white perfectly salted. You sit beside Brother Marius again. This time he draws nothing. This time he simply eats, and looks at you once with the kind of glance that says, "You've changed." We all see it. Sext arrives, you turn the pages, no hesitation now. The rhythm belongs to you. The silence after the final chant is full, not empty, like a breath drawn in but not yet released. The afternoon is filled with oil. You help press walnuts into a thick paste, strain it, collect the liquid. Brother Audric shows you how to hold the cloth, how to fold it so the pulp doesn't escape. The oil is amber-colored, almost golden. It smells faintly of warmth and effort. You bottle it in clay jugs and mark each with a charcoal cross. This is what will keep the lamps lit during longer nights. You think about that, the light you help make now, burning for prayers you'll chant weeks from now. Later, while cleaning your hands with ash and vinegar, you notice the feather in your sleeve again. You press it flat, then place it on your windowsill to dry. It catches the sun like a shard of silence. Vespers is luminous. The light slants through the chapel like a story unfolding across stone. You chant with the others, not from memory, not from effort, but from somewhere deeper. The psalm speaks of watchfulness, keeping vigil, not in fear, but in love. You close your eyes for a moment during the response and see the fish again, the stars, the feather. After the meal, cabbage soup, 2 slices of rye, and a handful of dried currants, you return to your cell early, not out of fatigue, but because something in you wants stillness, wants pages, wants ink. You open your notebook and copy the line again. The bee does not ask permission to sing. Then you add, but the silence makes room for her anyway. Complaint arrives gently. You chant with a full heart. No nervousness, no doubt. The flame of the altar candle flickers with a kind of knowing now. You feel it watching you, not judging, simply witnessing. Back in your cell, you gather your relics. The pebble, the fish, the sage, the thyme, the feather. You line them on the shelf beneath your psalter like offerings to yourself, a private litany of everything the silence has given you. Then you write one last sentence for the night. I no longer follow the silence. I walk beside it. You blow out the candle, and sleep comes not as escape but as continuation. The morning is wrapped in fog so thick the cloister walls seem to dissolve. You wake not from noise or light but from stillness, so total it feels alive. You lie there for a moment, eyes half open, watching the way your breath curls into the air like incense before rising. The chill settles instantly on your skin, but your body no longer flinches. You've come to expect it. The cold has its own kind of welcome. You dress by feel. The wool robe slides over your shoulders heavy with last night's candle smoke. Your hands find the sash, the sleeves, the corner of your psalter. Everything is where it should be. You step into the corridor and vanish into the fog. Matins is dim today. No sun, no stars. Just the warm flicker of firelight and the quiet shuffle of feet. Someone has added more candles than usual. Their flames burn low, steady, without flicker. You find your place near the cantor's stand, your fingers already curled around the page's edge. The psalm is about trust in unseen things. You don't have to look up the verse. You already know it. As you chant, the fog presses against the chapel windows like breath on glass. The world beyond is gone, and in its absence, something inside you opens. You chant from memory, from rhythm, from something older than knowledge. When the final note fades, no one moves. For a full minute, the silence lingers, not as an accident, but as a prayer in itself. After matins, you're assigned to the granary. The wind has knocked loose the outer shutter, and someone must help Brother Audric secure it before the next rain. You walk with him through the south gate, the fog beating on your eyelashes. The air smells like damp stone and wheat. The shutter creaks as he lifts it. You brace the ladder while he climbs tools tucked into the sleeves of his robe. His silhouette disappears into the gray. You listen for his breath, then his hammering, sharp, deliberate calm. When he's finished, he hands you a pouch. Inside, roasted chestnuts. Warm. You eat them while walking back one by one, letting the heat settle in your palms. A gift not just of food, but of momentary comfort. In a world of silence, small gestures have their own vocabulary. At terse, the chant echoes less than usual. The fog has swallowed even sound. You wonder briefly what this space would be like without walls, if the monks could still find harmony, still keep time, still sing. You think they could? Silence, after all, does not need a roof. After the prayer, you're asked to help restock the candle racks. The oil has arrived. You carry jugs from the storage cellar, heavy, sealed with wax, smelling of pressed walnut and ash. Brother Lentinus works beside you, filling the lamp jars with practiced precision. You watch the oil pool around the wicks like dusk waiting for flame. He lets you light the first one. The wick catches immediately. The flame leans left, then straightens. You smile. He doesn't return it, but he places his hand briefly on your back. Lunch is late today. Root soup, a hard-boiled egg, a sliver of honeyed carrot preserved from last season. You chew slowly, tasting every layer of sweetness. Brother Theodoric is seated across from you, sketching something beneath the table on a folded napkin. He catches your eye, slides it across. A bird this time, wings tucked, perched on a bowl. You nod. He tears the drawing in half and keeps the other for himself. Sext passes in quiet efficiency. You chant, you bow, you turn. And by now, the action of standing, of sitting, of breathing between verses has become a script written into your very muscles. Not rote, but rooted. The afternoon is for mending. Your own robe has frayed at the hem, and Brother Abel offers you a needle and thread without preamble. You sit in the south corridor, stitching slowly while watching the fog cling to the garden like a second skin. Your stitches are uneven, but they hold, one thread at a time, one moment joined to another. As you finish, a novice walks by and drops a single leaf in your lap. Yellow, small, out of season. You look up. He's already gone. You place it between the pages of your notebook. Vespers arrives quietly. The fog still hasn't lifted, and it gives the chapel a strange intimacy, like the outside world has taken a vow of silence too. You chant by candlelight, your voice part of the tide now. No effort, no push, just breath and echo, and the occasional creak of old stone responding. After supper, millet cakes and warm broth, you return to the chapel with Brother Marius. No one asks you to, but something pulls you there. You sit side by side near the back where the candlelight can't quite reach. He passes you a folded paper. You expect another fish, but this time it's a spiral. No caption, no context, just ink circling inward, then out. You trace it once with your finger. He nods once. You understand. "Compline is short tonight." The prior's voice is hoarse. A novice leads the final reading. He stumbles once, then again, but no one flinches. You remember that feeling when the words tremble before your tongue does. You want to reach out. Instead, you chant a little louder, just enough to anchor him. It works. The final syllable lands. Back in your cell, the fog presses against your window like an old friend. You sit beside it with your notebook open, the yellow leaf tucked into the crease, the spiral drawing beside it. You write, "Today even the fog remembered its place." Then you fold the page, blow out your candle, and rest not in darkness but in softness. You sleep so deeply that when you wake, the candle you forgot to snuff the night before has burned all the way down, leaving nothing but a puckered circle of wax and a curl of smoke that barely clings to the morning air. The fog remains. Thinner, perhaps, but still there, lingering like the tail end of a hymn. You stretch slow and unhurried. No dream memory lingers, just a blankness you feel strangely grateful for. Today the bell comes from the far tower. You listen to its tone, lower than the usual, less precise, but somehow warmer. You think it's Brother Audric. He always lets the bell ring half a second longer than it needs to. You like that. A small rebellion wrapped in routine. At Matins, the chapel is quieter than usual. Not because the monks are subdued, but because the fog seems to cushion even the sound. The psalms echo less sharply. The notes hang in the air like breath on cold glass. You sing slowly, not from tiredness, but as though the silence itself were asking you to listen more carefully to what's beneath the melody. When the final line falls into stillness, you don't move. No one does. It's a silence that feels earned. After prayer, you're sent to the eastern gate to help mend a broken latch. The hinge has rusted the metal, swollen and gritty with age. You work with Brother Marius in companionable silence. You hold the gate steady while he fits a new pin through the bolt. The wood groans once, then settles. You wipe your hands on your robe, and he hands you a tin of thick oil to coat the hinges. It smells of vinegar and cedar. You work it in slowly, letting the scent cling to your fingers. On the way back, Brother Marius stops by the well and pulls a pail of water. He offers you the first drink. You hesitate. It's cold, but take a deep sip anyway. The taste is sharp, mineral grounding, like drinking something older than speech. At terse, you lead the first two verses. Your voice holds. You forget to worry about your breath. You forget to wonder if anyone's watching. You simply sing and let the chapel carry the rest. When you sit, Brother Ivo gives you a folded piece of parchment. You tuck it into your robe unopened. Some things are better saved for moments of stillness. You're told to report to the kitchen afterward, but not for cooking. Today is scrubbing day. The hearth is caked with old ash and the pot stones are heavy with soot. You roll up your sleeves and begin. The work is slow, rhythmic, satisfying. You lose track of time. You find tiny feathers in the corners, fragments of dried herbs in the cracks, one perfect pebble tucked beneath a sack of salt. You keep the pebble. Add it to your growing collection of quiet things. Lunch is quieter than usual, just the sound of spoons and the occasional clink of ceramic. Turnip mash, oat cakes, and something unusual, a thin slice of quince paste, bright and sharp against the other flavors. A gift from a neighboring priory, Brother Lentinus signs. You savor it slowly, letting the tartness unfold on your tongue like a forgotten hymn. Across the table, someone slips you a folded napkin. You expect another sketch. But it's empty. You smile. That says more than a drawing could. Sext is brief. The psalm speaks of learning from the earth how soil does not speak, yet everything grows through it. You nod slightly as you chant, your voice curling into the echo of the walls, like a seed dropped into furrowed ground. In the afternoon, you're invited to help polish the altar rail. Brother Theodoric is already there, cloth in hand, sleeves rolled up. He shows you the direction of the grain. You follow. The wood is warm beneath the cloth, and as you work, the lines of the carvings begin to shine. You trace the edge of one panel and find a tiny mark, someone's initials carved centuries ago. You say nothing but press your thumb to the same spot, not to claim it, just to remember it. Before Vespers, you sit for a moment beneath the hawthorn again. The fog is lifting now, but slowly. One patch of sky shows pale blue behind the gray. You write in your notebook without thinking. It takes time for silence to return to itself. The bells call, you rise. Vespers begins with a different cantor today, a novice, nervous voice, high and thin. He falters once. You wait. Then lift your tone to match his. Gently. He steadies. The rest follow. The chant continues. You do not look at him. But as you pass him afterward in the cloister, he bumps your shoulder on purpose. His thank you. You nod. The evening meal is broth with barley spinach and half an apple. You eat without hurry, watching candlelight reflect in the window. Outside, the fog is almost gone, but its echo remains in the stillness of everyone's movements. When Brother Ivo passes you, you remember the note. You unfold it at last. It reads, "Do not fear becoming small. That is how the sacred fits inside." You fold it again tighter this time and slip it between the pages of your psalter. After the meal, you help stack the firewood near the scriptorium. It's not your assigned task, but you show up anyway. No one asks why. You stack in silence, piece by piece, hands coated in the scent of sap and smoke. Compline arrives with the night. The chapel is darker than usual. Only the front candles remain. The chant is nearly whispered. You sit beside Brother Abel. He doesn't sing tonight, but you do. And when the final syllable fades, he places one hand over yours, brief, warm, firm. Back in your cell, you add the pebble to your shelf. You move the spiral drawing. Rearrange the dried thyme. And then sit. Just sit. No candle, no quill, just you in the silence. You whisper aloud just once, "Thank you," and then you sleep. The first snow falls overnight, though you don't realize it until you step into the cloister and feel the lightness of the air. The cold bites sharper, cleaner, not the usual damp chill of morning fog. You look up. White dust lines the edges of the stone arches, a thin, silent veil spread over the roof tiles. It hasn't gathered yet, not enough for crunch beneath your sandals, but it's there, soft, cautious, waiting. You walk to matins more slowly this morning, not out of reluctance, but to watch how the snow outlines the ordinary. The garden fence is no longer just wood, it's a row of pale ribbons. The old wheelbarrow is now a sculpture. Even your own breath has shape. Inside the chapel, the air smells faintly of smoke and wool. The candles crackle slightly as they adjust to the colder air. You take your place beside Brother Ivo, nod once, and open the psalter. The psalm today is about purity, about being washed clean, about snow that shall be whiter than. You smile into the verse, not because of its meaning, but because of the timing. You don't believe in coincidence anymore, not in a place where silence speaks so clearly. After prayer, you are sent to assist in the warming room. It's not a place you've spent much time, a small chamber beside the scriptorium, where a single hearth is kept burning during the coldest weeks. Brother Lentinus is already there, coaxing flame from a stubborn log. He gestures for you to sit and passes you a basket of kindling. You feed the fire slowly, methodically, letting the warmth seep into your sleeves. The two of you sit in silence for a long time. No work, no task, just heat and breath and the soft crackle of a fire that smells like resin and patience. Eventually, Brother Lentinus hands you a small bundle of dried citrus peel. You toss it into the flames. The air brightens with scent, sharp, clean, unexpected. You inhale deeply. He smiles. You understand. By terse, the snow has thickened. It begins to collect in the corners of the cloister. You notice footprints, now arcs and half-moons pressed into the powder, some fresh, some nearly gone. You chant with the others as if your voice is one of them. The verses speak of waiting, of things that arrive slowly. You sing each line as if leaving it behind in the snow. Afterward, you're asked to help with cloak mending. The cold has frayed the edges of everyone's sleeves, and the patching pile has grown high. You work with Brother Abel in the sunroom where the light is brightest. The cloth is thick, stubborn under your needle. You stab your thumb twice. The third time, you don't react. Abel notices, hands you a thimble carved from bone. You try again. The thread holds. Lunch is hot barley stew with slices of roasted root vegetables. The prior eats beside you today. He doesn't speak, but he chews more slowly than the others, and you notice he closes his eyes after every third bite. Not in sleep, just savoring. You match his pace, and for once the silence at the table feels not like discipline, but gratitude. Sext brings warmth, not in temperature, but in voice. The novice cantor's voice cracks during the Gloria. You steady the line without drawing attention. Afterward, he bows to you in the hall, low and slow. You bow back, hands folded. No one else sees it, but it lingers. Your afternoon is spent indoors. The snow continues steadily now. You're given permission to remain in your cell for spiritual reading. You sit on the floor blanket over your shoulders and open a small manuscript of homilies. You don't remember where you found it. Perhaps Brother Theodoric left it behind on purpose. The margins are filled with faint, careful notes. One reads, "Silence is not the absence of noise, it is the presence of attention." You underline it. When your candle guttered once you replaced it without thinking. When the wind moaned through the corridor outside your door, you did not flinch. When your feet cramped from sitting, you shifted slightly and kept reading. Vespers arrives with early darkness. The sky has turned violet blue, the kind of color that comes only in deep cold. The chapel is filled with layered robes and lowered voices. The psalm is about shelter, about refuge, about hiding beneath wings. You sing slowly, as if tracing the shape of each syllable with your breath. The brass candlesticks you polished last week now gleam like golden threads in the dim light. After the service, you help bring baskets of coal to the smaller cells. Not all monks have fires. You and two others pass from room to room, placing 3 lumps each into the hearth trays. Most monks nod in thanks. One, nearly asleep, murmurs something you don't catch but feels like a blessing. You bow, step backward, close the door softly. Supper is thinner tonight, leek broth and bread, but served with spiced vinegar, a small luxury that makes each bite brighter. Someone has scattered rosemary needles on the hearth coals, and the room smells like memory. Brother Marius passes you a folded napkin with a sketch again, this time of a snowflake. 6 points perfectly even. At the bottom he writes in Latin, non repetitur. It does not repeat. It's not. You smile. He does not, but his foot bumps yours beneath the bench. Afterward you walk the cloister once more. The snow has stopped. The sky has cleared. Stars, bright, sharp, stretch from one horizon to the other. The breath leaves your mouth in curls. The world feels quiet in a way that is not emptiness, but fullness. as if everything is exactly where it should be. Compline closes the day like a lullaby. The chant is brief, the candles are few. You walk to your cell through shadows, holding your psalter like a lantern. At your desk you find the dried citrus peel from earlier tucked between pages of your notebook. It still holds its scent. You place it beside the pebble, the feather, the time, the spiral. Then you write "Even the snow sings" if you're willing to wait. You crawl under the blanket, curl one hand beneath your chin, and sleep with a small smile on your face. The silence wraps around you like warmth. The morning after snowfall feels like stepping into another country. The monastery, so familiar in its angles and echoes, now carries the hush of something ancient. The snow did more than blanket the garden or weigh down the cedars, it rewrote the air itself. Even your breath as you step into the cloister seems to pause mid-motion, unsure whether to float or fall. There's no bell this morning. Not because someone forgot, but because Brother Theodoric slipped on the stairs while fetching water. He's not hurt, just shaken. So instead, Brother Abel walks the corridors with a brass chime striking it once at each turn. It sounds strange in the snow-muted halls, like a song that's forgotten its melody but not its purpose. Matins begins later than usual. You all gather slowly, more bundled than before, shoulders hunched in quiet union against the cold. The chapel windows are iced at the corners. The candlelight seems to flicker more slowly, as if unsure how to behave in a room that now carries the weight of winter. The psalm today speaks of wilderness, of waiting of God, appearing not in fire or wind, but in stillness. You sing it softly, almost as if not to disturb the snow still clinging to the roof. After prayer, the prior calls you aside and places a folded cloth into your hand. "Go to the stables," he signs. "They need help with the goats." You nod, tuck the cloth under your belt, and head out through the south gate. The cold bites harder here, untouched by morning bodies and breath. Your feet crunch in the powder as you walk toward the small wooden outbuilding that smells perpetually of hay wool and something almost sweet like sleep. Inside the stable is warmer than expected. The animals shift gently as you enter their bodies, radiating heat into the straw. Brother Audric hands you a pail of warm mash and gestures toward a narrow stall. A small goat, younger than the rest, lies curled beside its mother. Its ear is torn, probably from frostbite. You kneel, wrap the cloth gently around it, and hold it close. It bleats once, then sighs. You stay that way for a while, breathing in unison, sharing warmth in a world gone too cold. By terse you've returned, fingers raw but spirit strangely soothed. The chant begins and your voice hesitates on the first syllable. Not from uncertainty, but because the silence in your chest still echoes with the sound of that goat's breath. You join in late, but with more care than usual. The psalm is about mercy. It lands differently now. Afterward, Brother Evo brings you to the library, not to read, but to dust. The window panes are leaking tiny drafts that curl the corners of old pages. He hands you a brush made of soft horsehair. You begin at the top shelf, gently sweeping years of quiet from the spines. You find one scroll, nearly turned to lace with age. You don't open it. You simply press it flatter and return it to its nook. Let it sleep. You pause beside a manuscript titled "Silences of the Blessed." The cover is cracked leather, soft as skin. Inside, someone has drawn diagrams not of saints or miracles, but of listening positions, heads bowed, hands, open eyes closed. It reads like choreography. You smile, then close it carefully. Lunch is warm millet lentils and half a roasted apple. The prior joins again, this time sitting beside you. He says nothing, eats slowly, After the final bite, he reaches into his robe and places a stone beside your bowl, smooth green veined like frost. He slides it toward you, then stands. You pocket it without question. Sext passes in near perfect pitch. Brother Marius returns to the cantor's post. His voice is low today, rich with the weight of weather. You anchor the second line without effort. Together your voices fold around each other like the arms of the cloister itself, tight, warm, unwavering. In the afternoon the fog returns, not thick, but enough to blur the garden walls. You're assigned to the scriptorium, helping prepare parchment for winter copying. The skin is stiff, smelling of lime and cold salt. You stretch it across the frame with careful fingers, then run a dull blade across its surface, scraping tiny curls into a bowl. Brother Lentinus oversees silently. Occasionally he replaces your blade. Occasionally he nods. He shows you how to test parchment by bending a corner not too far, not too little. If it whispers, he signs it's ready. You try. Yours does not whisper. Yet. Vespers begins with red sky pouring in through the high windows. The light strikes the choir stalls in bands of fire, though the room itself is still cold. The psalm is about return, about light after exile, about warmth after absence. You sing it without effort. By now the melodies feel like bones, part of your shape. When the final line falls away, you feel it settle in your chest like snow that refuses to melt. Supper is rye bread with soft cheese and pickled root. You eat slowly, lingering over each bite. The conversation is still forbidden, but the glances across the table say enough. Someone passes you a small folded paper under the table. You wait until you're alone to open it. Another sketch, not a fish, not a bird. This time a hand holding a candle. The flame drawn in gold ink. Beneath it, even now, we carry light. You add it to your shelf, rearranging the stones, the feather, the leaf, the citrus peel, the napkin with no drawing, the whisperless parchment. Compline is late tonight. One of the novices has disappeared. Not fled, just gone. Likely still in the garden, perhaps asleep in the warming room. But the prior waits until he's found before beginning. The chant starts an hour later than usual. Your voice is tired, but you lift it anyway. When the final note fades, the prior places both hands on the altar and does not move for a long time. Back in your cell, the snow has begun again. You light a single candle. You don't write, you don't rearrange your shelf, you just sit. And when you finally lie down, you whisper a sentence to the dark. Let even my silence be a kind of singing. You wake to no sound but your own breath and the faint crackle of frost against the window frame. The snow has thickened overnight into a padded world where even the wind holds its breath. You sit up slowly, letting the blanket slip from your shoulders and stretch one arm toward the shutter. When you unlatch it, the cold rushes in like a reminder. Nothing outside this monastery belongs to comfort, just vast, quiet blue shadows and the disciplined hush of winter's rule. You dress without hurry. Your robe is stiffer today from where it dried too close to the outer wall, and you have to warm it with your hands before you can slide it over your shoulders. The floor is colder than usual, but you don't flinch. You've learned the rhythm of this chill. It is not punishment. It is presence. At matins, the candles hiss slightly, adjusting to the snow-damp air. Your throat feels tight as you sing, not from illness, but from something that lives deeper, like your voice hasn't fully returned from sleep. Still the psalm unspools. This morning's is about the wilderness being made glad. The phrase sits oddly with you. You wonder if wilderness is ever truly glad, or if it simply endures quietly. After prayer, you're called into the apothecary, a rare privilege. Brother Theodoric has requested help with the herbs, specifically sorting through the dried bundles for anything spoiled by frost or hidden rot. The room is warm, filled with the scent of lavender sage and a faint trace of vinegar-soaked rags. You sit on a low stool beside a pile of curling leaves and begin. One by one, you unwrap cloth packets, checking texture, smell, color. Some are still vibrant. Others have lost their voice, entirely gray, crumbly, and mute. You separate them carefully. Brother Theodoric works beside you, muttering prayers over the acceptable ones and burning the rest in a small copper bowl. The smoke smells of thyme and something bitter, something that bites your throat as you breathe it in. Cleansing, he signs. You nod. Let it sting. At terse, the chanting feels richer somehow, as if the cold has tightened the harmonies, pulled the notes into sharper focus. You sit beside Brother Evo today, and when your line falters halfway through the fourth verse, he lifts his voice gently to cover it. You press your palm once against his sleeve in thanks. Nothing more is needed. Afterward, the prior assigns you to assist Brother Abel in the cellar. The last shipment of root vegetables has arrived, and they must be sorted for storage. You descend the stone steps slowly, the light behind you fading into the warm amber of torch flame. The cellar smells of earth and salt, and something old like the belly of time itself. Brother Abel gestures to a pile of carrots, turnips, and parsnips still dusted with soil. You kneel beside him, and together you wipe, trim, and stack. Some of the carrots are twisted into strange shapes, spirals, double roots, even one that looks like a curled hand. You hold that one up. Brother Abel grins, then drops it into the keep basket. You grin too. Lunch is early today. Barley, porridge, sweetened with pear, and one slice of soft cheese from a batch you didn't know had survived the last frost. It melts slowly on your tongue, and you let it. Brother Lentinus hands you a folded note with your bowl. On it, a sketch of a goat wrapped in a blanket. Below, just the words, "Still warm." Sext passes without flaw. The novice cantor has grown stronger. His voice no longer trembles, his breathing more sure. You notice that his robes are still slightly too long, the hem fraying where he hasn't learned to lift them over his heels. You make a note to offer help tomorrow. Quietly. The afternoon is cold, and the prior gives permission for those unassigned to rest or read. You return to your cell, open your psalter, and find a slip of parchment tucked into the binding. It's from Brother Marius. A spiral again, this one interrupted. The ink stops halfway. Underneath, there is still time. You trace the spiral once with your thumb, then leave it open on the windowsill where the light can fall across it. At Vespers, the light is different, warmer despite the cold. The sun sinks early, painting the chapel walls in soft orange and gold. The psalm today is about restoration. It ends with the line, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy." You sing it more quietly than usual, but with a certain clarity. You wonder if the walls remember all the voices they've held. After the service, you walk the cloister once, just once, enough to feel the snow crunch beneath your feet and watch your breath drift past the bare branches overhead. You pass Brother Audric near the fountain. He's holding a loaf of bread in his hands, hard, stale, probably meant for the hens, but he breaks off a piece and offers it to you. It tastes like nothing, and still you're grateful. Supper is lentil stew with bits of smoked root and a dried fig tucked into the side of the bowl. Someone has lit more candles tonight. Their glow fills the room with soft shadows. No one speaks, but the silence tonight feels different, less austere, more like a shared blanket. Compline comes early, perhaps because of the snow, perhaps because silence is already doing its work, and the formal prayers feel like punctuation rather than beginning. The chant is short. You sing your part with no misstep, And when it ends, you feel something loosen in your chest, not relief, but release. Back in your cell, you sit with the blanket pulled to your chin and your notebook open in your lap. You do not write much, just a single line. Some days speak without needing a voice. Then you blow out the candle, lay back, and let the hush carry you gently into sleep. The next morning begins not with a bell, not even with the low scrape of sandals on stone, but with the soft sound of snow slipping from the roof and falling in clumps to the cloister path below. It startles you at first, so much noise in a place built to muffle, but then it settles just as quickly, like a sigh released by the monastery itself. You lie still for a moment, staring at the faint frost pattern forming on the inner edge of your window, watching it branch outward like a hand drawing slow silver vines. You rise slowly. The chill clings harder today. Your robe crackles slightly at the fold where it froze in the night. You rub it between your palms to soften it before draping it over your shoulders. When you slip your feet into sandals, the leather is like ice. You don't flinch. The corridors are colder than usual. No novices sweeping the walkway, no Brother Evo with the incense tray, not yet. Just the sound of your own footsteps and the creak of old wood adjusting to the cold. When you enter the chapel for matins, there's a hush even deeper than silence. Fewer candles lit, fewer monks awake. You take your place without looking around. Today's psalm is one of patience. A song for those who plant without promise of harvest. As you chant, you think of the root cellar, of the crooked carrot, of Brother Abel's grin, of how much can grow underground. You hold the final note a beat longer than written. No one corrects you. After prayer, you're summoned to the eastern corridor, an unusual place lined with stored paintings, rolled tapestries, and forgotten pieces of furniture. It's being cleared today, Brother Lentanus explains with one gesture. Air the past. You nod, begin pulling back the covers. The dust dances upward, gray and slow, like ghosts rehearsing. You lift a tapestry depicting Saint Benedict with a raven and hang it over a rope to air. It smells like beeswax mildew and something sweet you can't name. Midway through the work, you find a wooden box labeled simply Clavis. Inside, dozens of old keys, each with a scrap of parchment tied to it. Some of the writing has faded. Some is still clear old bell tower north gate latch cabinet no longer present. You turn them in your hand, their weight, like history made small. You choose one smaller than the others, bent slightly, and place it in your robe's inner pocket. Not to steal, just to remember. By terse, the air inside the chapel feels clearer, the light stronger. Your breath doesn't curl as much. The chant flows smoothly. The novice beside you no longer stumbles. You glance at him once. His eyes are closed. You nod quietly to yourself. After prayer, Brother Marius finds you. No paper today, no sketch. Just a gesture, his hand palm down, then slowly lifting, as if raising something invisible. You follow him to the back garden. The snow here is untouched, perfect. In the center, someone has built a small spiral in the snow, just like his drawings, but three-dimensional. You look down at it. He nods toward it, then steps back. Without asking why you kneel, trace one finger around the spiral's curve. The snow is dry, soft, not yet ice. When you reach the center, you don't speak. You just look up. He's gone. Lunch is barley soup, a roasted onion, and one slice of dried apple rehydrated in vinegar and sugar. The taste is sharp, unexpected. You like it. Across the table, Brother Theodoric folds a napkin into the shape of a bell and leaves it on the table as he departs. You tuck it into your sleeve before the steward can clear it away. Sext is warm today, not in heat, but in tone. Someone has adjusted the chants, lowered them half a key, and the whole chapel hums with comfort. You find your place in the lower register more easily than usual. Your voice fits there now like a stone settled into soil. Afterward, you help carry ash from the chapel hearth to the garden bins. It's heavy in the pail, still faintly warm. As you walk, it leaves a trail not obvious but fine gray dust that marks your path like a forgotten story. Brother Ivo hands you a second bucket. You take it without words. That afternoon, the library windows fog with breath and candle smoke. You are sent there to organize the missals by season. Advent, Lent, Ordinary Time, Easter. You trace the spines of books worn by centuries, some with names still visible, some with letters missing. On one, a margin note reads, "He sang too loudly, and still we listened." You close that one more gently than the others. Vespers comes earlier than you expect. The light dims faster in winter. The sky turns the color of old wool. As you chant the psalm about seeking refuge in shadows, your eye catches the chapel's southeast window. A bird has perched there, a small one puffed against the cold, unmoving. You watch it through 3 whole verses. It doesn't blink. Then just before the final amen, it flies. Supper is a surprise. Warm milk with nutmeg and a small wedge of barley cake with honey folded inside. You don't rush it. You savor each bite like prayer. Across the room, someone sneezes. No one reacts. The moment passes without judgment. After the meal, Brother Lentinus pulls you aside and hands you something wrapped in cloth. You open it back in your cell. It's a quill, new, carved at the end with a spiral. You smile. The ink pot on your shelf seems to notice. Compline tonight feels like a dream already half-lived. The candlelight is gentler, as if dimmed by agreement. You sit in the back row, listen more than you sing. The Psalms are familiar, not because you've memorized them, but because they've begun to memorize you. Back in your cell, the spiral snow has melted slightly in your mind, but the feeling remains. You open your notebook, pick up the new quill, and write. Even the snow leaves patterns worth copying. Then you blow out the candle. Let the darkness come. Let the quiet deepen. Let the monastery hold you like breath held for too long and finally released. You wake before the first light touches the frost-crusted window. Your breath a soft rhythm in the silence. The cold is quieter now, more respectful, less like a stranger trying to come in, and more like an old friend waiting at the door. You sit up without shivering. Your body has learned the shape of this life. It wears silence like a second skin. There's no knock, no bell, no call to rise. Only the internal tug that says, "It is time." You dress slowly, feeling the stiffness of wool softened by wear. The robe hugs you now, not with warmth, but with memory. Each thread knows your breath, your posture, your every pause between syllables. You walk the corridor without a candle, guided only by habit and faint ambient light. The air smells faintly of ash and beeswax with just a trace of damp stone. You arrive at matins with 5 others already there. Some faces you expect, some not. You nod to no one. You simply take your place. The psalm this morning is about watchfulness, about lamps kept burning through the long night. As you chant, you realize you've become one of those lamps. Quiet, steady, barely noticed until the world grows dark. After the final note dissolves into stillness, you remain seated. The prior does too. He stares at the altar like it might whisper something back. Eventually he rises and nods toward the west cloister. There's work to do. You're sent to the bell tower not to ring it, but to help clean the loft. Pigeons have nested in the upper beams, and their droppings threaten the bell ropes. You climb slowly, the wood groaning beneath your steps, the air growing colder with every rung. When you reach the top, the world outside unfolds like a snow-washed parchment. White roofs, bare trees, frozen fields. Inside, feathers swirl like motes in the sunbeam. Brother Audric is already there, broom in hand, sweeping with the care of someone tending not just space, but memory. You join him without words. Scoop, dust, rinse. The pigeons coo quietly, unimpressed by your efforts. Midway through, you find an old bell clapper, tucked behind a crate, worn smooth. You hold it in your palm and feel the shape of centuries, the weight of unspoken calls. Back on the ground, the cold no longer surprises you. You walk to terse with the clapper still in your robe pocket, a soft thud with every step. The chant today is oddly joyful, upbeat, lilting, almost playful. A psalm of deliverance. You catch yourself smiling at the odd syncopation, the way Brother Evo tilts his head on the high notes like he's listening to something only he can hear. Perhaps he is. After prayer, you're assigned to the herb garden, not to plant. Of course, it's winter, but to prune the dead stalks, clear the beds, and tuck straw around the roots. You work with Brother Lentinus, who hums tunelessly as he trims. His breath fogs in front of him, then disappears. He hands you a bundle of dried lavender near the end. For your cell, he signs. You nod, slip it into your sleeve. Lunch is sparse bread, softened in broth, a single boiled radish, and half a preserved pear. You eat each bite with attention. Each flavor is a sentence, each texture a paragraph in the long, quiet story of the day. You notice something strange during sext. The echo is different, subtle. You can't tell if it's the cold or if someone has moved a bench. The psalm is about change. That feels appropriate. After prayer, you slip out early and head to the cloister garden. Not out of rebellion, just curiosity. The snow has begun to melt in small patches, revealing the tips of stone pathways and the edge of a broken sundial. You brush the snow aside with your boot. The dial's inscription reads, "Even shadows move in time." You whisper it to yourself. Later in the scriptorium, you're given a new task, copying names. Not prayers, not verses, just names. A registry from decades ago, beginning with Brother Alaric, entered in spring, departed in winter. You copy slowly, letting each curve of the pen settle like breath. With every name you feel a pulse, not grief, not joy, just presence. Brother Theodoric passes behind you once, reads over your shoulder, and leaves a peppermint leaf on your desk. You crush it between two fingers. The scent wakes something behind your eyes. Vespers is fuller than usual. More monks, more candles. Someone's added rosemary to the brazier, and the scent fills the air like memory. The psalm tonight is one of unity, many voices, one body. You listen more than you sing. The chords feel like river currents, deep, unseen, but strong. Supper is delayed. A pot cracked during preparation, and the novices had to start over. No one complains. You sit beside Brother Marius. This time he doesn't draw. He just hands you a sliver of rock salt in a folded napkin. When you look at him, he points to the word preserve, etched faintly into the napkin's edge. You nod. Pocket both. Compline comes early. The chant is slower tonight, almost a lullaby. When it ends, you wait. Not out of duty, just to be the last to leave. Back in your cell, the lavender bundle sits near your pillow. You place the clapper beside it. The salt. The sundial sketch you copied. The registry page you didn't return. You write one sentence in your notebook today, even silence left a trail. Then you lay down, wrapped in more than wool, wrapped in the soft hush of presence, of patience, of prayer that has learned not to ask, but to listen. You wake later than usual. Not out of laziness, not even fatigue, but because for once the monastery itself seems to have decided to let everyone rest a little longer. There's no bell, no chime, no footsteps in the hall, just the faint creak of beams settling and the sound of distant wind pressing softly against the stone. You open your eyes slowly and realize the silence this morning is different. Not heavy or wider, like a pause in a sentence that means more than the words before or after. You dress with care, adjusting your belt so it doesn't rattle the key still tucked in your robe, the one from the old Clavis box. You haven't tried it in any locks. You're not sure you want to. Having it is enough for now. Some mysteries are better carried than solved. By the time you step into the corridor, Matins has already ended. A note is pinned to your door with a smooth pebble. Rest was the first prayer today. You smile and tuck the pebble into your sleeve. Breakfast is simpler than usual: barley with a spoonful of honey and half a poached pear. You sit at the edge of the refectory near the window. The snow is melting now, leaving behind patches of stubborn grass and soil that steams faintly in the sun. Across the room, Brother Ivo sneezes quietly into his sleeve. No one reacts. Nothing needs to be said. At terce, the psalm is about waking. I slept, but my heart kept watch. You sing it with a voice still warm from sleep. You feel its shape settle into your ribs like breath made visible. The chant lingers a moment longer than usual, and the prior allows it. Afterward, you are asked to assist in the warming room. The coals are low, and new firewood must be stacked. The room is deep beneath the monastery, carved into old stone and still lined with soot from years when smoke refused to leave quietly. Brother Abel hands you a bundle of kindling and grins. Dry as last Lent, he signs. You chuckle. That's not saying much. You work for hours, stacking, sweeping, occasionally pausing to blow warmth into your fingers. The room slowly transforms from a cold tomb to a cradle of heat. By the end, you're sweating beneath your robe, the air filled with the scent of resin and pine. Back upstairs, you pass Brother Lentinus, who hands you a folded cloth without a word. Inside is a lump of beeswax and a small wooden stamp the shape of a spiral. You don't ask what it's for. You simply bow. Your pocket feels heavier now, in a good way. Lunch is quiet. Pickled cabbage, lentil mash, and a piece of soft rye bread with cloves pressed into its crust. The cloves surprise you sharp, sudden, almost spicy. A tiny reminder that life here isn't flavorless, just subtle. Sext arrives with a sky full of birds. You notice them through the high chapel windows as you sing. A flock of starlings moving like water, like ink spilled across parchment. The psalm is about guidance, about paths made visible only in hindsight. You don't know if the birds count, but they feel like a sign anyway. After prayer, the prior sends you to the storeroom. Inventory. You count sacks of oats, wheels of cheese, sealed jars of preserved fruit. Everything is labeled meticulously except one jar at the back. It's small, cloudy, and unmarked. You hold it up to the light. Inside, a single preserved rose suspended in syrup. You stare for a long time, then return it to its shelf. Later in the scriptorium, you're assigned not to copying, but to cleaning the inkstones. It's a meditative task, slow, careful, rhythmic. Water, brush, rinse, dry. The stones are stained but not ruined, like memories that refuse to fade. You finish early and carve a small spiral into the wood at the edge of your desk. Just one, just yours. Vespers tonight feels like exhale. The chapel is lit with more candles than usual, their light catching in the dust like golden threads. The psalm is one of reunion. You don't sing all of it. Instead, you hum along through the second verse. Your voice fits there, tucked behind, almost invisible. At supper, the novices serve split peas with crushed garlic and a square of dried fruit cake, one of the last from autumn's harvest. It crumbles softly in your mouth, the raisins warm and sweet. Across from you, Brother Marius places a pebble on your tray. It's smooth and flat, with a spiral etched into it. Beneath, he's scrawled, "Still watching." You slide it beside your spoon and nod once. Compline begins with the chapel door left open. A breeze flows through during the first chant, fluttering robes and lifting a strand of hair from your brow. No one moves to close it. It feels right. The psalm tonight is about night shelters, about shadows that do not threaten but protect. You close your eyes as you sing. After the final amen, the prior extinguishes one candle at a time, letting the dark arrive slowly. No one rushes. When you finally step into the corridor, the walls feel warmer than they should, like they've listened too. Back in your cell, you place the spiral stamp beside your notebook. You light a single candle and dip the wax over the folded page. Then press the spiral into it. The seal holds. A quiet promise. You write only one line tonight. Some prayers are circular. Then you sit in silence, listening to nothing in particular, and everything at once. Then you lie back and let the silence wrap itself around you like a spiral that never ends. You're woken not by bells, but by the scent of pine smoke. Not harsh, sweet, almost comforting, like someone lit a fire just for the smell of it. The scent seeps through the stone and wood like memory, warming its way back in. You lie still for a moment, counting heartbeats, then rise. Your robe feels softer today, as if the fibers themselves remembered gentleness. The corridor is warmer than usual. A few monks pass by with bundles of straw heading toward the stables. That's your cue. The animals need tending. It's not glamorous work, not like copying or chanting, but it grounds you, quite literally. The stable is quiet when you arrive, the animals still drowsy in their stalls. You greet each one softly, the donkey with the limp ear, the two goats who always nudge for extra hay, the hen who refuses to lay but keeps getting pardoned because she sings when it rains. You change the water buckets, scatter fresh straw, and rub warmth back into your fingers. Brother Abel appears at your side and hands you a carrot with a bite already taken from it. Your breakfast, he signs, grinning. You eat it anyway. It's cold and sweet, earthy in that way root vegetables always are when pulled from frozen ground. You return to the chapel in time for terce. The psalm today is about beasts of burden, about yokes and service and dignity and repetition. You can't help but smile. The timing feels almost too neat. You sing the lines with an unexpected affection for donkeys. After prayer, the prior hands you a bundle of folded cloth and nods toward the infirmary. You haven't been there yet. It smells of boiled herbs and vinegar, like time slowed down and made medicinal. Brother Theodoric is tending to a monk with a sprained wrist, probably from lifting firewood wrong. You help grind dried comfrey and yarrow into paste, the mortar cool in your palm. The injured monk doesn't speak, but thanks you by squeezing your shoulder once before leaving. His touch lingers longer than the scent of herbs. Lunch is served in silence, but it's livelier somehow. Stewed beans with a hint of ginger, freshly baked rye, flatbread, and pickled turnips with a tangy snap. The bread still steams when you break it open. You savor the warmth as much as the taste. You notice Brother Marius slipping something into someone's sleeve again. A folded paper, maybe a note, or a drawing. He catches your eye and winks. You don't ask, you just nod. Whatever it wasn't meant for questions. After sext, you're sent to help in the laundry. It's snow melt daytime to rinse the linens in water drawn from barrels filled with melted snow. Your hands go numb in seconds. Brother Evo hums through it. You hum back. Somewhere between chants and steam, the world blurs into rhythm, ring, rinse, hang, fold. As you're hanging a clean robe to dry, you find a hidden stitch at the hem. 4 little crosses embroidered in red. You trace them with your thumb. A mark of ownership. A secret prayer. A joke. You don't know, but you leave it untouched. Later you walk through the courtyard and see the snow spiral rebuilt larger now, curling into itself like a question left unanswered. You follow it with your eyes, but not your feet. This one is meant to be seen from above, not entered. Vespers is somber, quieter than usual. The psalm is about humility. Better a doorkeeper in the house of the Lord. You think of the key in your robe, still unused, still waiting. You clutch it once lightly, then let it go. Supper is barley again, but mixed with bits of preserved apple and a spoon of cream. A feast, relatively speaking. You eat slowly, sitting beside a novice who's just had his tonsure shaved for the first time. He looks colder, but also lighter. You offer him your crust. He takes it. You both nod. That's enough. Afterward, the prior gathers a few of you for what he calls the quiet hours. No chanting, no assignments, just observation. You sit in the cloister walk wrapped in a blanket, staring at the moon as it rises over the eastern wall. No one speaks. No one needs to. The silence does all the work. When Compline comes, your voice barely rises above breath. The chapel feels smaller tonight, like the walls have crept in to hold you tighter. The final psalm is a lullaby. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep. You barely finish the line before your throat closes around it with emotion. Back in your cell, you find a slip of parchment beneath your pillow. No words. Just 4 little red crosses stitched along the bottom. You place it beside your spiral stamp and the lavender bundle now fading, but still fragrant. You write nothing tonight. You just hold the quill, then lay it down. Some nights even quiet doesn't need translation. You blow out the candle. Let the dark fold around you like linen just washed. And you sleep. You're not sure what wakes you. It isn't the bell. It isn't the cold. It isn't even the faint creak of the hallway door that usually marks the change from night to monastic morning. Maybe it's the absence of all of that. The stillness feels curated, like the monastery itself has decided today should begin with more gentleness than usual. You sit up, slow, deliberate. The air tastes different, wood smoke again, but sweeter, richer, like someone burned rosemary in the night, and it clung to the rafters. Outside your cell, there's no one in the corridor. You pass the statue of St. Elred near the stairwell. Someone has draped a woolen scarf around his neck. It's lopsided and clearly homemade with dropped stitches and a single button sewn at the wrong end. You stop, fix the scarf's twist gently, and continue without a word. At breakfast, a new candle burns in the center of the refectory table. Unusual, but not commented on. The flame flickers slowly, casting long shadows across the stone walls. On the plate today, oats, a single date, and toasted barley bread. Nothing fancy, but the date feels like luxury, its sweetness slow and patient. You chew it, as if savoring a memory. After breakfast, Brother Abel beckons you silently to follow him to the orchard wall. There's something odd there, a pattern in the snow that doesn't look natural. It's too precise, too regular. A series of circles inside circles with a cross marked at the center. He points to it, raises an eyebrow, then walks away. You kneel, trace the pattern with a stick, and realize it's a labyrinth like the ones monks used to walk in prayer when pilgrimage wasn't possible. You stand. You walk it slowly. Not for answers, not even for meaning. Just to feel your feet making shapes on ancient snow. Terse comes and goes. The psalm today is about waiting. My soul waits for the Lord more than watchmen for the morning. You sing it with your eyes closed, and when you open them again, someone's left a folded page on your bench. It contains a single word, inked in delicate calligraphy, endure. After prayer, you're assigned to the cellar. Root vegetables, dried herbs, and the quiet presence of mice who don't yet know they're being tolerated. You sort jars, wipe lids, restack shelves. In the corner, you find a box marked Candied Angelica, 1187. It smells like sugar and pepper and thyme. You leave it unopened. Some sweetness shouldn't be disturbed. Lunch is lentil soup with bitter greens and vinegar. A bit sharp, but the bitterness sits well today. Across from you, Brother Evo pulls a feather from his sleeve and hands it to you with a smile. It's not a quill, just a small feather, black tipped in white. You nod, slide it beside the spiral stamp in your pouch. After-sex Brother Marius gestures you toward the cloister garden again. He's carved a spiral into the snow, but it's different this time. 3 paths, each ending in a blank space. He gives you a twig and points. You hesitate. Then you write a single word in the snow. Still. He nods. Walks away. The wind shifts. A flock of birds wheels overhead. Their formation changes twice in midair. No sound, no warning, just motion. You watch until they vanish behind the chapel spire. Back inside, the prior gives you a strange task copy, a single psalm, 3 different ways. One in Latin, one in English, one in silence. You hesitate, then you begin. The Latin flows easily. The English takes more time. But it's the third version that feels the most honest. You don't write anything. You just sit, hold the quill, let the prayer live in your body instead of on the page. During Vespers, someone forgets a line. There's a pause, awkward and raw, and then unexpectedly Brother Theodoric begins humming. Not the melody, just reassurance. The rest follow. It's not the correct chant, but it's the right one for the moment. You hum too. Supper is root mash with butter and a fig baked into a crust of barley and honey. You eat the crust first. Save the fig for last. It tastes like stored summer, like memory preserved. After the meal, you're not dismissed. Instead, the prior leads you to the south cloister, where 6 other monks wait in silence. One by one, each presents an object, a stone, a feather, a scrap of cloth, a thimble, a dried flower, a tiny mirror. You're handed a candle unlit. They nod for you to place it in the center. When it's placed, Brother Lentinus lights it. The flame trembles once, then steadies. No one speaks. The candle burns for 10 minutes. Then someone extinguishes it. The room doesn't feel darker. Compline tonight is different, not in content but in timing, delayed by half an hour. When it finally begins, the first note feels like an exhale the whole monastery had been holding in. The psalm is about peace, not triumph, not justice, just peace. You let your voice fall under the chant instead of above it. When it ends, you don't move. No one does. Eventually, you walk the corridor alone. There's a draft now, but you don't mind. Back in your cell, you find a folded piece of cloth on your pillow, the same scarf from the St. Aelred statue. Inside it, a dried sprig of rosemary and a pebble shaped like a heart. You smile, unsure if it's a message or a mistake. You keep both anyway. Tonight, you don't write, you sew 4 red stitches into the hem of your sleeve. Then you blow out the candle and sleep with your hands tucked beneath your cheek, heart open, mind quiet. You wake up in darkness that doesn't feel empty. It feels full, like the air has thickened overnight, grown heavier with something unspoken. You lie still for a moment, listening to the weight of your own heartbeat. The candle stub you left on the sill is frozen to the stone wick, stiff and curled. You leave it there. When you finally rise, your joints protest. Not painfully, just persistently. like the cold has borrowed your bones and hasn't decided whether to give them back yet. You wrap yourself tighter in your robe and pad into the corridor. The floor bites through your sandals. You welcome it. It's real. Today is assigned as a day of internal labor. That's the term used when your duties have nothing to do with tools or ink or bread or bells. No. Today you're tasked with memory. Brother Theodoric meets you in the chapel near the west alcove. He's laid out scrolls on a long bench, old ones, some written in Latin so ancient even the verbs seem to shrug. He doesn't speak, just points to one scroll with a red wax seal, then to a cushion. You sit. The scroll details a pattern of chant used once every 30 years during what's called a vigil of echoes. It's not in the regular rotation. Most monks never experience it. But you're being asked to memorize it, not to perform it, but to preserve it. You study for hours. The chant isn't linear. It loops. It spirals inward like a labyrinth made of sound. You hum it under your breath, then in silence, until even your pulse seems to follow its rhythm. At midday, you're allowed a brief meal, bread soaked in rosewater, and a thin slice of pickled lemon. The flavors clash, but that's the point. It shocks the tongue, wakes it up, reminds you that fasting isn't just about absence, it's about attention. After lunch, you're led to the old archive, a room rarely opened, kept behind a warped oak door with a black iron latch. Inside, dust string-bound tomes, the scent of candle wax, and something more like rain on parchment. You breathe it in like it might teach you something. You're told to examine the bindings, not the content, just the spines, the stitching, the thread. You run your fingers along the edges of books that haven't been opened since your great-grandfather's great-grandfather was in swaddling cloth. You find one bound with hair. Human, probably. You don't flinch. In the corner of the archive, a scroll lies half unrolled. It contains names, dozens, hundreds, all from a single winter 3 centuries ago. None are monks, just townsfolk. Marginalia notes refer to them as silent witnesses. You don't ask, but you copy the names into your notebook one by one. Vespers today feels different. The wind outside hums along with the chant like a low, breathy drone. The psalm is about those who wait at the gate but are never let in. You feel that in your chest. Not sadness, just recognition. After Vespers, you're given a single sheet of vellum and a new quill. The prior tells you to write what you've remembered today, not the words, but the shapes, the feeling of the chant, the pattern of the bindings, the sound the dust made when it fell from that human hair scroll. You draw spirals, a square with a missing corner, a feather bent in the middle, a teardrop with a stem like a leaf. It's not a language anyone else would understand, but it's yours. At supper, you sit beside Brother Evo. He doesn't speak, just passes you a scrap of parchment folded 7 times. Inside a thumbprint, a question mark, and a smear of honey. You don't know what it means. That's fine. You fold it back up and place it under your sleeve. Some things are meant to puzzle, not solve. Compline arrives on the heels of wind and distant thunder. The storm hasn't reached you yet, but the air knows. The candles are flickering as if they've already heard the news. The psalm is about building houses on stone. You wonder if that includes memory, if the structures you built today of song-silent stitching are strong enough to last. You think they might be. Back in your cell, you light a new candle. Melt a bit of wax onto the corner of your notebook. Press your thumb into it before it cools. Then, you write a single sentence slanted sideways in the margin. Silence speaks in loops. You fold the page, tuck it under the lavender sprig, slide your boots closer to the fireless hearth. And for once, you don't worry about tomorrow. The storm can wait. You wake in the middle of the night with the strange sensation that something has shifted. Not wrong, not broken, just moved. A piece of the silence is missing, or maybe it's been rearranged. The candle by your bed has burned lower than it should. You sit up, robe slipping from your shoulders, and listen. There is no wind now, no distant creak of beams or soft shuffle of sandals on stone. The whole monastery seems to be holding its breath. You stand, pull your robe tighter, and step out into the corridor. A faint glow pulses from the direction of the eastern gallery. You follow it slowly, each footfall deliberate, the soles of your sandals whispering against the flagstone floor. The light grows stronger, not candlelight, not moonlight, something in between. You round the corner and see Brother Marius kneeling in front of the great rose window. Not praying, just watching. The window isn't lit from within. It's reflecting something, perhaps starlight, perhaps memory. The colored glass paints his face in streaks of crimson and cobalt. He doesn't acknowledge you, but a small pebble rolls across the floor in your direction. You pick it up. It's carved with a spiral, of course. But this one has a small dot in the center. You don't ask. You just sit beside him. For a while, nothing happens. Then a bell chimes softly, not from the bell tower, but from somewhere beneath the floor. You both look down. The sound echoes like it's caught in a jar. By morning, you're back in your cell, unsure if you ever truly left. Your breath fogs in the air. You cup your hands around a steaming mug of broth left anonymously outside your door. It tastes of rosemary and smoke and something you can't name. Mid-morning, Brother Abel asks you to join the gatekeeper. You follow the path toward the outer walls, boots crunching over frozen moss. The gatekeeper's hut is small and warm, a fire crackling low in the hearth. You sit beside him. He hands you a pouch filled with old iron keys, each different in shape, weight, and rust. He doesn't explain. He doesn't need to. Your task today is simple: test them all. Find the one that no longer opens anything. You spend hours fitting keys into old locks, doors that creak open into broom closets, cellars, tiny rooms filled with broken buckets. One key, small and bent, turns nothing. You hold it up. The gatekeeper nods. You place it on the sill. It catches the morning light and flashes once before going still. At lunch, the bread is dense and still warm. Inside one of the loaves, you find a dried cherry. Just one. A sweetness tucked into the middle of the mundane. You smile without meaning to. After sext, you return to the archive. This time not to read, to clean. You dust shelves, organize scrolls, mend a frayed ribbon. While working, you find a page torn from a book. No words, just a childlike drawing of a hand holding a candle. You keep it. Vespers brings a new chant, one you've never heard. It stumbles at first like a foal learning to walk, but finds its rhythm. The psalm tonight speaks of watchmen who forget what they're watching for. You wonder if the chant is the point or the forgetting. Compline comes with snow tapping lightly on the roof. The air inside the chapel smells of beeswax and pine. You sing the final verse with eyes closed, letting the silence stretch afterward. It holds. Back in your cell, you add the bent key, the pebble, the torn drawing to your growing little altar of objects. You don't pray. You arrange. You remember. You listen. Then you sleep. You awaken not to a bell or a call, but to birdsong, faint and far away, like it's been stitched into the edges of the morning rather than sung outright. It takes you a moment to realize the sound is real and not part of a dream. There are no birds inside the cloister walls, at least none that stay. This one sounds like it's just beyond the herb garden, perched perhaps on the top branch of the rosemary bush that droops from yesterday's snowfall. You sit up slowly, brushing frost from the inside of your window, and spot the tiny black speck just visible on the ledge outside. It flies away the moment your breath fogs the glass. The monastery is quiet in a different way today. Not solemn, not heavy, just alert, as if the walls themselves are waiting for something. You notice more eyes than usual lifted during prime glances passed between sleeves and shadows. The chant is slower, almost hesitant, like the brothers are listening for a harmony that hasn't been introduced yet. Even Brother Felix, whose voice always pushes ahead of the rest, holds back. After prayer, the prior meets you by the cloister fountain. He carries no book, no list, no wax tablet of instructions. He simply walks. You follow. Down through the library's side hall, through the scriptorium, past the cellar, where pickled pears sleep in the dark. You keep expecting him to stop to gesture to a sign, but he doesn't. He leads you into the walled garden behind the eastern tower. The gate creaks. You step inside. You've only seen this garden once before on your first day. It's meant for rest, though no one truly rests there. It holds medicinal plants, uncommon herbs, small benches for reflection, and a shrine made of 3 flat stones stacked unevenly under a tree that looks like it's always on the verge of budding, but never quite blooms. The prior points to a wooden stool under the tree and leaves you there. You sit. The sun hasn't reached this corner of the wall yet. The air smells faintly of lavender and iron. You wait. 5 minutes pass. 10. 20. Then Brother Cassian arrives carrying a box the size of a loaf of bread. He hands it to you with both palms open as if he's offering something alive. You take it. He nods and vanishes down the path. The box is plain, no seal, no hinge, just soft, dark wood tied with a strip of leather. You undo the knot slowly, careful not to drop it, and open the lid. Inside, dozens of tiny pieces of parchment, folded, creased, crumpled, some no larger than your thumb. You lift one. It contains a single word, hope. Another shatter. Another return. There are no signatures, just these fragments. You read each one by one. Some feel ancient. Some feel like they were written this morning. A few are blank, the ink faded entirely. You spend the rest of the morning unfolding and refolding, placing the pieces into small clusters. Words about healing, words about loss, words that repeat across decades. You find 6 instances of wait, 3 of forgive, 2 of sleep. After a while you stop reading. You just hold them. The weight of voices you'll never hear, prayers maybe, or confessions, or memories that couldn't survive any other way. You place the box back on the stool and walk once around the tree. Your footsteps are soft. The earth is cold, but not hard. A worm wriggles in the soil by your toe and disappears before you can greet it. Midday meal is quieter than usual. The bread is shaped into rounds today, not loaves. You tear yours in half and find a walnut inside. You pass the larger half to Brother Evo, who raises one eyebrow and slips it into his sleeve like it's contraband. You both suppress smiles. After lunch, you're sent to the room of forgotten things. That's not its name, of course, but it's what everyone calls it. It's technically the storage of redundant monastic material. But what it really holds are the pieces of old traditions no longer practiced. Robes too worn to be used, but too blessed to be burned. Bells that cracked centuries ago. Ropes that once hung above the chapter house doorway, braided with ash and olive oil. You're told to take inventory. No writing, just observation. What's missing? What's broken? What's waiting to be remembered? You find a jar of salt that's been sealed shut with wax so old it's gone green at the edges. A chair with only 3 legs, but a back carved with the psalm. He makes me lie down in green pastures. A box filled with shoes, each one missing its pair. You sit on a barrel of dried peas and try to imagine the last person who wore them. A boy, a brother, a visitor who left before they could say goodbye. You don't solve anything, you just witness. At Vespers, the chant returns to its usual pace, but the air still carries something expectation, maybe, or grace. The psalm tonight mentions a feast prepared in the presence of enemies. You think of the walnut, the parchment fragments, the missing shoes. You don't feel surrounded by enemies, but you do feel watched by time, maybe. Or by the version of yourself who's just beginning to understand silence. After the service, you pass the library and notice that one of the scroll cubbies is open. Inside, a scroll has been turned upside down. You straighten it out of habit. On the shelf beneath it sits a small bundle, 7 feathers tied with thread. 1 red, 1 white, 5 brown. You don't touch it, you just nod. Back in your cell, the box from the morning has been placed on your bed. Not with new contents, just the same pieces rearranged. On top sits a new scrap of parchment with 1 word written in fresh ink again. You tuck the box under your cot, and for the first time in weeks you dream in words. You don't speak of the dream the next morning. You don't have to. It clings to you like steam from the morning broth, faint vanishing but real enough that your skin remembers it. The dream wasn't frightening. It was quiet. A hallway with no walls. A book that turned into wings. A voice that wasn't a voice whispering a name you didn't recognize, and yet somehow knew. You carry it into Prime, where the bells seem softer today, as if they too are wrapped in memory. The chant begins with a verse about the paths of the righteous and the valleys of shadow, but you barely hear it. Your hands follow the motions. Your lips form the shapes. But your mind is still in the dream, still listening for a sound that doesn't belong to the waking world. After prayer, Brother Matteo pulls you aside and gives you a task you didn't know existed. You are to clean the candle nooks in the chapter house. Not the candles themselves, not the wicks, not the holders, but the little recessed alcoves in the stone wall where candles sit during formal readings. Dust, wax, soot, all must be scrubbed away with a vinegar-soaked cloth and an olive wood scraper worn smooth by generations of silent work. You nod and you begin. Each nook is a tiny chapel. Each one tells a story. A mark where a beetle died. A crack that splintered from heat during an unusually harsh winter. A small smear of red pigment, someone's inked finger forgotten. As you work, your thoughts drift to the parchment box beneath your bed. You wonder how many of those words once sat inside these very same walls, flickering in the candlelight, whispering their one-syllable truths into air thick with prayer and dust. You find yourself humming a tune you didn't know you knew. It loops, rises, then falls like the curve of a swallow's flight. It doesn't belong to any chant you've studied, but it doesn't feel foreign. Maybe silence teaches you songs you forgot you knew. When you finish the candle nooks, Brother Matteo nods and hands you a folded cloth. It's black, soft, stitched with a single red thread. He doesn't explain it. He simply places it in your palm and gestures toward the refectory. Lunch is already underway, though the benches are quieter than usual. The bread is still warm. The lentils are seasoned with garlic and thyme. As you chew, you notice a pattern emerging in your thought sound, then stillness. Stillness, then memory. Memory, then breath. Breath, then silence again. It's not a mantra. It's a rhythm. You don't chase it. You let it carry you. After the meal, Brother Evo passes you a folded note. You recognize the fold 7 again. Inside, you are invited to the crypt. Bring no light. There's no signature. There never is. You spend the rest of the afternoon pacing your cell, tidying your blanket, folding your robe, unfolding it again. You try to nap, but your body is too alert, too full of quiet anticipation. By dusk, you make your way down to the lower chapel, then further still to the crypt below. It smells of stone, earth, and time. No candles are lit. You blink, adjusting to the dark. Then you hear it, not footsteps, not voices breathing. Slow, steady, measured. There are others here. You sense them before you see them. Shadows hunched in prayer bodies wrapped in heavy cloaks, faces turned inward rather than toward one another. You take your place among them. The silence here is different, denser. Not just absence, but fullness. Like the world has closed its eyes and decided to remember itself. Someone begins a chant, not aloud, but with breath. You feel the rhythm in your chest more than your ears. It pulses gently, like waves, lapping at the edge of memory. One by one, the others join in. Not voices, not even humming, just presence, just air, moving in reverence. You stay there for what might be minutes or hours. Time bends in the crypt. There is no bell, no page to turn, just the slow, deliberate act of staying. When the moment ends, no one signals, no one rises first. You all simply dissolve back into the corridors, back into your robes, back into your quiet cells where the cold has found its way under the door once more. You return to find the black cloth from earlier laid neatly across your pillow. It's been folded into a square no larger than your palm. Inside it now, a dried petal, white, slightly curled, a sliver of smooth stone etched with a spiral, and 3 dots. A thread of red, unbroken, running through both. You light no candle that night. You make no notes. You don't write in your journal. You simply lie down, fold your hands over your chest, and listen to the rhythm that still hums beneath your ribs. You fall asleep, not with thoughts, but with echoes. You do not dream in words. You dream in silence. You wake earlier than usual, not from noise, not from cold, but from something else. A sense of invitation, the kind that doesn't come from another person, but from the day itself. The candle has not been lit yet, and the stars still cling faintly to the pre-dawn sky. But your eyes are open, and the silence feels welcoming, like a room left ajar with the lamp already lit inside. You rise, stretch your arms slowly, and step into your robe, with the deliberate slowness of someone who doesn't wish to startle the quiet. There is no official task waiting for you today. The schedule on your door is blank. That doesn't mean you have the day to yourself. It means the monastery expects you to listen. So you do. You begin by stepping into the courtyard. The stones are slick with dew, and every footfall makes the faintest sigh. You pause beneath the archway and feel the cold air on your cheeks. Then you kneel beside the herb bed, where the mint has begun to push its way through the soil again. You press 2 fingers into the earth, not enough to harm, just enough to greet it. The dirt is cool, pliant, soft, alive. You wander slowly toward the cloistered passage behind the scriptorium, the one lined with narrow windows that look out onto the eastern hills. The sky is the color of wet paper smeared gently with lilac and gray. A single rook caws far above, breaking the hush like a crack in glass, then disappears. You keep walking until you reach the door to the bell tower. Not the main one, but the smaller stair that spirals up to the observation platform, usually locked. Today it's ajar. You hesitate, then step inside. The stairs are narrow, worn smooth in the middle by centuries of cautious feet. Your fingers trail along the wall as you climb, not for support, but companionship. The stone is cool, but not unkind. Halfway up, you pause to catch your breath, not from exertion, but because you suddenly notice the silence isn't total. There's a faint hum, as though the tower itself is thinking. You keep climbing. At the top, the door is already open. The breeze greets you like an old friend, playful but measured. You step out into the morning light now, soft gold and edged with blue. From here you can see the chapel roof, the orchard, the meadows, and beyond that the woods just starting to thin for spring. No one else is here, just you, and the day, and the sky above. You stay for a long time, not watching, not searching, just being. By mid-morning, you descend and find a small folded note tucked into the edge of your cell door. Vellum room, noon. Be ready to choose. No signature. You tuck it into your sleeve. At noon, you make your way to the vellum room. It's a narrow chamber between the scriptorium and the archive where treated calfskin sheets are stored flat in deep drawers, kept dry and untouched until needed. When you arrive, Brother Aurelian is waiting beside a table covered in stacked vellum, each page identical in size, pristine, faintly luminous in the sun, shafting through the tall window. He nods once, then gestures toward the stacks. You may choose one. You blink. He doesn't elaborate. So you examine them. You run your fingers across the surfaces, feeling for difference, not texture, not weight, but something more subtle, like warmth, like history. Some sheets feel too proud, too clean, others too tired, too dull, but one near the bottom feels right, not because of what it is, but because of what it's ready to become. You lift it, and Brother Aurelian smiles. That one has waited long. He offers you a slip of charcoal. No ink, not yet. He nods toward the desk. Begin. You sit. The page stares at you, blank but not empty. You draw first. A line, a curve, a broken spiral. Not planned, followed. Then a word. Then another. Not a poem, not a letter, not even prayer. Just breath turned into shape. You work slowly without rush, and by the time you stop, the sun has moved, the room dimmed. Brother Aurelian doesn't inspect it. He just nods again and places it inside a wooden folio unmarked. That night, supper is served with dried fig and soft cheese. A treat. No explanation, no occasion. But everyone notices. The room buzzes gently with silent smiles. Even the older monks chew slower, as if trying not to seem greedy. During Compline, the psalm is sung without accompaniment. No bell, no flickering rhythm, just voices and space. The verses are about hidden things, about treasures stored in fields, about the value of the unseen. You don't need to look at the parchment again to understand the connection. Back in your cell, you find a new object on your pillow. A piece of charcoal worn at both ends, wrapped in linen. A single word stitched into the cloth, keep. You place it beside the stone from the crypt, the feather bundle, the wax mark. The silence tonight is not just absence, it's invitation. Sleep does not come easily, but you don't fight it. Instead, you lie still, with your hands folded on your chest, eyes open in the dark, listening to the soft creaks and sighs of a monastery gone quiet. There's a rhythm to the wood and stone expanding, settling, remembering that feels almost like breath. You match your own breathing to it and find comfort there, not sleep. Eventually you rise, not because you must, but because you're being called not by voice or task, but by something deeper. The kind of pull that lives under the skin and has no name. You light no candle? The hallway is faintly lit by moonlight slipping in through the high slits of stone. The walls seem taller at night, the air colder but cleaner, as if silence itself has swept the corridors. Your bare feet move soundlessly along the worn stones, and you stop only when you reach the scriptorium. It's unlocked. Inside, the air smells like old ink, pressed leather, and dust warmed by memory. You don't light the lanterns. Instead, you let the moon trace your way to the desk, where the master scribe keeps the unused inks violet, rust red, iron gray. You run your fingers along the jars, but don't open them. Not yet. Instead, you kneel. There is a ritual to creation in this place. You've seen it often, but this is the first time you perform it yourself. You open the drawer containing the prayer brush, a tool of silence used not for ink, but for air. You sweep the parchment once, twice, thrice. Then you breathe on it, not to warm it, but to remind it of life. And then you begin again, not to write, but to prepare. It's not until dawn that someone finds you. Brother Aldrich stands at the door, arms folded, one brow raised, as if to say, "So it's begun." He says nothing. You rise, brush the dust from your knees, and follow him without question. He leads you through the gardens, down the western slope, past the orchard fence to the beekeeper's chapel. A low stone building, rarely visited unless sweetening agents are needed for salves or special ink mixes. Inside, the smell of wax is overwhelming, rich, and almost cloying. Dozens of bees drift in and out through gaps in the stone, ignoring you entirely. On the central altar lies a sheet of parchment thicker than any you've seen. It's been glazed in honey. "Write," says Brother Aldrich, handing you a reed pen sharpened to a needle's edge. You hesitate because writing on honey-glazed vellum feels sacrilegious in its own right, but you obey. The pen skims the surface like a skater on frozen water. The ink beads, then settles. You do not write words. You draw. Not symbols, not letters, not language, just memory. A spiral again, but fragmented this time. A tree, leafless. A figure kneeling beneath an unseen weight. A line that cuts across the page like a question left unanswered. When you finish the page, smells like warmth and regret. Brother Aldrich takes it from you without looking and slides it into a drawer built directly into the altar's base. You realize it joins dozens of others already sealed inside. "You're not meant to remember," he says quietly. "You're meant to carry." You walk back to the main cloister with trembling hands. That afternoon, you're assigned to the orchard for pruning. You've never worked with shears before. The trees are gnarled and stubborn, their limbs twisted by centuries of wind and story. Each cut you make feels personal. A sacrifice. You whisper apologies to the wood. Brother Marius works beside you, humming again the same unfinished tune from weeks ago. This time he finishes it. The last notes feel like a door closing gently in the wind. When the sun lowers, the orchard is silent again. You look up and notice a single apple frostbitten but still clinging to its branch. You don't pick it, you leave it. Some things are meant to remain. Evening meal is salted root stew with crushed walnut and black bread. No dessert, no spoken thanks. But a candle is placed at the center of every table, even though it's not a feast day. Small flames that flicker in rhythm, casting halos on each brother's face. At Compline, you're not in the chapel. You're beneath it again in the crypt. This time you are alone. You bring nothing with you, no candle, no book, no thoughts, just presence. You kneel and close your eyes. You listen. You listen until the silence feels like it's speaking back. A breath, a memory, a voice that is not yours but still speaks your name. You do not answer. You simply bow your head and let the dark fold around you like the inside of a folded robe. Back in your cell, a new object waits on your cot. A length of thread, still red, tied around a shard of broken inkstone. Attached a strip of honey-stiffened vellum. No words, only a dot, a line, a curve. And the silence in your chest says yes. The bell for laud sounds before the sky has shed its stars. You rise before the second toll, more out of instinct than obedience. Your joints are stiff, but the rest of you feels lighter. Not rested exactly, but less burdened. As you fold your blanket and smooth the corners of your cot, your fingers brush the red thread and inkstone shard from the night before. They're still there, still silent, still pulsing with meaning. You slip them into the small pocket inside your robe and move toward the chapel. The hallway glows faintly with lantern light, and the scent of beeswax clings to every breath. As you step into the gathering of hooded silhouettes, the chant begins, not all at once, but in a slow, rolling cadence, as if waking up beside you. The words come from deep places, psalms about judgment and mercy, about being delivered from the hand of the oppressor. They settle into the arches above and disappear, not needing to be heard again. Today your assignment is unusual. You're to assist Brother Silvano, the apothecary. He rarely speaks except to plants and pots of simmering concoctions. But this morning, he greets you with a nod and a faint smile, before placing in your hands a woven basket lined with soft cloth. Inside, dried rose hips, calendula petals, crushed myrrh, and a piece of broken ceramic glazed in deep blue. You don't ask questions. You carry it as instructed. He leads you to the edge of the cloister gardens, then through a low gate you've never seen open before. Beyond it lies a hidden glade, circular, ringed with yew trees and overgrown stone. In the center, a basin carved from a single piece of granite rests beneath a canopy of ivy. You expect him to speak. He doesn't. He gestures. You begin laying out the contents of the basket on a clean cloth, one by one in a clockwise arc. Rose hips to the north, calendula to the east, myrrh to the south, and the shard of ceramic to the west. When you finish, Brother Silvano reaches into his own robe and withdraws a phial of clear oil. He pours exactly 7 drops into the basin. You expect fragrance, maybe incense, but the air stays clean, unscented, almost expectant. Then, with surprising gentleness, he points to the basin and says, "Listen." You lean close, not too close, just enough. At first, there's nothing. Then you hear it, a hum, not mechanical, not like bees, not even like chant. It's the sound of time steeping, of roots drawing stories upward, of petals remembering light. It lasts only a moment, but it stays with you. Brother Silvano takes the rose hips and crushes them with the back of a wooden spoon. He mixes them with the calendula and the myrrh, folds them into a muslin pouch and presses it into your hands. For sleep, he says, but not yours. You're not sure what that means, but again you don't ask. You bow. You return the way you came, through the cloister garden, past the kitchen, where the scent of barley soup wafts through the air. You pass Brother Felix arguing quietly with himself in the corner, his favorite way to practice rhetorical logic. You give him a respectful nod. He nods back twice, as if responding to both himself and to you. At 6, the midday reading includes a passage about vessels being emptied and refilled, about cups that overflow, not with wine but with clarity. You don't fully grasp it, but the words sit in your chest like warm stones. After the service, you find yourself called to the laundry house, not to wash, but to mend. Brother Emmerich has laid out a collection of old robes that need patching. Most are beyond salvage. You work in silence beside him, stitching where you can, salvaging what's left. At one point, your needle slips and catches your skin. A small sting. You don't bleed, just flinch. He glances over, raises an eyebrow, and wordlessly offers you a thimble made of wood. It fits your finger perfectly. When the last robe is folded, he hands you a pouch of threads. For later, he says, not all tears are visible. Before Compline, you wander toward the edge of the orchard again. The apple from before is gone. Not fallen, not picked, just gone. In its place is a single feather standing upright in the branch's crook. You reach up and take it. Brown, slightly curved. It matches one from the bundle in your cell. You don't know what it means, but your chest hums again like the basin. That night, after the final bell, you place the muslin pouch beneath Brother Marius' pillow. He doesn't stir. You leave no note. Back in your own room, the stone floor feels less cold. The window doesn't whistle. Your cot doesn't creak. The silence tonight feels full, not with secrets, but with permission. That fullness stays with you the next morning, rising with the sun and stretching into every shadow the light touches. Even the bread at breakfast feels softer, warmer, as if it had something to say, but chose to keep it simple. The honey is thicker than usual. The tea has a note of fennel. You chew slowly, aware that something is shifting not externally, but within the rhythm you've begun to trust. After the meal, you're summoned not to a duty, but to a walk. Brother Anselm. The old archivist waits for you by the inner gate, his cowl lowered, revealing a face like parchment stretched across driftwood. He doesn't speak, just gestures for you to follow. His pace is slow, deliberate, and his staff clicks lightly against the stone. He leads you through the southern hall, out past the garden sheds, and down a path you hadn't realized curved so far into the woods. You pass the old stations of the cross-worn carvings, half swallowed by moss, and follow him until the trees begin to thin and the soil turns gravelly beneath your feet. At the end of the path stands a small hut, low-roofed and covered in lichen. No bell, no cross, no sigil. Just a door held shut by a loop of rope. Brother Anselm unloops it, pushes open the door, and steps inside. You hesitate, then follow. Inside darkness, then light, then parchment. So much parchment. Not scrolls, not books. Walls covered in hanging sheets. Ceiling beams wrapped in vellum. Floorboards lined with soft leather to muffle footfall. Every surface is covered in layers and layers of script, not language, not letters, but shapes. Some spiral, some drift, some stack on top of one another like breath upon breath. The ink is not all black. Some is red, brown, gold, and one or two in faded green. You realize this is not an archive, it's not a library. It's a conversation. Everything that is never said, Brother Anselm says, voice brittle but warm. It lands somewhere. You step closer to one of the hanging sheets. The symbols shift slightly in the breeze of your movement. You recognize none of them, and yet your eyes are not confused. They're calm. Brother Anselm removes a pouch from his robe and pours a small handful of stones into a shallow clay bowl. Each is engraved with a mark, not rune, not number, just fragments of memory. He swirls the bowl gently, and the stones clink like tiny bells. Pick 3, he says. You do. The first is smooth and black, carved with a shallow groove. The second is rough and gray, marked by a tiny circle broken open on one side. The third is pale white, and shaped almost like a teardrop with a dot in its center. He nods at each, then at you. Now you know your order. You say nothing, but something inside settles. The rest of the morning is spent in silence. Brother Anselm does not teach. He shows. He brushes new vellum with a bundle of herbs dipped in salt water. He sings not aloud, but through his breath, and shows you how to align the fibers of a page to the breath itself. He places a blank page in front of you and presses your hand to it. You wait. You feel it. When he finally speaks again, it's only to say you may write, but only when you're not trying. You walk back together slowly, past the same mossy carvings beneath the same bowing trees. He doesn't speak again, but he hands you a single slip of parchment folded into a square. You tuck it away. That afternoon you find Brother Marius resting in the shadow of the north cloister wall. He's not asleep, just breathing with purpose. You sit beside him without speaking. After a moment he reaches into his sleeve and produces a needle. a fine one, silver threaded with red. He places it in your hand. For mending, he says, or beginning. Before vespers, you return to your cell. You lay out the 3 stones, the silver needle, the red thread, the bundle of feathers, the spiral-marked shard, the honey-stiffened vellum, the pouch of sleep herbs, and the single-folded parchment. You do not arrange them. You simply sit among them. You begin to understand that silence isn't just what remains when sound disappears. Silence is what you hear when memory breathes. At vespers, the chant carries differently. The words roll across your skin like wind across grass. You don't follow every phrase. You don't need to. One line stays with you, he who remembers not with mind, but with marrow. After the final bell, you find your feet leading you, not by choice, but by trust, back toward the orchard. The sun has dipped low and the branches cast long, crooked shadows. You walk between them like a thread moving through cloth. Something catches your eye. A 4th feather, this one black-tipped in silver. You pick it up and feel the weight shift in your chest. That night in your cot, you place it with the others. 4 now, each one from a different moment, each one given, not found. You realize they're not clues, they're anchors. And silence is the thread binding it all together. You begin to notice how the silence changes depending on where you are. In the refectory, it's practical, a silence filled with chewing, with the soft clatter of wooden spoons and clay bowls, with the rustle of robes as monks rise and return to their tasks. In the scriptorium, it's studious, full of focused breath of pages turned with reverence of quills, scratching against stretched vellum with the same tenderness one might reserve for skin. But in your cell, the silence has grown sacred. Not because it's quiet, but because it listens back. This morning you are not assigned a task. The schedule on your door has been wiped clean, not blank, but polished like someone wanted to erase even the idea of expectation. You open the door anyway, prepared to follow whatever the day has in mind. A folded scrap of parchment lies at your feet. No name, no seal, no ink, just a fold. Inside, pressed into the fibers with something more akin to pressure than pigment, is a single curve. A question maybe, or the beginning of a spiral. You carry it in your sleeve and head toward the chapel. Not because you're told, but because your feet go that way of their own accord. Along the way, Brother Emmerich is sweeping leaves from the inner cloister. He doesn't greet you with words, only with a small nod and a glance toward the northern gate, rarely open, more symbolic than functional. It's open. Beyond it lies a narrow trail that winds between hedges and older trees. You've never walked it before, at least not in this life. The path leads you to a hidden courtyard square and low-walled where the stone tiles are warm from the morning sun. In the center stands a well, not deep, not dry, but still. There's no rope, no bucket. Just the well, a circle of darkness in the middle of silence. You approach it slowly. You peer inside. There's water down there, clear, unmoving. You lower your hand, palm open toward the opening. You don't reach the surface, but the air cools your skin anyway, and for a moment you feel like the well sees you, not watches, sees. The kind of recognition that happens between mirrors. You sit beside it, you wait. A bird lands on the edge. Not a sparrow or a dove, something stranger. All gray, but with one red eye. It doesn't chirp, just tilts its head at you once, then drops a tiny object into the well. It sounds like a marble hitting glass. You don't see it land, but the ripples travel back up into your spine. When you return to the monastery, Brother Felix is in the refectory, muttering not to himself this time, but to the steam rising from a bowl of broth. You sit across from him. He doesn't seem surprised. You eat in silence. Then he asks, "Do you know what silence tastes like?" You consider. You chew, you swallow. "Warm bread, you say?" He nods. Almost, but not always. Later, you return to your cell to find a new addition on your windowsill. A small circle etched into the stone. You're certain it wasn't there before? Not scratched, not painted, burnished? Like time itself pressed a memory into the frame. You trace it with your finger. It warms slightly beneath your touch. That afternoon, you're summoned to the archive tower. A rare invitation. Inside, shelves of books, scrolls, and bundled vellum sheets climb to the vaulted ceiling like the rings of a great tree. You're greeted not by the archivist, but by the librarian, Brother Henri Short-Stern, with the eyes of someone who remembers every mistake ever written. He gestures you to a ladder you climb. At the very top, nestled among forgotten codices, is a wooden box. It opens with a sigh. Inside, a pile of blank pages, a faded ribbon, and a ring of bronze with no jewel, no crest, no history. Brother Henri says only, "Take what calls to you." You take the ribbon. That night the dreams come. Not loud, not vivid, not the kind that send you bolting upright in sweat and panic, but soft, slow, and nearly imperceptible. You don't remember falling asleep. You only remember the weight of the ribbon in your palm and the way the stone circle on your windowsill pulsed once beneath your finger. Then everything dimmed not into blackness but into a kind of velvet gray where sound drifts and thought doesn't cling to form. The dream is a hallway, long curving candle lit. No walls, only arches, no floor, only mist. You walk barefoot. The air carries scents of old parchment and rosemary and something sharper, iron maybe, or memory. Every few steps you pass objects floating in the air like paused thoughts. A bowl, a needle, a red thread that loops once and vanishes, the bronze ring, a single apple bitten once, a feather drifting but never landing. You try to speak, but your mouth remains closed, not sealed, not silenced, just unnecessary. Then you hear it, not a voice, but a note. One pure tone that echoes once and falls. It's not sad, it's not urgent, it's just true. When you wake, the feather is gone, the black one with silver tip. In its place, a small dish of salt and ash carefully placed on your desk. You didn't leave it there, you're sure of that. But there it is, unassuming, unburning, and waiting. You sit, you breathe, and then you remember something Brother Silvano once said, not to you, but to the jar of crushed mint he was labeling. Everything has memory, even what's ground down. At the time, you thought it was charming nonsense. Now it sits inside you like a forgotten name. You touch the salt. It's cold, you touch the ash. It's warm, you don't ask why. You take them both and carry them to the chapel. Inside, the space is empty. No chant, no candles. Only light filtered through the linen-covered windows, casting soft shapes on the floor like ghosts without stories. You place the dish on the altar. You kneel. You close your eyes. You feel the silence bend toward you. Not heavy, not angry. Curious. After a long time, a door creaks in the distance. You rise and walk, guided by nothing more than instinct and the faint breath of something old. The hallway is unfamiliar. The stones are darker, the air colder. You find yourself in a chamber you've never seen before. It's round, domed with no windows. In the center is a single table. On it, parchment, not blank. Written in a hand that mirrors yours but is not yours. The letters curl and bend like vines grown in moonlight. You cannot read them. You do not need to. Your hand reaches out, and your fingers brush the corner of the page. For a moment, your chest tightens, not in fear, but in recognition. It's your story, but not the one you've lived, the one you've carried. Suddenly you feel tired, not sleepy, not exhausted, but the kind of tired that comes from holding something too long without knowing it. You sit, you breathe. The silence sits with you. Later, when you return to the cloister, the bells are chiming. None. The sun has crossed halfway down the sky, and the shadows stretch across the grass like fingers returning to soil. You walk past Brother Felix again. He's kneeling in the herb garden, whispering to the time. He doesn't look up. He says, "It's almost time, you know." You pause. For what? He smiles. for the part where silence becomes song. You nod though you don't understand, yet in the refectory the meal is simpler than usual. Boiled turnip oatcakes, a thin stew of lentils and herbs. But in the center of every table a small bowl of honey. No explanation, no announcement, just presence. You dip a piece of oatcake into yours. It's bitter, not spoiled, just aged. Honey doesn't rot after all, it just remembers. That evening you're given no assignment. You walk the halls alone, your hands behind your back, like the elder brothers do. You stop at the door to the old chapter room. It's ajar. Inside a scroll laid open on the lectern. You approach. The writing is fresh. But when you touch it, your fingers leave no mark. Only warmth, only silence. You close the scroll. You leave the room. You walk the monastery until the moon has risen above the eastern roofline, casting silver across the stone like spilled milk. You return to your cell. Your cot is neatly made. Your window is open. The ribbon has disappeared. In its place, a single scrap of vellum. On it, one curved line, one dot, one spiral. And underneath, in your own hand, though you swear you never wrote it, the phrase, "Silence is the answer to a question you didn't know you asked." You place it among the others. You do not sleep. You do not need to. The silence keeps watch now. It smells faintly of lavender and something more like candle smoke caught in fabric. He nods. Some things find their use only when forgotten. You descend. That evening at the prayer vigil, the chapel is darker than usual. Not for lack of candles, but because the windows have been draped with cloth. It feels like a cocoon or a closed eye. The chant tonight is wordless, just breath and tone, a language older than syllables. You close your eyes and listen not to the sound, but to what it shapes inside you. When it ends, no one moves. The silence is total whole complete. Back in your cell, you place the ribbon beside the stones, the thread, the feathers, the broken shard. The objects no longer feel like a collection. They feel like instructions. But for what you still don't know, and the silence. Tonight it's not just listening, it's waiting. You wake before the bell again, but this time you're not the only one. The hall is already stirring with movement, bare feet gliding across stone, the faint rustle of wool against wool, and the occasional soft creak of a door that's opened not by duty, but by invitation. Something's different today. Not louder, not more urgent, just more awake. As you move down the corridor, you catch glimpses of others who have also risen early, but none of them speak. A nod here, a glance there. But no voices, and not because they're obeying the vow of silence. This is a different kind of quiet, the kind that precedes discovery or confession or change. You find yourself drawn toward the cloister garden again, where the dew still clings to the grass like glass beads, and the lavender is beginning to bloom in sleepy curls. But someone has laid a path of pebbles, smooth-rounded, placed deliberately, leading away from the garden and toward the eastern wall. You follow it without question. The path ends at a door you've never seen before. It's old, worn smooth by time, and salt air set into the wall, as though it always belonged, but was never noticed. You press your palm against it. It opens without resistance. Inside is a narrow stairwell that spirals downward, lit only by the soft glow of candles set into alcoves in the wall. You descend. Each step feels older than the last. At the bottom is a room the size of a chapel, but with no altar, no pews, no icons. Only shelves. And on those shelves, bowls. Hundreds of them. Not identical, not labeled. Some are plain clay, others porcelain, some rough-hewn from wood, others rimmed with metal or inlaid with glass. All empty, all waiting. In the center of the room stands a monk you don't recognize. He's tall, cloaked in gray, and his face is covered, not hidden, just quiet. He gestures for you to step forward. You do. He holds out a bowl, yours, You don't know how you know it's yours, but you do. It's shallow with a crack down one side that's been filled with something golden resin maybe, or honey, or hope. He does not speak. He simply lifts a jug and pours water into it. Not much, just enough to see your reflection. Then he places it in your hands. You look down. What you see isn't your face. It's a memory, not a dramatic one. Just the sight of your own hands threading a needle by candlelight. The silence that surrounded that moment, the way it wrapped itself around your shoulders like a shawl. You remember the warmth of the wax, the scent of wool, the weight of the stitch. You remember not thinking, just doing. The water ripples once and the image fades. The monk gestures again to a low bench set in the corner. You sit. He sits beside you. And for a while, that's it. No instruction, no ritual. Just presence. 2 bowls, 1 silence. When you return to the surface, the air feels lighter. The wind carries a different kind of chill, less of cold, more of clarity. The bells ring for terce, and you join the others in the chapel. Today's chant is familiar, but something inside you hears it differently. Not just the rhythm, but the silence between the notes. It feels like breath. After the service, you're called to the washroom, not to clean, but to repair the wooden rack above the basins. Brother Emmerich is already there, sleeves rolled up, examining a crack in one of the beams. He hands you a chisel and a strip of linen. We reinforce the fractures, he says, not erase them. Together in silence you work. You remove the weak pieces. You fill the gaps with resin. You wrap them in linen. You do not rush. When it's done, you sit beside him on the edge of the stone basin. He pulls out a loaf of bread from a pouch and breaks it in half. No words. Just shared silence, crust and crumb-warm hands, and the echo of something unspoken passing gently between you. Later in your cell, you lay out your items again. The bowl now sits at the center. Around it, the stones, the parchment scraps, the feathers, the thread, the ring, the shard, the salt, the ash. None of them speak. But they hum. Not aloud. Not physically. Just in that low, buzzing awareness you get when everything is exactly where it needs to be, even if you don't know why. You add nothing new. You rearrange nothing. You simply sit. And in that stillness, something inside you begins to uncurl. Not answers, not instructions, just a quiet readiness. That evening, the sky turns the color of ink just before the first drop hits the page. The bell for Vespers rings 3 times instead of 2. No explanation is given. No one asks. You all walk to the chapel together, feet soft on stone robes, brushing walls, breath held not out of fear, but reverence. Inside, there's a single candle lit on the altar. It flickers once, then steadies, as if it had been waiting for someone to notice. You sit. You close your eyes. And the silence does not fill the room. It frees it. That night, for the first time since arriving, you dream in full color. The kind of dream that doesn't jolt you awake, doesn't scatter the moment your eyes open, but lingers humming at the edge of thought like a low, familiar chord. It begins in the orchard. You're standing beneath the oldest tree, the one they say was planted by the monastery's founder, though no one remembers his name. The branches are heavy with fruit, but none of them fall. You're not alone. Figures walk through the trees, some in robes, others barefoot, some with feathers tucked into their belts, one carrying a candle that refuses to flicker. No one speaks. But every time someone passes you, you feel a name form on your tongue. Not theirs, yours, but not the one you use now. You wake just before dawn, the sky outside your window tinged lavender and pale gold. Your body feels rested, but your mind has already begun moving, as if something important was whispered to it while you slept, and it's trying not to forget. You rise, pull on your robe, and step into the corridor. No one else is awake. Or perhaps they are just not here. You follow your feet again, past the chapel, past the kitchens, past the still unmarked door that led to the bowls. Eventually you arrive at the northern courtyard, the one with the fig tree and the uneven stone bench. On the bench sits a bundle wrapped in cloth. You don't know who left it. You don't need to. You sit, you unwrap it. Inside a length of red twine, a beeswax tablet carved with small notches and a flat oval stone marked with a symbol you recognize from your dream. You hold it. It's warm. You close your eyes. You hear nothing. You feel everything. Later that morning you are summoned to the kitchen not for work but for stillness. Brother Mateo the cook has spread out herbs on a low table. Not for drying. For listening. He teaches you how to hold each leaf and crush it just enough to hear the difference in their voices. Thyme crackles softly. Mint sighs. Bay rustles like old paper. He places a dish of honey near the window and tells you without looking up, sometimes sweetness has to be invited, not harvested. You don't speak. You nod, and you stay there long after he's gone. That afternoon, you find Brother Felix in the cloister again, this time arranging smooth stones in a spiral near the fountain. He steps aside, hands you a bowl, and gestures for you to continue. You do. You add to the spiral without thought. Just movement, one stone at a time, round and round. When it's finished, the shape is imperfect, but complete. He points to the center. That's you, he says. But not where you begin, where you return. You don't ask what that means. You don't need to. That evening the wind picks up, not harshly, but with purpose. The trees sway. The banners on the chapel ripple with quiet strength. A bell chimes, though none of the brothers are pulling the ropes. You follow the sound. It leads you to the old scriptorium, long unused dust, thick on the windows' desks, scattered with forgotten quills. A single candle flickers on the back table. There beside it lies a book you've never seen, bound in worn leather, sealed with a clasp that yields beneath your hand. You open it. The pages are blank, but as your fingers brush them, faint lines appear, ink rising like breath through skin. Not words, spirals, threads, feathers, maps of silence. It's not a book to be read. It's a book to be remembered. You close it gently. You carry it back to your cell. That night, you do not sleep right away. You light a candle. You arrange your objects, the bowl, the feather, the ribbon, the salt and ash, the parchment, the thread, the tablet, the spiral stone, and then the book. You do not know what comes next. But that no longer feels like a problem. It feels like a promise. Outside, the wind continues its soft argument with the ivy. Inside, the candle sways once, then stills. You lie down. You close your eyes. And in the silence, you hear not absence, but welcome. You wake to the sound of something ancient, not loud, not sharp, but deliberate. A soft, groaning creak that seems to come not from any one object, but from the air itself, shifting under the weight of something old. It's not a sound you've heard before. It feels like a page being turned in a book you thought was closed. You sit up in your cot. The candle beside you has burned itself nearly to the base, but the flame is steady, undisturbed. There's no draft, no footfall outside your cell, only that sound echoing faintly and then gone. But it has changed something. You dress slowly, almost ceremonially, not because of habit, but because your hands already understand that this morning will not be like the others. You do not hear the bells yet. The sky outside your narrow window hints at dawn. You slip your sandals on and step into the corridor, finding it empty. No Brother Silvano adjusting his sleeves. No Felix humming under his breath. No shadows moving where they shouldn't, just stillness, thick and watchful. You walk. Past the cloister garden where the dew is still unbroken. past the library alcove, where the light is always gray-blue regardless of the season, toward the eastern passageway, the one that leads to the cellar door. The same door that once held bowls and salt and memory. You reach it and find it slightly open, as though someone meant to close it but changed their mind at the last moment. You step inside. This time there is no winding staircase. Instead, the path continues straight downward into a space that smells faintly of beeswax and something older, myrrh perhaps, or dry parchment warmed by sun. As you descend, the air cools, but not unkindly. At the base of the corridor lies a single wooden chair in the center of an otherwise empty room. A mirror rests upon it. Not hanging, not framed, just sitting, waiting. You approach it. The mirror does not show your reflection. Not exactly. You see yourself, but not as you are. The edges of the image waver like light seen through moving water. Your robes appear newer, your eyes clearer. You see yourself as you once were, or maybe as you could be. Then, the face in the mirror moves. Not your own face, but the one inside the glass. It leans forward. Its lips form a phrase, but no sound comes. Yet somehow, you hear it. The vow you keep is not to silence, it is to remembering. You do not blink. The mirror returns to stillness. The room feels different now, lighter, less dense. You turn and climb back into the waking world, though something of you remains in that mirror room, some echo, some imprint. You do not grieve it, you simply continue. The morning light is softer than usual when you emerge into the courtyard. The fig tree in the northern corner has dropped 3 fruits on the grass, though the season is wrong for ripening. You pass them without taking any. Not because you're forbidden, but because something inside you says they are not for you. Not yet. Your task today is with Brother Hugo in the apiary. Bees are a rarity this late in the season, but the monastery's hives are old and patient. Brother Hugo greets you with a nod and hands you a linen veil. The bees already know you, he says without explanation. You do not question him. You follow him into the garden beyond the orchard wall. The hives hum, but it's not noise. It's vibration. A low, constant thrum that you feel more than hear. Brother Hugo lifts the lid of one hive and steps back. You step forward. You do not use the smoker. You do not wear gloves. You place your hands along the wooden sides and wait. The bees rise, inspect you, then return to their work. You reach inside and pull a frame gently free. Golden, dripping. You hold it up to the light and see more than wax. You see geometry, memory, an architecture of devotion. You set it back in place. Brother Hugo says nothing. He hands you a sliver of comb wrapped in cloth and walks away. You remain behind for a while, kneeling in the grass, bees settling lightly on your shoulders and robe. When you return to the cloister, the midday bell rings 3 times instead of 2. A soft change. No one comments on it. No one seems surprised. In the chapel, the benches have been rearranged into a circle. The altar is bare. The candles are unlit. One by one, the brothers file in. No chant, no hymns, just silence. Each brother brings an object, a feather, a vial of oil, a shard of colored glass. You bring your bowl. It holds only water. But as you enter, you notice the light catch it just so, and for a moment, the water reflects the mirror from this morning, not in image, but in weight. The silence thickens, not oppressive, but full, as though every breath taken here carries with it the weight of 100 others before it. You kneel, you do not close your eyes. You look at the others, and they look at you. For a long time, that is all that happens. Then, Brother Felix stands. He does not speak. He lifts a hand and draws a spiral in the air. It lingers for only a heartbeat. before dissolving into stillness. Brother Mateo places his hand on the stone floor and breathes out. Brother Silvano presses his thumb to his brow and nods once, as if to no one. You lift your bowl and tilt it gently. A single drop of water falls to the floor. It makes no sound, but everyone hears it. When you return to your cell, the candle has gone out. But your table is not empty. On it lies a scroll, sealed, untitled. You do not open it. You place it beside the bowl. And for the first time since you arrived, you sleep before the bell rings. You wake not from a noise, but from the absence of one. The kind of silence that isn't peace, but suspension. A moment between breaths, between chapters. You remain still in your cot for a while, letting the weight of the quiet press against your skin like a warm blanket just pulled from the sun. Your hands rest on your chest. Your eyes trace the familiar ceiling beams, each groove a memory worn smooth with repetition. Nothing has changed, and yet everything feels different. You rise without rushing movements, soft feet bare against the cool stone floor. The candle has burned itself out, leaving a curled trail of soot along the rim of its holder. You do not relight it. There is already enough light in the world, enough to see what matters. You carry the sealed scroll with you tucked beneath your sleeve. Not to read, not yet, but to keep it near. As you move through the monastery, you notice the brothers are awake, but not moving. Many stand in the cloisters, facing inward, eyes closed. Some kneel beside the herb beds, hands resting on the soil. One brother stands beneath the archway that leads to the well, his head tilted just slightly as if listening to something that comes from beneath the ground. You do not interrupt them. You follow the path to the scriptorium, the one still unused, still thick with dust, still echoing with the scratch of long-gone quills. The air here is cool and dry. On a low shelf, tucked behind a stack of worm-eaten hymnals, you find a box you did not place there. It's carved with a spiral etched deep enough to collect the soft glow of morning light. Inside a key. Not to a door, to something else. Something you carry it with you as you cross the courtyard. The fig tree has dropped another fruit. You pick it up this time. Bite into it. The flesh is soft and sweet, but not cloying. It tastes like memory made edible. The bell rings, once, only once. The brothers gather in the chapel, but no one takes a seat. They stand in a circle again as they did the night before. You join them. One by one, each brother extends his hand, not to offer something, but to receive. You pass the scroll around the circle. No one opens it. Each one holds it for a breath, a moment, then passes it on. When it returns to you, the seal is unbroken, but the scroll is lighter. After the prayer, if you can call it that, you remain behind. The others leave. You sit in the center of the chapel. The stained glass window above the altar casts a spiral of light on the floor that slowly turns as the sun climbs. You place your bowl at the center of it. You unroll the scroll. It is not blank, but it does not contain writing. Instead, it holds impressions, faint outlines of hands, feathers, spirals, leaves pressed into wax. It's a record not of words, but of touch. Each shape is familiar. One of them is yours. That afternoon, you are sent beyond the wall. An uncommon assignment. A chance to walk the outer orchard to gather wind-fallen fruit and check the fencing for signs of weakness. You carry no tools, just a satchel, your sandals, and the memory of the scroll's warmth. The orchard is quiet. The trees sway with the slow rhythm of those who have seen centuries pass without comment. A crow watches you from a branch unmoving. You bend to gather a pear and find a spiral carved into its skin, not deep, not unnatural, just there. You do not take the pear. You place it gently at the base of the tree, As you return to the gate, you find Brother Hugo waiting. He holds a basket of beeswax candles, each one unlit, each one shaped slightly differently. He hands you one. For the procession, he says, then walks away. No one has mentioned a procession. But that evening, as the sun begins to sink, the brothers gather again. Not in the chapel, in the field beyond the eastern wall. A single narrow path has been marked with stones spiraling inward like the memory of a thought. Each brother holds a candle, each one unlit. You stand at the edge of the path. Brother Felix steps forward with flint and steel strikes once, twice, until a spark catches on the wick of his candle. Then he passes the flame to the next, and the next, until the circle of light grows slowly and patiently. When it reaches you, your hand does not tremble. The path winds inward, tighter and tighter, until the brothers form a complete circle around a central space marked with nothing. No stone, no bowl, no altar. Just earth. You step into the center, and for the first time you speak. Not loudly, not to the others, but to yourself. I remember. It is enough. The candles flicker. The wind stills. The world for one breath holds its shape like a bowl full of light, and then lets go. You return to your cell. Place your candle beside the scroll. Fold your hands. Sleep, when it comes, carries no dream. Just a stillness that hums with knowing. You wake before the bell. Not startled, not unrested, just present. The kind of waking that happens when your body knows something the world hasn't spoken yet. Your eyes open to a soft blur of gray light filtered through the narrow stone slit of your cell window. There's no sound outside, not even birds. Only the slow exhale of the monastery walls breathing around you like ancient lungs that never forgot how. The candle at your bedside has burned low but not out. A small, steady flame still alive after the long night. Your bowl remains untouched on the table, and beside it the scroll you haven't dared reopen. It rests like a folded silence, waiting, not demanding. You move slowly, not out of weariness, but in tension. You pull your robe over your shoulders and tie the cord with care. Every movement feels like a vow you don't remember taking. You open the door to the corridor and step out into stillness. The air carries a faint scent of rain on old stone, though it hasn't rained in days. No one waits for you this morning. No Brother Mateo with his muttered instructions. No Brother Hugo gesturing toward the bees. No Brother Silvano with riddles disguised as chores. You're not late. You're not early. You're exactly when you need to be. So you walk, not aimlessly, but without destination. Down the cloister, past the drying herbs hanging like garlands above the stone benches. Past the scriptorium where someone is already sharpening a quill with rhythmic precision. Past the small wooden door that leads beyond the eastern wall into the orchard. You pause. Then open it. The orchard is quieter than usual. The trees seem taller, the leaves darker, as though the world decided to age itself slightly overnight. You walk among them slowly, your feet brushing fallen fruit and damp moss. Every step sounds like a page being turned. And then you see it. A ring of stones. Not grand, not ceremonial, half sunken into the grass and earth, arranged in a rough spiral that almost disappears if you stop looking. You kneel. Press your hand to the center of the ring. The soil is warmer than it should be. Alive in the way something listening is alive. A shadow falls beside you. You turn your head and find Brother Silvano standing nearby as if he's always been there. He carries a spindle and a bundle of flax, raw and golden. Without speaking, he kneels beside you, places them on the ground between you, and gestures with his chin. This is the task today, he says. You don't question it. You pick up the spindle. The wood is smooth and warm from his hand. You draw a few fibers of flax between your fingers, uncertain, and he guides your hands, once showing how to pull and twist, how to let the weight of the spindle create tension, how to catch the thread with your fingertips before it snaps. At first you fail. over and over. The thread breaks. It tangles, it unspools. You bite the inside of your cheek. Your hands want to be still again. But Brother Silvano just watches calm as dusk and says even poor thread holds meaning if the memory inside it is real. You try again. This time it holds. You spin slowly, awkwardly, but the spindle turns and the thread builds. A pale, uneven cord that trembles in your fingers like a new thought trying to become a sentence. By the time the sun leans westward, you've filled the spindle with yarn. It's far from perfect, knotted, inconsistent, full of skips and twists. But it is yours. Brother Silvano takes it, inspects it, and nods once. This will do. You walk back together through the orchard, past the garden wall, into the monastery, where the shadows have begun to stretch long and cool across the courtyard. He says nothing more, and you don't need him to. In the refectory, the brothers are already seated. The meal is simple lentils, oats, and stewed root vegetables, but there is something quieter than usual about the silence. Not heavy, just focused, intentional, as if everyone here is chewing through something that isn't food. After supper, Brother Mateo lifts a candle from the center of the table and carries it to you. It's short, unlit. He presses it into your palm without explanation, then returns to his seat. You understand. Later in your cell, you light the candle from the embers of your own. The flame is small but eager. You set it beside the spindle, now wrapped in its first full strand of thread. You unroll a portion of the scroll. The page is not blank, but it does not hold text. Instead, you find imprints, shapes, pressed into the surface like memories that refuse to fade. A leaf, a spiral, a feather, a rough thumbprint in wax. You place your own thumb beside it, press gently, leave a mark. Then you wrap your newly spun yarn around the base of your candle and tie it once. Not to bind, but to remember. You sleep before the bell rings. And when the dream comes, it is not a story, but a thread, red, looped, waiting for your hand to follow it. The dream lingers even after your eyes open. Not vivid, not frightening, just steady. A single thread stretching from somewhere behind your ribs out through your hand and vanishing into the floor like it was sewn into the stone long before you arrived. You sit up slowly, fingers still curled as if holding the spindle. The candle has burned halfway down its length. The spun yarn remains tied around its base, a crooked little loop, uneven and honest. The scroll beside it has unrolled further on its own, revealing another layer of pressed impressions, a pine needle, the corner of a folded ribbon, something that looks like the edge of a feather, but could also be the spine of a dried leaf. You wash with water that's gone tepid overnight, then dress without needing to think. The silence today isn't as deep, it's thinner, more translucent. The kind of quiet you hear just before someone speaks. When you step into the corridor, the brothers are already moving, not hurriedly, but with purpose. Sandals tap lightly against stone. Robes whisper. Doors creak once and close. Something is beginning. Brother Hugo meets you at the garden wall, holding a bundle wrapped in linen. Take this to the Western Library, he says. Give it to no one else. He doesn't wait for a response. He turns and disappears into the orchard, humming under his breath, a melody you've never heard before. You don't ask what's in the bundle. It's heavier than it looks. Not in weight, more in the way it presses against your arm, like holding a warm rock at the end of summer. You walk the long way around the cloister, past the stone basin with its cracked edge, through the herb corridor, where the lavender bunches have begun to dry and droop. The path feels familiar and new at once. The Western Library is almost never used. The main scriptorium gets all the light, all the tools, all the warmed benches. The Western space is mostly for storage, for scrolls too damaged to copy, for maps drawn by uncertain hands, for vellum whose ink bled in the rain. You enter through the low wooden door, ducking slightly. The room smells of glue and dust and something sharper, juniper maybe. Inside, only Brother Felix waits. He gestures for the bundle. You place it in his hands. He doesn't unwrap it. He doesn't thank you. Instead, he says, "Come look at this." You follow him to the back corner, where an old wooden table holds a single sheet of parchment stretched across its surface, held flat by smooth river stones. The page is covered in spirals, dozens each, drawn differently. Some wide and gentle, some tight and sharp, some branching like antlers, some colliding into knots. These were found in a cave near the coast, Felix says. Older than the monastery, older than any village nearby. Carved into the walls, someone traced them here by hand. No one knows why. He taps one of the spirals, then another. But here this one appears again. In our garden, carved into the bark of the pear tree. Same proportions, same angle. And this one we've found etched into the base of the cloister fountain. You look closer. They're not identical, but they rhyme. You think the brothers drew these, you ask? Brother Felix shakes his head. No, I think we remembered them. Or maybe they remembered us. You stand in silence a long while, not because you have no questions, but because asking them might break the shape of what you're seeing. That night supper is taken in the cloister garden, a rare thing. The sky is overcast, but the air is warm. Low benches have been placed in a circle around the fig tree. Bowls of stew and small loaves are passed from hand to hand wordlessly. Candles flicker on the edges of the stones. Someone is playing a psaltery in the background, its notes soft as moth wings. You sit beside Brother Mateo, who is busy slicing a plum with the side of a spoon. He glances at your bowl and says, "Sometimes the silence is not just about restraint. It's about making room." For what? For whatever dares to fill it. Later in your cell you find a piece of parchment tucked under your bowl. On it a single spiral drawn in red wax and one phrase written below. "Begin again?" You set it beside the spindle. "The yarn you spun yesterday is no longer alone. Someone has added to it a second strand smoother wrapped around your own. They are not braided, just resting together." You smile, not because you understand, but because something inside you does. You light your candle, now almost gone, and let the flame flicker once, twice before blowing it out. In the dark, the silence feels warm. And when you sleep, you dream not of thread, but of hands, dozens, hundreds, passing a single bowl from one to another, each leaving behind a spiral traced in breath. You wake to a sound you can't name. Not a bell, not a breath, not even the wind. Just the memory of something brushing past your thoughts before you were fully awake. You sit up slowly, and the candle beside you is whole again. A new one, taller than before, its wick unlit and slightly frayed, as if someone had considered using it but changed their mind at the last moment. The yarn around its base is gone, replaced with a thin ribbon of parchment tied in a gentle knot. There are words on it, but not written, embossed, pressed into the surface with something warm, curved, and deliberate. You squint until the light catches it. It says, "Not yet." No punctuation, just certainty. You leave your cell with less hesitation than usual. Your feet know the floor by now, know which stones groan slightly, which corners echo. You pass 3 brothers on your way to the cloister. Brother Hugo, with ash smudged on his sleeve. Brother Marius, holding a candle upside down, as if testing its weight. And Brother Mateo, whispering into the crook of his elbow, like he's telling a secret he doesn't want even himself to hear. No one stops you. They simply nod. As if you've crossed an invisible line, no one marks aloud. Outside, the garden is soaked from an unexpected mist. The fig tree gleams heavy with damp fruit. Bees hum low near the wall. You notice a thread of red yarn stretched between 2 olive branches, just one and no others. It sways lightly despite the air being still. You follow its arc with your eyes until it vanishes behind a low hedge. You don't follow. Not yet. Instead, you make your way to the library, though not the usual one. Today your hand drifts toward the Western Library, the forgotten wing, where texts are kept not because they're useful, but because they insist on staying. The door creaks more than it should. The hinges are older than any brother still breathing. Inside, dust particles dance like golden insects. The windows are narrow slits, and yet the whole room glows faintly like it remembers firelight better than the sun. No candles burn, but you can smell wax. You move between stacks of crumbling scrolls and half-bound codices, and then you see it a small square table in the back, set with nothing but a bowl of water and a single page beneath a glass weight. You approach carefully, unsure if this is meant for you. The page is blank at first glance, but when you lean closer, something emerges, faint impressions, as though someone wrote in breath. A spiral, a feather, the shadow of a thumbprint. Around the edges, pressed words rise from the fibers. Return, resist, refrain. You reach out and touch the feather shape. It's not raised, it's not drawn, but it's there. You press your finger gently into its center, and the bowl of water ripples as if responding. You jerk back, startled, but nothing else moves. The air remains still. The page remains quiet. But inside you, something has cracked open slightly. You don't know what yet, only that you've stepped into a layer beneath the silence. You sit, you stay, minutes or perhaps an hour. Time flattens in the western wing. When you finally stand, you're holding the page without remembering having picked it up. You tuck it into your robe and return to the cloister. There's no bell for the midday meal, just the smell of barley and carrots carried on the air. The brothers eat in silence as always, but today something's changed. They look up more. They glance at one another longer. Not to speak, just to confirm they are still seen. Brother Matteo passes you a slice of pear with the skin curled like a ribbon. Brother Silvano places a stone beside your bowl, a smooth one the size of your thumb, with 3 small lines carved into one side. You recognize the marks. They match the impression on the page from the library. You glance at him and he gives the smallest nod possible, like blinking with his whole body. That night you find yourself outside without deciding to go. The candle is still unlit on your table. The red parchment thread remains untouched. You leave both behind and step into the garden barefoot. The grass is cold but welcoming. Dew beads on your skin. The sky above is full of clouds but soft with moonlight. You walk to the fig tree. The red yarn is gone. In its place, a loop of twisted flax tied in the shape of a figure 8. You sit beside it and wait. Brother Marius eventually joins you. He doesn't speak, but hands you a wooden cup filled with warm liquid, something herbal, bitter but not unpleasant. You sip. He takes it back. Then he draws a spiral on the ground beside your knee, not in soil, but with water from a small vial. The spiral vanishes almost instantly, absorbed into the earth. He smiles faintly. Still counts, he says. You return to your cell long after curfew. No one stops you. On your table, the candle has burned down slightly. You didn't light it, or maybe you did, but the wax has dripped in a pattern you recognize now, a spiral leading outward. You sleep finally with your hands folded over the page from the Western Library, and dream not of spirals, but of voices you do not hear speaking in languages your breath has not yet learned to hold. When you wake, there's a faint indentation across your palm, as if the dream you carried back from sleep had shape and weight. You blink at your hand, still curled from the night, and see the imprint of the spiral page you had slept on. The wax from the candle must have cooled and caught the edge of it, fusing paper and skin in some symbolic agreement you don't recall making. You sit up, And the room is different, not in furniture, not in size, but in silence. The silence today is no longer empty. It's layered, textured. It carries memory. You take the page, gently peeling it from your palm. It no longer looks blank. The lines are darker now, as though the pressure of sleep coaxed the ink upward. Shapes have clarified, two spirals intertwining, forming something closer to a braid than a symbol. Around them, faint lines curve into something floral. Petals, wings. The intention isn't obvious, but the beauty is, and for once it feels like that might be enough. You rise without washing. Something in your body insists that this morning's silence must stay unbroken even by water. You gather your robe, the page, and the small carved stone from yesterday and step outside. The corridor is still. But you're not alone. Brother Hugo is already standing in the corner by the archway, eyes closed, palms raised just slightly, as if holding invisible bowls of light. He doesn't speak, but you nod to him and he nods back, and somehow that is the most complete conversation you've had all week. Your feet carry you to the cloister fountain without direction. There someone has arranged a circle of stones around its base, small and smooth, each one etched with a single mark. Spirals, not identical. All variations, some sharp, some wide, some tangled. You recognize one, the one from your stone. It sits near the north edge of the fountain, partially submerged. You kneel beside it, take the page from your robe, and set it gently on the stone rim. It flutters but doesn't move. Then, without knowing why, you dip your fingers into the fountain, lift a few drops of water, and sprinkle them over the page. The ink bleeds just slightly. The spirals soften. They begin to look like smoke, or breath, or music you forgot how to hum. You sit with it until your knees ache. Then you gather the page, now damp and slightly wrinkled, and return to your cell. Waiting at your door is a folded cloth. You pick it up. Inside, a length of twisted yarn, a needle carved from ash wood, and a square of soft linen, already marked with the faint outline of a spiral pattern. It's not perfect. The thread doesn't match. The cloth is too thin to last. But someone expects you to sew. You sit, you thread the needle, your fingers fumble. The yarn frays. The needle pricks you once, twice, and a single bead of blood appears before you wipe it away with your sleeve, but you don't stop. The spiral begins to form. Loop by loop, you follow the pattern. The thread pulls tight. It puckers the fabric. You don't care. The mistakes become part of the design. At dusk, Brother Silvano visits. He doesn't knock. He just appears in the doorway. Eyes calm, hands folded. He looks at the spiral, then nods. "Do you know what you've made?" he asks. "A mistake, you say?" He smiles. "An offering." You open your mouth to reply, but he's already gone. You place the cloth on your table beside the candle, now nearly burned through. The wax has pooled into the spiral grooves carved on the wooden base. You trace them absently as your breath slows. The cloth still carries the scent of someone else's room lavender soot beeswax. You eat late that evening, alone. A bowl of lentils and a hard heel of bread. You chew slowly, not because it's difficult, but because silence has started to feel like something you need to protect. Before bed, you unwrap the ribbon of parchment from the candle. The words "not yet" are still there, but fainter now. The fibers have begun to soften. You consider burning it. You consider stitching it into the cloth. Instead, you fold it into a small square and place it beneath the stone. The candle burns low. You lie down. You think of all the things you've said without words, of how silence is not the absence of voice, but the presence of space. You sleep with the needle still threaded. In your dream, you walk through the orchard. The trees are strung with red thread. Each one sings, not in melody, but in meaning, and each note begins with the sound of a needle piercing linen again and again and again. You wake before dawn, not to sound, but to tension. The kind that hums in the air, not sharp, like a warning, but dense, like a gathering storm held just above your head. Your eyes open to the faintest bluish cast along the wall, the sky beginning its slow and silent unfurling beyond the slits in the stone. The candle has burned completely out. Nothing remains but a misshapen stump and a puddle of wax hardened into a crescent. You rise carefully, mind still threaded through the remnants of dream. There had been music, not voices, not instruments, just sound that moved like weaving, a loom made of wind, a rhythm without repetition. You gather the stitched cloth from last night, the one with the spiral you bled into without meaning to. There's a pull in your chest when you look at it now, as if the thread tied something down inside you that can't be unhooked. Outside, the corridors are cooler, the stones still slick with the breath of night. You pass no one, but you see signs that others have passed through, damp footprints at the threshold of the chapel, a bowl on the edge of a sill still warm to the touch, and at the foot of the pear tree stump a circle drawn in flour, not chalk, not paint, flour, and inside it a single coin. You don't touch it, but you stand and stare until the light shifts and the flower fades from sight. It's a message, but not for you. Or not yet. Back in the scriptorium, the usual work has been paused. No copying today. The benches are pushed aside. A long piece of linen hangs across the far wall, stretched tight with small wooden pins. Someone has begun to embroider it. You approach and see that the spiral appears again, this time in thread, not ink. It is surrounded by other shapes now, a hand, a bowl, a feather, and what looks like the outline of the monastery itself, its towers stitched in red and black. Brother Felix enters behind you. He doesn't startle. He walks to the fabric fingers trailing along its edge. "Do you see it?" he asks. "What am I looking for?" "The silence," he says, "where it folds." You don't reply. You're not sure you're meant to. He leaves you alone and you stand there until your legs ache. You want to add something to the cloth, but you don't know what. So instead you return to your cell and retrieve the page from the Western Library. You've kept it folded inside your robe, but now you smooth it out on the table. The ink has continued to darken over the days. Not from exposure, not from moisture, from time. As if each hour spent nearby draws the image into clarity. The spirals now connect. What once were separate forms have begun to merge like roots braiding underground, and around them new shapes have appeared, subtle but intentional. A ring of fire drawn in breath, a line of teeth not human but familiar, a staircase that descends inwards not down. The silence today isn't absence, it's invitation. You spend the next hour drawing, not well, not with skill, but with obedience. Your lines follow the spiral. You trace it again and again until your hand aches, until your eyes blur, until you forget what you were trying to make and only remember the rhythm of making. When you stop, the page is crowded, not messy, just full. It feels complete. You eat only a little at midday, bread mostly crust. The soup has gone thin again. You don't mind. The hunger isn't in your body anymore. It's somewhere behind your eyes. In the evening, Brother Silvano brings you a folded bundle, linen thicker than before. Inside, another embroidery hoop, a small jar of blue dye, and a piece of coal wrapped in waxed cloth. He doesn't explain. He doesn't need to. You already know the dye isn't for painting. It's for marking breath. You light a new candle and begin. The coal leaves marks on your fingertips that stain the thread. As you stitch, the blue dye bleeds slightly with each pull, leaving a faint halo around the needle point. It looks like firelight reflected in water. By nightfall, the spiral is finished again, but this time it spirals inward instead of out. You touch the center. It is still warm. You sleep beside it, and in your dream, the monastery folds in on itself, not collapsing, not vanishing, but becoming a single thread, drawn tight through every stone and every silence you've ever entered. The next morning, the monastery exhales, not loudly, just a slow shift in rhythm, as if the entire stone body had been holding a breath for days and has now decided to let go. You rise with the sound not a bell, but the stretching of wood, the rustle of cloaks, the subtle chorus of movements that aren't trying to be heard. You light the candle yourself this time, and it catches immediately its flame leaning slightly to the left. You take that as a sign and turn in the direction it points. In the cloisters, something has changed. The fountain has been drained, the spiral of stones removed. In its place, a single folded cloth sits on the marble rim. The same kind you've been stitching, but this one is pristine, untouched, white as milk. And in the center, a single red knot, not thread, hair, coiled and sealed with wax. You reach out, and before your hand can graze it, Brother Hugo appears at your side. He doesn't stop you, but he speaks low. This one doesn't belong to anyone, which means it belongs to everyone. You withdraw your hand, not out of fear, but out of respect. The cloth remains. Later at midday meal, the pattern continues. A bowl is passed to you with no label, no garnish, just plain barley gruel. But when you eat it, there's a sudden flicker on your tongue. Thyme, lemon, a warmth that doesn't match the ingredients. You glance around and others are reacting the same. Subtle smiles, a single lifted eyebrow. Someone coughs in surprise. No one speaks. The silence today feels satisfied. You return to your cell to find the embroidered spiral gone. In its place is a folded page, blank at first glance, but when held against the candle, faint lines appear. A staircase, a door, and underneath the words, "Go when ready." There's no rush, but you feel it, not pressure, permission. So before dusk you rise. You put on the robe that smells most of beeswax and dust. You take only the page, the stone, and the stitched cloth still bearing your dried blood. The corridors know where you're going. They don't resist. At the far edge of the monastery, beyond the kitchens, past the herb garden, through the arch, no one talks about, you find a small door, half height, reinforced with iron studs shaped like stars. You knock once. Nothing happens. You knock again. Stillness. Then a groan like someone shifting in bed far beneath the earth. The door creaks open on its own. You enter. The space beyond is not dark. It's lit with a color you don't have words for. Not gold, not gray, a hue that hums in your ribs and tastes like rain on copper. No one greets you, but you are not alone. You walk a corridor where every surface is stitched, not carved, not painted. Walls covered in fabric, spiral upon spiral, threads like veins. The silence here is ancient and kind. A bench awaits. You sit. On the wall across from you, a small panel is opening, unseen hands pulling back cloth, revealing not a relic, not an artifact, but a mirror. Not of glass, of polished stone. And in it you see yourself not as you are now, but as you were when you arrived. Frightened, curious, mouth full of unsaid things. You blink, and the image changes. You see yourself stitching. You see yourself not speaking. You see yourself becoming part of the silence, not swallowed by it, but woven into it. The mirror fades. You're left with only your breath. You stay there until the candle in your hand burns your fingers. You leave the corridor without turning back. Outside, the sky is velvet, the stars brighter than they have any right to be. The monastery feels thinner somehow, as if you could fold it like a letter and send it to someone who needs it. You sleep soundly that night. No dreams, only stillness. And for once, stillness feels complete. By now, waking no longer feels like returning from sleep. It feels like rising through soft water, a gradual resurfacing from some deeper place. Eyes opening not to the world, but to the weight of breath, the temperature of stone, the texture of stillness, that has settled into your bones. You sit up slowly in your cot, the straw mattress pressing lines into your back that mirror the spiral thread tucked beneath your pillow. The candle is different again. Someone has replaced it while you slept. This one is taller, a pale beeswax column carved in a spiral from top to base, as if the fire is meant to travel not just upward, but inward. You don't light it yet. You let it rest where it is, beside the bowl of dried herbs left as your breakfast. Thyme, lavender, and something bitter you can't name. You chew a few leaves, ignoring the astringency. Even the bitterness feels purposeful here. Today is wordless from the beginning. No footsteps in the hallway, no rustle of robes, no bells. Even the birds outside seem to understand something sacred has begun. You dress in your usual robe, now permanently creased along the hem from where you kneel by the altar. The cloth is frayed in the sleeves. You do not mend it. Every imperfection is part of the monastery's vocabulary. Outside, the halls have shifted in feel. The light pours in through high slits in golden streams, illuminating particles in the air that shimmer like thread. You follow the path you've come to know without needing direction, past the herb cellar, past the library door, with the iron lock, past the fig tree that's grown a new bud since yesterday. Everything is moving in slow, unseen spirals. At the scriptorium, the embroidery now stretches floor to ceiling. The wall has become a tapestry of accumulated meaning spirals that no longer confine themselves to curves, but break off into angular forms, some like arrows, some like wings. Between them, symbols stitched in coarse wool and dyed silk. A spindle with no thread, a mouth bound by red ribbon, a stairway drawn sideways, its steps vanishing into the border. You linger before it, fingers clasped behind your back. The silence around you is reverent, as if the room itself is watching you watch the tapestry. Then a shadow moves beside you, and Brother Felix appears holding a thread of green wool. He presses it into your palm without speaking. It's warmer than expected, as if it's been in his hand a long time. For the altar, he says softly, today's pattern is yours. You walk together down the southern corridor, your steps echoing against thick stone. No one else follows. When you reach the altar chamber, the doors swing open on their own. You do not question it. This monastery has taught you that silence often carries more agency than hands. Inside, the chamber is lit only by skylight, natural soft, diffused through a veil of linen suspended just beneath the ceiling. It casts the entire space in the color of early morning, even though it is well past midday. The altar stands in the center, a table carved from a single piece of olive wood, polished with wax and thyme. Upon it, the circular weaving made of many monks' threads, dozens of colors. Yours is missing. There's an empty space between two gold strands. You step forward and weave your green thread in, not by stitching, but by wrapping carefully, reverently. As the wool slips into place, the circle completes, and when it does, you hear something. Not with your ears. Inside you, a hum, a kind of inner tuning fork that aligns with the altar, with the room, with the silence itself. You bow not because it's expected, but because your knees bend on their own. You stay there until the hum fades. When you rise, Brother Marius is waiting near the entrance. He doesn't ask questions. He only gestures to a seat near the north wall where a basin of water sits beside a bowl of ink. The water is not for washing. It's for remembering. He dips a brush, long-handled, made of reed, into the ink, then into the water, then hands it to you. You know what to do. You paint on the stone. Not images, movements, curves, gestures. The spiral appears again. But this time the shape breaks open into a wave, then a line, then a circle, then something that looks like a fingerprint pressed into wet clay. You paint until the water runs black. Then Brother Marius touches your shoulder and whispers, "That's enough." You leave the chamber through the eastern corridor, which you've never used before. It's narrower, more angular. It smells of paper and cold wax. On the walls, someone has stitched miniature spirals into the stone using iron wire and woolen padding. As you pass, each spiral reflects light differently. Some glow, others vanish. When you reach your cell, the candle has burned down by half, even though you never lit it. At the foot of your bed, someone has left another offering, a square of dark cloth stitched with a pattern you recognize instantly. The first spiral you ever saw here, the imperfect one. Only now it looks finished. Or maybe you finally understand its shape. You press it to your chest, and for the first time since arriving, you feel like you belong. That night you lie awake, not from discomfort, but from fullness. As if your skin, your breath, even the silence around you are all brimming with something unspeakably whole. Not excitement, not fear, just a kind of anchored presence. You don't move. You simply let the candlelight, flickering faintly in its spiral-carved form, cast long shadows on the wall, tracing over the grooves left by generations of monks who scratched small thoughts into stone when no parchment would hold them. And then something small shifts, a vibration barely noticeable at the edge of your hearing. You rise not urgently, just steadily, like water pulled by the moon. The candle flame dances more than usual as you slip on your robe. No voice calls you, but the monastery pulls at your sleeve nonetheless. You follow. Down the hallway past the dormitory, you find the eastern stairs open once again. The air smells faintly of pears and something sharper, old ink or iron. As you descend, the steps seem softer underfoot, not carpeted, not cushioned, just quieter, like even the stone has decided to tread gently. You reach the bottom, expecting darkness, but it's glowing. Not with torchlight, there are no flames. The light is ambient greenish gold, like morning sun filtered through thick glass. It comes from the walls. The very stone shimmers faintly, with what looks like embroidery but alive. Threads embedded in the wall pulse gently as you pass, woven in shifting spirals and unfamiliar alphabets. A figure stands ahead, not cloaked in robes, but in plain linen. Face half lit. You know the shape even before it speaks. Brother Silvano, but he doesn't speak. He turns and walks, and you follow without hesitation. He leads you to a chamber you've never seen. Round. Domed. The ceiling so high it fades into the golden dark. In the center of the room, a platform made of concentric circles rises from the floor, each one bearing stitched relics, bowls, sandals, a belt frayed in the middle, a tooth wrapped in silk, a dried orange peel arranged in the shape of a star. None of these are labeled. You understand instinctively that they are memories. Brother Silvano gestures to the step nearest you. There you find your own thread, the green one from the altar. It's been twisted into a knot, and inside the knot is your stone, the one you carried from the herb wall. You reach for it, and something clicks. Not loudly, just the sensation of something unseen aligning. You close your hand around it and feel warmth, real warmth, like a hand pressed back into yours. You look up. Brother Silvano is gone. But in his place, the threads on the walls begin to move. They weave, slowly, gently, creating a new spiral that stretches across the chamber. As it forms, images emerge, not literal, but sensed. A garden in fog. A book that's never written the same way twice. A table set for one that's always full. And a silence not hollow, not empty, but humming, alive, generous. You step onto the platform. The spiral threads light your way. They do not lead outward, they lead inward, to a small alcove carved into the very heart of the wall. Inside it is a seat, a cushion, a mirror. This one reflects, but not your face. It shows you the moments you didn't notice, the moth you saved from the ink bowl. The silent nod from Brother Marius, the way your fingers traced spirals into your bed sheets before you understood what they were. It shows you your breath counted, your footsteps echoed, your presence registered by a monastery that has always paid attention. You bow not to the mirror, but to what it reveals. Then you sit, not to wait, but to remember. In the silence, you finally hear the monastery's oldest secret. Not a riddle, not a chant. Just this. Silence is not the absence of meaning. It is where meaning waits to be heard. You repeat it aloud, once, then never again. You sleep there in the alcove, head resting on the cushion. When you wake, the threads are gone. But the warmth remains in your chest, steady as your own breath. You leave the chamber barefoot. The stone does not chill you anymore. You have learned its rhythm. You walk slowly, carrying the knot of green thread and stone back to your cell. At your door you pause. Inside, something has changed. Your walls have been embroidered, not with images, but with paths, and every stitch hums. You step into your cell, and the world narrows not in limitation, but in clarity. The air inside is still warmer than it should be and heavy with the scent of pressed herbs and wool. The embroidered walls, lit by early dawn, shimmer like frost touched by breath. Each path stitched onto the surface winds gently toward a center. Not your bed, not the window, but the floor. Specifically, the small gap between two worn stones beneath your candle table. You've never noticed it before, though. Now you can't imagine how it escaped you. It's a perfect seam-thin, intentional. You kneel, fingers grazing the thread patterns as if asking permission. The seam gives with a soft creak, revealing not a hole, but a drawer crafted from dark wood that smells like resin and ink. Inside, folded neatly, is a small square of parchment and a loop of coarse twine braided in the exact pattern you used during your first silent meal. You smile, not because it's familiar, but because someone remembered. The parchment is blank on one side. On the other, a simple sentence written in cramped script. What you've stitched outside must now be unspooled within. You sit cross-legged on the floor, the twine in your lap, and read it again. This is not a task. This is a transition. You close your eyes and begin, not aloud, just within. You trace the paths your mind has walked since entering this place the day you were silent, but still humming with fear. The moment you watch thread become meaning on the tapestry, the smell of vinegar and thyme in the herb cellar, the cold of your first night, the warmth of your first acceptance. Each one you unwind like a spool, letting it fall into your breath, your belly, your bones. The silence in your cell deepens, not emptier, but denser, like silk pooling in a basin. The embroidered threads on your walls seem to loosen. You swear you see one ripple slightly, as if reacting to your thoughts. You open your eyes. A single thread has indeed pulled loose from the center spiral on the north wall. It hangs in the air, quivering, as if waiting. You reach out. When your fingers close around it, the thread feels impossibly alive. It pulses gently like a heartbeat. You give it a small tug, and the entire spiral unspools smoothly into your hand. What's left behind is not absence, but a glowing trace, its memory held in light. You wrap the thread around the twine. The first unspooling is complete. You rise and walk to the corridor. Something is shifting in the monastery. You're not sure what yet, but the silence feels porous. Not broken, not loud, but breathable. At morning meal, you sit not at the corner as usual, but near the center of the long wooden table. No one glances at you. Yet a bowl is passed before you can reach for it. A hand places a spoon beside your bowl, its handle engraved with the faintest of spirals. You eat slowly. The porridge tastes faintly of lemon and mint. Your spoon stirs in a clockwise motion without conscious thought. Around you, others do the same, mirroring your rhythm, or perhaps you theirs. Afterward, instead of dispersing, the monks rise together, one by one, all except you. A hand rests lightly on your shoulder. You look up. Brother Marius. He gestures for you to follow. You rise and leave the hall with him, the corridor growing narrower with each step until you are once again before the red spiral door you first feared, then admired, then left behind. It opens soundlessly. Inside, the same table, the same ink, the same needle resting in the same bowl of wax. But there is no cloth, only paper, dozens of blank sheets, each bearing the embossed trace of a spiral too light to see unless touched. You reach for one and your fingers memorize its pattern like braille. Brother Marius hands you the thread from your cell. He nods. You begin to write. Not with ink, with thread. The spiral emerges on the parchment as if it had been waiting. You do not force it. You let it guide you. Each curve and tuck writes a sentence only silence can read. Behind you, the door shuts gently. You stitch until dusk. When you finally set the needle down, your fingers feel both hollow and alive, like a bell just rung. The thread has run its course across the parchment in one continuous line, no knots, no mistakes. Just an unbroken spiral wider than any you've made before, though it fits entirely on the page. You brush your thumb across it and feel every rise and dip, every moment of tension in the weave. This isn't a message, it's a memory translated, a lived pattern now preserved. Brother Marius watches from the corner of the room, eyes half closed as if listening to a sound you can't hear. When you turn toward him, he lifts a small wooden tray. On it lies a tiny blade no longer than your finger and a folded square of gray linen. You take them both. No instruction, no explanation, only the nod. The blade isn't for pain, it's for separation. You return to your cell with the tray, the spiral page cradled in your arms like a fragile offering. Once inside, you sit before the wall, the one where the threads had begun to loosen. The embroidered paths now pulse faintly, as if sensing their time is ending. You take the blade, and you begin. One by one, you snip the threads at their origin points, not tearing them, not rushing. Each cut releases a thread that curls gently into your lap, like a breath finally let go. The spiral unwinds in reverse slower than it was built. As the fabric clears, you realize it hasn't left a scar. The wall is smooth, warm to the touch, faintly scented with lavender and dust. You press the spiral page into the cleared space. It adheres without glue held in place by memory alone. You step back. The page glows faintly. You exhale. That night, the monastery breathes differently. The stone itself seems to stretch and settle. Outside your window, the wind carries the scent of citrus and wool. The candle burns in a perfect spiral, all the way down to the base, where it pools into a tiny dish of golden wax. You do not sleep. You sit in the middle of your cell legs, crossed, eyes open. The silence is no longer just around you, it is within you. At midnight, 3 knocks sound on your door. You rise, no robe, no sandals. Just you. You open it, and Brother Felix is there holding a lantern carved with spirals. Behind him, 2 others, Brother Silvano and Brother Aram. No words, no gestures, only presence. You follow them, down a corridor you've never entered. Its walls are narrower than any you've walked, lined with threadless cloth. At the end, a circular room lit entirely from below through thin panes of glass beneath your feet. Underneath those panes, water, still, deep, reflecting nothing. Deep. The center of the room holds a pedestal and on it a spindle. No thread, just the potential of it. Brother Felix steps aside and offers you a single item, a new needle. Its eye glows faintly blue. You take it, the 3 monks step back. A 4th figure enters, not robed, not old. You recognize the posture, the silence, the presence, and then it dawns on you. It's not a monk, it's a novice. Young, unsure, like you were. Their eyes are wide. Their palms hold a single piece of unraveled thread. You walk to them and without thinking you kneel. You thread the needle and offer it to them. Their hands tremble as they take it. You smile. They begin. It is not your silence anymore. It belongs to them now. You step back. You take your place among the others behind the novice beside the still pool within the round room where silence teaches not by withholding but by making room. The monastery has accepted your thread. But more importantly, it has offered you release. Later, when you return to your cell, the candle is gone. The spiral page too. In its place, a single sprig of rosemary tied with white thread. And on your bed, a robe the color of dusk, new but familiar. You lie down for what may be the last time in this room. And the silence says you are ready. You wake, not because of sound, but because of its absence. Not the same soft, blanketing hush you've grown to understand, but a deeper kind of silence, one that hums beneath your ribs, like the space between a breath and its echo. You sit up slowly, the new robe whispering as it moves. It feels lighter than your old one, though it carries more weight and meaning. Your hands rest in your lap, and you realize there's nothing left to prepare. No sandals, no candle, no task waiting at your door. The monastery is no longer a place you move through. It has become something you carry. You leave your cell and find the corridor already glowing, not from torches, not from dawn, but from the faint shimmer of threadless walls. The embroidery is gone, but in its place are faint impressions, as if the spirals once stitched have become part of the stone itself. You run your fingers along a curve and feel warmth. Not heat, recognition. Today you walk alone, not guided, not summoned, simply walking. Past the dormitory, past the kitchens, past the courtyard where fig trees bear fruit even out of season. The air smells faintly of almonds and beeswax. You pause beneath the archway that once intimidated you, its carvings of spirals now faded smooth from time and weather, and you realize you are not afraid anymore. Not of silence, not of being seen, not of being unseen. In the great hall, a table has been set. Just one. A single wooden bench, a single plate, and a cup of water. You approach and sit. The plate holds bread, simple, dark, seeded, the kind Brother Marius used to pass you before he trusted you with thread. You eat slowly, reverently. The bread tastes like memory. The cup, when lifted, smells faintly of rosemary. You drink, and it is enough. When you finish, you stand, and the bench pushes itself gently back as if acknowledging your readiness. The monastery has nothing more to teach you, not because it is empty, but because you are full. You walk to the rear wall of the great hall, where a tapestry used to hang. Now there's only a smooth expanse of stone. But as you approach, a faint spiral begins to glow, not embroidered, not painted, just light blooming from the wall itself. You place your palm over it. The wall opens, not like a door, like an idea. Beyond it, a spiral staircase descending. You take the first step, and the air grows cooler. Each turn of the stairs narrows your sense of time. One step is a season. The next is a memory. The third feels like a prayer you forgot to finish. Down, down, deeper into the monastery's foundation. No torches, no windows. Only that spiral of light pulsing at the center of the stone. At the bottom, the room is perfectly round. In its center, a basin of still water. Above it, a single thread suspended from the ceiling, glowing faintly blue. The same color as the eye of the needle you gave away. You kneel before the basin, not in devotion, in understanding. This is the end of your spiral, or perhaps the start of another. You touch the water. It's cold, but as your fingers rest there, the cold fades, and something inside you shifts. You look into the basin and see not your face, but your path stitched behind you, like footprints in silk. The herb cellar, the embroidered wall, the whispered hum of Brother Felix's sandal straps, the candle's spiral wick, the moment you first remained still. And all at once you know, this was never about silence. It was about listening, and being listened to. You close your eyes and breathe. The thread above you begins to lower like a blessing. It brushes your forehead. And when it does, a warmth spreads through your spine, your shoulders, your jaw. Not dramatic, just true. You are no longer becoming. You have become. You open your eyes and find yourself no longer underground. You are in your cell, but not your old cell. A new one. Walls smooth, no spiral, no embroidery. Just one thing, a loop of white thread resting on your pillow. You don't move right away. You sit there on the edge of the cot, watching the way the morning light filters through the window and lands on that loop of white thread. There's no note, no instruction. Just the thread untied, unmarked, unassuming. And yet it radiates the same kind of quiet presence as a vow spoken without sound. You pick it up, let it drape across your palm, and it's only then that you notice it isn't actually a loop. It's a single, unbroken thread, twisted gently into a spiral, as if to remind you that nothing ever really ends. Not here. You rise thread in hand, and the robe falls into place around your shoulders. You don't reach for your sandals. The stone beneath your feet is no longer cold, only familiar. Your cell door is open. Not ajar, open wide and waiting. No knock, no escort, no silent summons. This time you walk out, because you choose to. The corridor has changed in subtle ways. There are no more candles, no more stitched signs or carved spirals, but the walls hum, not with sound but with presence. You pass Brother Aram, who nods once slowly, then turns back to a blank wall. He is painting a circle with water. It disappears as fast as he makes it, but he keeps going, not trying to leave a mark, just practicing the motion. You reach the main cloister and pause. A group of novices is gathered in the center, seated in a circle, all holding needles, not threading them, just holding. Brother Marius is among them, not teaching, just sitting. He lifts his gaze when he senses you, and though his face remains still, his eyes soften. He doesn't speak. He simply opens his palm. In it, a small pouch. You walk over, bow gently, and receive it. Inside the pouch, a single piece of wax, a sliver of rosemary bark, and a folded strip of linen printed with a spiral no thicker than a whisper. You nod. You understand. It's your turn now. Not to be guided, but to guide. You continue walking past the refectory, which now hums with low laughter. Yes, laughter. Because some monks are allowed to speak now and do once a season. The walls echo with it like a warm memory. You enter the scriptorium. It is full of cloth of parchment of people sitting cross-legged on the floor and threading spirals into anything that will take a mark. One monk embroiders into the hem of his robe, another into a fresh slice of bread. A third has stitched a spiral into the corner of a map of the known world, as if to say there is more here. Your table is waiting, clean, square, worn smooth from the weight of wrists and thoughts. You unpack your pouch. Place the wax to your left, the linen in front, and the bark to your right. The thread still white, you loop into a circle and place in the center. And then you wait. You don't stitch, you don't write, you don't draw, you wait. Because the silence hasn't ended. It's only changed shape. After a time, a child barely 10 steps into the room, clutching a bundle of loose string. They look lost, eyes wide, not yet comfortable with the hush. You rise, approach them, slowly kneel. Without words, you extend the white thread. They hesitate. Then they take it. It's frayed now. They've dropped it, picked it up, dropped it again. You smile. That's part of the practice. You guide their hand, help them form the first loop, not perfect, not straight, but real. Their eyes meet yours. And in that moment you understand something deeper than before. The monastery was never about silence, for silence's sake. It was about teaching how to stay when leaving would be easier. About noticing the thread when it begins to unravel, and choosing quietly, gently to tie it back together. You sit beside the child. You place the linen in front of both of you. You begin again, side by side, loop by loop, stitch by stitch. The day passes without notice. There is no bell, no clock. Only thread, only silence, only presence. When night comes, no one calls you back to your cell. You sleep where you are, back straight, head resting against the folded hem of your robe. The stars above the cloister are bright tonight, flickering like stitches in an invisible sky tapestry. You dream of spiral paths that do not end, only fold back inward toward the center. When you wake, your thread is gone. In its place, a new one, black this time. Bound at both ends, your turn to carry. Your turn to leave, but not to forget. Never to forget. You wake before the sun, not from a dream, not from a noise, but from the hush that arrives just before change. The kind of hush that doesn't ask permission, just settles over your shoulders like a cloak. You sit up slowly, robe slipping around you like a second skin, and there beside your pillow lies the black thread again, no longer coiled. It stretches across the linen like a path pointing toward the door. You don't pack anything. There is nothing to take. Everything you need is stitched into you now, invisible threads tugging gently at your ribs, behind your ears, beneath your fingernails. You slip the black thread into your pocket and walk into the corridor. The walls are smoother now, blank, not because they are empty, but because they no longer need to teach you. You've learned their lessons, or rather you've become them. Past the cloister, a morning breeze stirs the herbs in the garden. You catch hints of mint marjoram, crushed rosemary. You remember kneeling beside Brother Silvano and learning that parsley doesn't spiral, it forks two paths, never meeting again. He said it like it was about plants, but you knew it wasn't. You reach the outer gate. It's open. No ceremony, no farewell. Just a small stone bowl waiting on a wooden bench nearby. Inside, tokens. Spirals, braids, stars, squares. You recognize one you stitched long ago, now smoothed with time. Your fingers hover, then close around a token carved with a triple braid, 3 lines twisting inward, knotted at one end. Not the symbol of beginning, not of ending. The symbol of continuation, the symbol for carry this. You walk out into the morning. The world feels bigger than you remember, louder, brighter edges less defined. Birdsong competes with wind, and someone in the distance is hammering a fence post into the ground. But the silence inside you doesn't falter. It deepens. You don't lose the monastery you extended. The path leads through barley fields glinting gold. A farmer waves at you without knowing why. You wave back. Your robe picks up dust at the hem. That's all right. That's part of it. By noon, you've reached a stone bridge arched over a clear stream. The water flows fast and smooth, and there on the other side, a village blinks into view. Modest houses, smoke curling from chimneys, a few goats, a crooked bell tower missing its bell. You cross the bridge. No one stops you. No one needs to. The villagers notice you, but only with side glances. Half interest, half something else. Respect uncertainty. You can't tell. Children play in the dusty square. One of them stumbles, knees colliding with gravel. She doesn't cry, not right away. But she does sit there, stunned as if she forgot how to breathe. You kneel beside her, reach into your robe, and place the black thread in her hand. Not as a cure, just a gesture. She takes it like it means something. Maybe someday it will. You move on. The innkeeper offers you water without speaking. You sit at the corner of the communal table, sip slowly, and watch the way the sunlight filters through worn shutters. The dust floats like threadless spirals in the air. Nobody asks who you are. They don't need to. You wear your silence like a name. That evening, as the sun lowers behind the hills, you reach the far side of the village and find a single path leading into a grove of yew trees, old trees, knotted roots, low-hanging limbs. You duck beneath their boughs and keep walking. You can feel the stillness gather here, like it's waited all day just for you. You follow it to a clearing, and in the center, a stone platform, circular, low to the ground, covered in moss. You sit, not to rest, to begin, because you know what this is. This is not exile, not retirement. This is a listening post, a silent outpost, one of many scattered like pebbles across the known world, places where the monastery has been carried by those who survived it. You untie the black thread, place it on the moss, begin to twist it. You have no cloth, no needle, just earth. You dig your fingers into it, gently clearing a spiral into the dirt. The thread lays into the path easily, like it remembers the shape. And then, without hesitation, you press your palm over it. You close your eyes. You listen. The wind rustles. A bird calls. A root cracks somewhere underground. Then footsteps. You don't turn, but they arrive. A figure, young, unsure, emerges from the tree line. They stop at the edge of your spiral. You open your eyes, smile, and gesture for them to sit. No words, just a hand, just the moss, just the black thread. That's how it starts. Always quietly, without question, without instruction, just silence and presence, and a braid of three things, you, them, and the space between. The figure who sits before you does not ask anything, not even with their eyes. They kneel like someone who has knelt before, but never for the right reason. Their hands fidget, uncertain, restless, and you remember what that felt like. The black thread between you lies loose now, no longer held, no longer needing to be. It just is. You wait with them, for time to soften the moment, for breath to deepen, for the hush to become an invitation instead of a boundary. The wind moves through the trees again, low and steady, and overhead a bird circles twice before disappearing beyond the canopy. The light has turned blue now, the late dusk kind of blue that softens the edges of everything, even regret. You finally speak. Just one sentence. Can you hear it yet? The figure doesn't respond, but they shift slightly forward. It's enough. You reach into your robe and draw out the pouch, the same one you received so many days ago, or was it months? Inside are the same three things, wax bark and a folded linen square. But this time there's something more, a needle, bone-handled, smooth, familiar. It fits your grip, like it was waiting to return. You hand the pouch to the figure, who takes it carefully as though touching memory. You don't explain its contents. That's not your task. They'll find meaning in their own time. You simply nod once, then begin to draw in the dirt again. Another spiral slightly larger than the one before. This time you hum, a soft tune, wordless, barely vibrating your chest, but the melody wraps itself around the air like thread. They listen, their eyes close, and when they open them again, their hands are steady. They begin to stitch, not into cloth, but into memory, drawing shapes in the moss with their fingertips mirroring your spiral. You don't correct them. There is no wrong motion, only honest ones. By morning, the grove looks different, as if the trees themselves have leaned in closer, eavesdropping. You've slept little, but you are not tired. Instead, you are full, not of answers, of presence. You rise as the new day brightens. The figure remains seated, tracing the spiral again and again. You don't say goodbye. You walk back through the grove, past the stones and moss, until the trees give way to an open meadow. The path ahead is narrow, overgrown, lined with wild thyme and spindly lavender. You walk slowly. You are not in a hurry. The silence moves with you. At midday, you come upon a small shrine crumbled with age, half swallowed by ivy. Inside, a carved stone of a hand holding thread. Faint but still there. You kneel and trace the thread with your finger. Behind the ivy, a second carving, another hand, this one open and empty. You leave the black thread there, not out of loss, out of offering. The silence doesn't leave you. It just changes keys. That night, you sleep in the shelter of an old watchtower. The roof is gone, but the stars replace it. You lie back on the stones and feel the hum of the earth in your bones. When you dream, you're back in the embroidery room. But there are no monks. No walls, only spirals floating in the air like dust motes. You reach for one. It slips into your hand, becoming a needle of light. You place it against your chest right above your heart. It dissolves, and you wake smiling. Because now you carry the monastery not just in memory, but in pulse, in every pause before speaking, in every breath taken with intention. In every act of noticing the world without rushing to name it, the silence isn't behind you. It's ahead, and this time you're ready to follow. You arrive just as the fog begins to gather. Not the theatrical kind of fog that rolls in like a wave, but the quiet, clinging kind. The kind that builds grain by grain, thread by thread, until the landscape fades into soft silhouettes. The path beneath your feet narrows into uneven stone, veined with moss, and pressed into memory by the weight of too many silent footsteps. You don't hurry. Silence doesn't like to be rushed, and you've grown fluent in its rhythms. Ahead, 5 houses squat and stubborn, huddled like cousins in the curve of a hill. Their chimneys smoke without urgency. The roofs glisten with wet leaves and crow feathers. A well slouches in the center of the village square. No rope, no bucket, just a rim of smooth stones etched with weather-worn symbols. They don't match the monastery spirals. They twist differently. They suggest a different silence, one born of waiting, not knowing. You step into the village unnoticed, or maybe just unannounced. A woman in a wool shawl glances up from a basket of turnips and doesn't flinch. 2 goats bleat lazily near a mud wall, their horns looped with thin twine, as if someone had once tried to turn them into sacred objects, then forgotten. A child runs past you, holding a bundle of hay, trailing laughter like ribbon. And that's when it hits you. This place isn't silent out of reverence. It's silent because it's resting. A man waves you toward a low cottage with a sagging lintel. You nod grateful and enter. Inside, warmth, firelight, lentils bubbling in a black pot, and an old woman seated cross-legged with a spinning wheel in motion. The wheel creaks rhythmically, a lullaby for anyone who's ever feared their hands were too still. She doesn't stop, doesn't look at you, just gestures toward a wooden stool, then hums low in her throat as if picking up a tune that never really ended. You sit and listen. Not just to her, but to the wheel, to the fire, to the way the steam from the pot curls around the beams above. There's something ancient about this silence. Not holy, not sacred, just practiced, familiar, lived in. She finishes her yarn and ties it with a loop so perfect it almost hums. Then she speaks. 3 words, braid or spiral. You blink. She asks again, this time without sound, simply lifting a piece of unspun flax and tilting her head. You answer without speaking. You form a spiral with your fingers. She nods and begins. Watching her spin is like watching a story be told backwards, every twist undoing a knot you didn't know you had. She loops, draws, twists, releases. A rhythm older than most prayers. You watch not to learn how to spin, but to remember how to witness. That's what silence does. It teaches you to witness without grasping. That night you sleep in the loft above the cottage. No bed, just wool. You curl into it like thread on a spindle wrapped in the scent of lanolin and ash. Your dreams come slow, deliberate. In one of them, you are standing at a crossroads made entirely of woven braids. Each path hums a different note. You follow the one that vibrates in silence. You wake with a start, not from fear, but from recognition. The braid is real, not a dream. It's been placed beside you in the night. A small bundle of 3 cords, interwoven with care, bound at both ends. It rests on your folded robe like a question you're not yet ready to answer. You carry it with you as you leave. Outside, the fog is gone. The world has edges again. But the silence hasn't left. It's shifted into a new shape. The villagers don't speak as you pass. They don't need to. One of the children places a reed pipe in your hand. Another leaves a flat stone at your feet, marked with a scratched spiral so simple it almost breaks your heart. You bow not out of ceremony, but out of weight, then walk. Your path leads away from the hearth, away from the wheel, away from the comfort of steam and yarn. But it also leads deeper, into something vast, something waiting. By midday, you reach a grove of beech trees. Their bark is pale and smooth, their branches quiet. You rest your hand on one and feel the way its silence is different from the monasteries. Not stillness. Listening. You sit beneath it and pull the braid from your pocket. You untie one end slowly, gently. Not to undo, just to understand how it was made. You whisper not words, just breath, and press the braid against your chest. And for the first time you realize the monastery was never meant to keep silence in. It was meant to teach you how to carry it out. Thread by thread, village by village, breath by breath. You leave the grove with the braid still tucked against your ribs, where warmth lingers longer than it should. The beech trees don't watch you go, they don't need to. Their gift has already been given silence that doesn't retreat when touched. You return to the road, a narrow stretch of earth hemmed in by stone walls barely holding themselves together. Moss grows from every crevice. The stones seem tired but not defeated, like monks who've forgotten their prayers but remember the feeling. The path curves east toward a place you were once told to avoid, the drowned chapel. Not because it was dangerous, because it was too quiet, even for monks, even for those who wore silence like skin. The chapel had been built on a spring that wouldn't stop flowing. The water rose, flooded the foundation, and whispered upward until pews floated like forgotten oaths. The monks left. The water didn't. And yet here you are, approaching, drawn not by curiosity but by rhythm. The trees thin. The air sharpens. And there, through the mist, it emerges half a chapel, sunken to its knees in a silver pool, its bell tower leaning like it's listening to something below. The door is gone. The threshold is submerged. But stepping inside is easier than expected. The water welcomes you. Not cold, not warm, just honest. You wade to the center where the altar once stood. It's gone now, replaced by a circle of floating stones arranged not by accident. Spiral, of course. You sit in the center of the spiral, legs crossed, robe wet, silence humming. It hums differently here, deeper, wider. The drowned chapel is not abandoned. It's just asleep. You reach into your sleeve and draw out the braid. It's soaked now, darker, heavier. You don't fight it. You press it to the water's surface. It floats and then moves. Not away, not toward, just around. It traces the spiral, completing a motion you didn't know had started. Above, a breeze touches the surface and the chapel's reflection ripples. And there in that moment you feel it, the silent stretching. Not snapping, not ending, just reaching farther than you thought possible. You close your eyes, breathe, and speak. Just one word. Not loud, not sacred, but yours. And the chapel doesn't collapse, doesn't shudder. It listens. You stay until night. The moon rises distorted in the rippling pool. Frogs croak from the margins. Insects hum like vibrating thread. And somewhere beneath the water, something echoes the spiral, not with words, but with presence, like memory woven into stone. You leave the chapel quietly. Back the way you came, robe dripping, sandals squelching with every step. You don't care. The silence follows you not in pieces anymore, in form, in direction, in purpose. At dawn, you meet a man on the road, hooded, bent, carrying a staff carved with spirals so precise they seem painted by wind. He stops, nods once, then reaches into his satchel and draws out a scrap of cloth linen embroidered with a pattern you recognize, the braid you untied, stitched into the hem of a tunic worn with time. He places it in your hand and walks on. No words, no need. You hold the cloth like a flame and smile, because now you know the silence doesn't end where the road does. It turns corners, crosses water, sleeps in chapels, and whispers in patterns only those who've listened long enough can read. You leave the drowned chapel behind, just as the sky begins to pale into that milky, uncertain gray that isn't quite dawn, but no longer night. Your robe still damp from the water sticks slightly to your skin, and every few steps it brushes your legs like a memory. You don't try to shake the feeling. Let it cling, Let it remind you of the way the silence moved through water like a hand through hair, slow and thoughtful and absolutely certain of its path. The road you follow now is less a road and more a suggestion. Grassy, sunken, marked only by the rhythm of deer tracks and old wheel ruts filled with rain. You step carefully between them, not to avoid getting wet. At this point, your body is used to dampness, but because it feels wrong to disturb the pattern. The earth here is softer, darker, and rich with the scent of moss and buried roots. Even the air seems quieter than before, like it's waiting for something to be named. You pass a tree that has split itself open without falling. A lightning scar, maybe, or a gesture of surrender. Inside the hollow, tucked carefully into a notch of bark, you see a strip of linen braided, stained with old dye, tied in a knot so tight it has hardened into shape. You do not take it, but you bow your head as you pass. At midday you come upon a clearing unlike any you've seen. It holds no buildings, no stone markers, no signs of the monastery's influence, and yet you feel it immediately. This is a place of listening, not because it is silent, but because it is full of the kind of quiet that waits, the kind that invites. At the center of the clearing is a ring of upright stones, waist-high, weathered smooth by time. Between them, threads stretch some twine, some wool, some fibers. You don't recognize, each tied delicately from stone to stone, creating a loose web that hums faintly in the wind. You walk the perimeter, noting how no two knots are the same. Some are spirals, some loops. One is just a single twist, barely holding. You pause before entering, not out of fear, but out of respect. Then you step forward, and the humming changes. Not louder, just closer. The threads vibrate in a way you can feel more than hear. You crouch beside one and blow gently across it. It trembles in reply like a note struck on an invisible instrument. You sit. You listen. Time becomes difficult to measure here. The sun filters through the canopy in broken pieces. The wind shifts directions as if it too is searching, and every now and then a bird passes overhead but does not call. Eventually a figure appears at the edge of the clearing, not in robes, not a monk. Their clothes are simple earth-stained linen sleeves, rolled high, a pouch at their side bulging with needles. You think absurdly of a tailor lost in a forest, but when they enter the ring, the threads do not move, as if they know this person, as if they've been waiting. They sit opposite you, legs crossed, hands resting lightly on their knees. They say nothing, but from their pouch they draw a piece of thread so fine and pale it nearly disappears in the light. Slowly, deliberately, they reach out and tie it to the nearest thread in the ring. One loop, one pull, one breath. Then they lean back. You reach for your own pouch, the one you received on the first day back, when this was supposed to be a simple journey of obedience and silence. You thought you had used all its contents. But when you open it now, there it is, one last thread, black, slightly frayed, unremarkable in every way except that it remains. You tie it beside the stranger's thread. No ceremony, no flourish, and the silence shivers, not in fear, in recognition. The stranger nods. You nod, and for the first time in what feels like years, you speak. Just a single word, the first one you ever learned. Your name. It doesn't echo. It lands, settles, joins the silence not as a rupture but as a contribution. You stay there until the wind stops, until the birds return, until the shadows stretch long and low across the moss. Then you rise. You and the stranger walk out of the clearing together, no longer strangers. The threads behind you do not unravel. They hold, as if pleased to have been touched, as if silence at last has been braided into belonging. The forest thickens around you as you walk side by side with the silent tailor, though the path you follow is not marked by anything obvious, no stones, no carved branches, no wayfinding signs, and yet your feet seem to know where to go. It's as if the thread you tied back in the clearing is still attached to your wrist, pulling gently invisibly forward. You don't ask where you're being led. The silence doesn't allow for questions that don't need answers, and you finally have learned to trust what you can't see. By dusk, the trees give way to something unexpected. Not a village, not a ruin, a field, a wide one. Flat and empty, but for hundreds, perhaps thousands of thin wooden poles planted upright in the soil. They stretch on in every direction like a forest made by hands, each one topped with something different: a shell, a piece of thread, a braid of grass, a stone marked with soot, a faded ribbon. Offerings, messages, memorials. You don't know. The tailor gestures toward them with a tilt of the chin. You part ways there, not with a goodbye, not with a nod, just a pause that feels like punctuation. They walk west. You walk forward, into the field of quiet markers. You move slowly, respectfully. The poles do not form rows. They're not spaced evenly. Each one seems to grow from the earth with its own rhythm, its own reason. Some stand barely knee-high. Others tower above you like watchful trees. You touch none of them, but you see them. That's enough. A piece of red thread knotted tightly around a fishbone, a tiny sandal made from woven bark, a scrap of parchment with writing too faded to read, a dried flower sealed in beeswax. None of them make sense. All of them feel familiar. You realize after some time that they're not just relics. They're names, or rather they're what names become when words fall short. When silence becomes the only way to remember someone properly. Near the center of the field you find an empty pole. It has no offering, no symbol. It's waiting. You remove your sash, the one the monastery gave you when you were first admitted. It's faded now, stiff with use, but still soft where your fingers used to worry it during long hours of stillness. You wrap it once, twice around the pole and tie it in the center. A knot, but not just a knot. A signature. You sit beside it until the sky goes dark. You don't need to see the stars to know they're above you. You feel them. The field doesn't sleep. It listens. Every breeze that moves through it shifts a thread. Every rustle sounds like breath. Every silence feels inhabited. Not crowded, never crowded, but shared. Eventually you lie back. The grass is damp. Your robe is too. It doesn't matter. Your hands rest on your chest, one over the other, and you close your eyes. In the quiet, your mind begins to sort itself. Not like a library where everything is filed and labeled. More like a loom threads being pulled through from memory into pattern. You think of the monks who never spoke. The bells that rang without chimes, the meals eaten in full silence except for the scrape of wooden spoons, the way you first misunderstood quiet as absence, how you thought silence meant something was missing. You understand now silence isn't the absence of something. It's the presence of everything that doesn't demand to be heard. It is grief that doesn't need a witness, love that doesn't need to be named, peace that doesn't ask permission. And this field, this strange, vast, unmarked place, it holds all of it. You drift towards sleep, but not quickly. The silence keeps you awake just long enough to feel the weight of it. Not as a burden, as a blanket, as something that wraps you and says wordlessly that you are not alone, that you never were. You dream of thread again, but not spiraling, not tangled, just stretched from your wrist to the stars. And it hums. You wake before the sun, though there's no bell to call you and no voice to stir you from sleep. Just the sense felt in your ribs more than your mind that something is waiting. The field is unchanged, still full of poles and tokens, still humming with the soft language of quiet offerings. But the air feels different now. Like silence is winding itself tighter, preparing for a final gesture. You rise slowly, careful not to disturb the grass. Your body aches not from injury, but from holding still for too long. Monastic training taught you how to sit, how to walk, how to sleep in silence. But no one ever taught you how to leave it behind. That, it seems, is something each monk must learn alone. You begin to walk again, not toward anything in particular, but not without direction. The edge of the field is marked by 3 stones taller than a man, each engraved with a different symbol. One is a braid, one a spiral, one a hand. You place your palm against the hand stone. It's warm, not with sunlight, with memory. And the memory is yours. You see the long corridors of the monastery, the echo of sandals on stone, the hush before morning prayer. You remember fumbling with your sash on your first day, terrified you would tie it wrong and be dismissed before supper. You remember Brother Elian, who taught you the spiral not as a symbol, but as a habit, a way to wind your breath back into your chest when the world pulls too hard. You take that breath now and cross the threshold. The path from the field leads you through open land, low hills, dusted with lavender thistle and the occasional lone oak tree standing like a thought that refuses to be dismissed. The sky is clear. Clouds appear only as distant smudges like fingerprints on glass. You keep walking. By midday, you reach a structure you hadn't expected. The monastery. Not yours. Another, but eerily familiar. Same stone, same arches, same hush. But where your monastery had walls high and narrow, this one is low, open, circular. No doors, just thresholds. No cells, just alcoves with folded blankets and half-woven mats. You're not sure if it's abandoned or inhabited, and it doesn't matter. You enter. Inside the central chamber sits a table not for dining, but for gathering. Upon it rests a single book. No cover, just stacked parchment bound by braided thread. You do not reach for it. You sit, and the silence deepens. A figure approaches not from outside, but from the alcove you hadn't noticed. They are younger than you. Their robe is unmarked. Their face is calm. They sit opposite you and speak the first words you've heard aloud in days. What did you bring with you? You don't answer with your voice. You open your hand, and inside is nothing. Not because you carry nothing, but because you've left so much of yourself behind in places that needed it more. The figure nods and passes you a small spool of thread. Black, unspun, unfinished. You accept it with both hands, as though it were fragile, because it is. The silence in the room shifts again, not breaking, but opening, inviting. You look around and realize the walls are covered in spirals, some traced in chalk, some painted with clay, some carved so shallow they're only visible when the light catches just right. You don't need to ask what they mean anymore. You know, they're not decorations. They're instructions. Each one says begin again. And so you do. You take the thread. You take a needle from your sleeve, and you begin to stitch, not onto cloth, not onto paper, onto memory, your own. You sew your first day of silence, your first braid, your first broken vow, your first offering, your first laugh, though it was quiet and disapproved of, your first time hearing nothing and feeling everything, and the thread holds, tighter than speech, stronger than rules. When you finish the first stitch, the figure beside you smiles not with pride, not with approval, but with understanding. And then without a word they rise and vanish, not gone, just elsewhere. You remain, you sew, and the spiral grows, not out of control, but with grace. The needle glides through the fabric of memory as if it were something soft and living, moss perhaps, or breath. You don't sew in straight lines. You follow the curve of what returns to you. That's the thing about silence. Once you've learned to live with it, it doesn't just accompany you, it starts to speak. Not in noise, never in volume, but in the way a pattern emerges when you stop trying to control it. Hours pass, or maybe days. You forget to keep track. Time feels irrelevant here, like trying to measure fog with a ruler. The room around you begins to change, though you haven't moved. Light grows softer. The spirals on the walls shimmer not with magic, but with dust catching evening sun. Somewhere nearby, someone is sweeping a courtyard. Somewhere far away, someone is forgetting your name. You don't blame them. Silence doesn't demand remembrance. It welcomes forgetting as a form of gentleness. You pause your stitching. The thread dangles from the needle long and loose like a breath still exhaled. The page before you, whatever this surface is, no longer looks blank. It looks like a path, and you know quietly that someone else will walk it after you. Someone will pick up where you paused. Someone will recognize the shape of your spiral and add their own loop. You will not be there to see it. That's the point. You are not the story. You are the thread, and threads are meant to pass through. You rise and with great care fold the stitched cloth and place it inside the center of the open book. The page turns on its own. The thread unwinds. The next space is blank, ready. You leave the chamber. Outside, the air smells different now. Crisper, like stone warmed by sun with the faintest trace of lavender from the hills. You walk the monastery's edge where low walls meet tall grasses. A child stands there watching the sky. No robe, no thread, just stillness. When they see you, they smile, not because they know who you are, but because they recognize the silence that trails behind you. They ask no questions. You offer no answers. But before you pass, you hand them your needle. A small, simple gesture, a permission, and you continue walking, not back toward the field, not toward the chapel, not even toward the first monastery where all this began. You walk where the wind bends the grasses, where the path has not yet been drawn, where the silence still waits to be stitched. And as you walk, you feel something in your chest, lightness. Not emptiness, not loss, just the quiet understanding that you were never meant to carry the silence alone, only to tend it for a while. You think of the monks who once knotted their vows with braided thread. You think of the bells that never rang, the doors that never shut. You think of the tailor with thread on their belt and a silence wider than words. And you think without sadness of how your story, once wound so tightly around rules and rituals, has slowly, gently unraveled, not broken, opened. You reach a hill at dusk. Below it lies another field not yet filled with poles or offerings, just grass, wind, possibility. You sit, not because you're tired, but because you've arrived at a silence too big to walk past. A silence that doesn't need to be explained or preserved, just shared. You close your eyes, and the final thread settles against your palm. Unfinished. Exactly as it should be. There's a stillness now that doesn't beg for silence, it rewards it. The kind of stillness that only arrives when the last piece has finally clicked into place, and the puzzle stops pretending it's incomplete. You stand at the edge of the known world, or at least the edge of your version of it. Behind you, orchards, wild hedges, forgotten vines. Ahead, the soft slope of the hill where you first began, now lit by a gentler kind of sunlight, the kind that glows low and wide like it's trying not to wake anyone. You breathe in, and the scent isn't of one thing anymore. It's of everything: mint and plum, fig and damp soil, currant and old wood. It smells like time, not lost, not wasted, just wandered. Your boots crunch quietly as you start down the hill, the weight of the satchel a comforting pull at your side. And for the first time you realize it's heavier than it was, but you're not. There's a lightness to you now, a balance. You've carried stories, and now they carry you back. The trees begin to thin, and you reach a stone step you hadn't noticed before, carved with a spiral. You place your foot on it, then the next. And with each step, the silence stays with you, not clinging, just present, like breath, like a promise. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace.